Chapter 1. Universal Skills for Everyone. In a modest rental apartment, a young man lay on his bed, sighing in frustration. His name was Shen Fei, an 18-year-old student from No. 3 High School in Yuankai City, possessing a somewhat handsome appearance. A year ago, he had crossed over from the Blue Star to this world, finding himself transformed into an orphan. Here, everyone possessed their own skill bars, a means to empower themselves, and Shen Fei was no exception. However, the issue lay in his skills. They were rather unconventional. While other skill bars resembled static panels, his had a mind of its own. Your skill block believes that counter is useless. Please find a way to eliminate it. Your skill regenerate finds both block and counter too noisy. Please devise a method to erase both. Your skill counter feels deeply wronged, is in a low mood, and cannot be used today. These skills are so annoying. Shen Fei sighed helplessly when suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted from outside. He went to investigate and saw several colorful shooting stars streaking across the evening sky. Among them, one brilliantly luminescent star, dazzling like a diamond, was heading straight for his home. Is that a treasure chest? Shen Fei was momentarily stunned. Since the blood moon a century ago, shooting stars of blue, white, gold, and brilliant colors would sporadically appear across the globe. However, these stars did not cause crashes once they landed. They would reveal their true nature, possibly a skill crystal that could replace an existing skill, possibly an extraordinary piece of equipment, or perhaps some worthless materials. It was precisely this uncertainty that garnered them the title Heavenly Treasure Chests. I can't be dreaming. Shen Fei watched as the radiant shooting star drew closer, pinching his thigh hard. Boom! In mere seconds, the brilliant shooting star landed in his room. Shen Fei rushed inside to find a shimmering long knife resting on his bed, radiating an illuminating glow. He picked up the long knife, and the brilliance vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, detailed information about the long knife floated before his eyes. Void-cutting blade. SS. Skills. 1. Body of domination. When wielding the void-cutting blade, you may actively activate a 3-second body of domination. Cooldown, 1 hour. 2. Void slash. When wielding the void-cutting blade, you may actively unleash a blade aura, effect determined by energy consumption. 3. Self-repair. The void-cutting blade can absorb energy for self-repair. Wow! Just as Shen Fei, filled with excitement reading the information about the void-cutting blade, a notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Your skill block has taken a liking to the void-cutting blade's body of domination and has devoured it. Your skill counter has taken a liking to the void-cutting blade's void slash and has devoured it. Your skill regenerate, feeling outmatched, was forced to choose self-repair and is currently more upset than you. The sudden barrage of voices left Shen Fei stunned for a few seconds. Body of domination, block. Shen Fei was astonished. He never expected his skills to consume a skill from an S-rated weapon. He grabbed the void-cutting blade, and sure enough, the description had changed. Resilient blade D. Skills. 1. Toughness. The blade forged from special materials is immune to wear and tear. 2. Self-repair. Consumes energy to enable gradual healing of the blade. The originally radiant S-grade blade lost its luster, reducing it to an ordinary item. It now resembled a cheap knife one might find online, selling for a mere $198 with free shipping. If he took it out, no one would believe it was a weapon born from a shooting star. Bang! Just as Shen Fei lamented the fate of the void-cutting blade, the door was suddenly kicked open, creaking as it swung wide before slamming to the floor. Kid, hand over the goods. Don't joke with your life. 3 men charged into the room. The leader, a brutish man with a face full of stubble and tattooed arms, glared and shouted. Shen Fei's expression darkened immediately. That door was bought for $80. You won't find a better deal in the second-hand market. The 3 men paused, glancing at the rusty security door lying on the ground. What the hell did you just say? Shen Fei slowly rose, his expression serious. Pay for the damages. What did you say? Li Dajuan and his companions momentarily thought their ears were malfunctioning. Had this kid lost his mind? He was still talking about such nonsense now? Kid, you think I'm joking with you, huh? Li Dajuan raised his left hand, aiming at the nearby dining table. Whoosh! Suddenly, the air trembled, and a basketball-sized sphere of energy erupted from his palm, smashing the dining table into splinters with a loud bang. See that? If you don't hand over the stuff, you'll end up like that. 120. Li Dajun halted mid-sentence. What did you say? Shen Fei locked eyes with him, stating, that table costs 120, plus that door, totaling 200. Li Dajun fell silent for a few seconds, glancing back at his companions. Is it him who's insane? Or am I the one in the wrong? Of course it's this brat who doesn't understand human language. Lu Peng chimed in, stepping up to Shen Fei, raising his right hand, which instantly ignited in flames. Kid, we don't want to waste time with you. You've got two choices. Either hand it over yourself, or we'll kill you and grab it ourselves. What's it going to be? Shen Fei met his gaze for 2 seconds. I choose for you to compensate me 200 before I hand over the goods. The moment he said that, the three men froze, and Lu Peng's fierce expression turned bewildered. Liga, this kid seems pretty cooperative. How about we just pay him 200 to see what happens? Sun Long nudged Li Dajun, quietly suggesting. Chapter 2. My head is not made of dough, Chow. Do you have any sense of professional ethics? We are here to steal, not to incur losses. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Who knows what his skills are? What if it's too troublesome? If others come, we won't be able to escape. Upon hearing this, Li Dajun appeared to find it quite reasonable. He pulled out his wallet, extracting the only 2 large bills within. Here is the money. Where is the item? Shen Fei rubbed his fingers across the bill, confirming its authenticity, that he tossed the resilient knife over. Take it. The knife, whose value had plummeted, was not priced by him. Instead, he hoped this person would swiftly take the knife and leave, diverting the attention from himself. However, after receiving the knife, Li Dajun's expression swiftly transformed from surprise to fury. He hurled the resilient knife at Shen Fei. Had it not been for Lu Peng's quick reflexes, he might have been stabbed by his own brother. Are you trying to fool me? How could this piece of junk possibly come from the brilliant meteor? The reason the brilliant meteor inspired such frenzied competition was that it had never yielded anything below S rank. A D-rank resilient knife could not possibly originate from the brilliant meteor. Shen Fei raised his hand to grasp the knife's handle, effortlessly performing a flourish. Believe it or not, this truly is something from the brilliant meteor. Damn! Are you taking me for a fool? You con me out of 200 bucks and expect to pass this off? Hold him down. I'll break one of his hands first and see what he says. Infuriated and humiliated, Li Dajun waved his hand, and Lu Peng and Sun Long immediately approached Shen Fei, their fists clenched. Kid, don't resist. Otherwise, you'll be missing an arm or a leg. Seeing Shen Fei's innocuous face, they dismissed him as a threat. But in the next moment, this seemingly honest child erupted with unexpected ferocity. Shen Fei wielded the knife, launching a counterattack that drastically reduced his blue health bar by 10%. With the counterattack, his attack speed surged, and at the knife's tip, a blade of energy, identical in hue to the resilient knife, extended outward, increasing his attack range by half a meter. Lu Peng and Sun Long were caught off guard by Shen Fei's sudden aggression and suffered the consequences. Swish, swish. They evaded the knife, but could not escape the blade of energy, which tore through their chests, causing blood to gush forth. What the hell? Sun Long cursed loudly, hurriedly pressing his hand against his chest. Green light shimmering as he managed to staunch the bleeding within moments. Help me! Lu Peng cried out for assistance, and only after Sun Long had helped him stop the bleeding did he breathe a sigh of relief. Anger surged within him. You're seeking death, kid. With a roar, Lu Peng enveloped his palm in flames and, with a swift motion, hurled a fireball the size of a basin directly at Shen Fei. Boom! Shen Fei dodged just in time, the fireball colliding with the bed behind him, exploding instantly and igniting the bedding. I bought that bed for 280. Shen Fei was incensed, especially upon seeing the flames spreading. You're going too far. Do you think my head is made of dough? With a fierce shout, Shen Fei retrieved a homemade weapon from his backpack. Given the chaos with his skills, it was only prudent to prepare some defenses. Right? He hurled a fist-sized spherical object at Li Dajun, who casually struck it away, shattering in the next instant. A cloud of red powder dispersed throughout the room. Cough! What the hell, this is chili powder. Li Dajun's bravado immediately crumbled. And like Lu Peng and Sun Long, Tears streamed down his face as he coughed uncontrollably. Yet this was not the end. Donning swimming goggles and a mask, Shen Fei unleashed several packets of pepper and quicklime, filling the room with a hazy cloud. While Li Dajuan and the others were weeping, he lunged forward. Counterattack! Damn! Through the haze, Li Dajuan spotted Shen Fei's movement and quickly raised his hand. Energy shield. The air suddenly solidified into a transparent barrier, blocking Shen Fei's counterattack. That Li Dajuan then unleashed another projectile. With all his might, the projectile was the size of a door, and in the cramped space of the room, Shen Fei had no way to evade it. Just then, Sun Long stepped forward. He produced a dart from his pocket, coating it with a layer of green light using a poisoning skill, then swiftly threw it at Shen Fei. Perfect timing. Shen Fei's eyes lit up as he focused on the dart's trajectory, initiating a parry that in his field of vision. A slender rectangular shape appeared beneath the dart, with a grayish-white center and a yellow light racing from left to right. When it reached the gray-white area, Shen Fei slashed his knife. Clang. The dart was deflected, the parry successful. Simultaneously, the projectile collided violently with Shen Fei. Boom! The floor fractured, nearby chairs flew, and the powerful air current even extinguished some of the flames. However, Shen Fei stood unharmed, aside from his clothes being shredded, his body devoid of any marks. What just happened? Li Dajuan's expression froze. Not only him, but Lu Peng and Sun Long also wore incredulous looks. That was a D skill. How could it not even graze a hair on him? Shen Fei secretly sighed with relief. The 0.5 seconds of invincibility was impressive. Whoosh, he twirled his knife. Its tip directed at the astonished trio of Li Dajuan, exuding an aura of superiority. This is no longer merely about $200. Chapter 3. Terrifyingly great Shen Fei stood proudly with his knife, causing Li Dajuan and his companions to remain silent. Their previous bravado evaporated. The earlier scene had genuinely frightened them. Absolute defense, invincibility, or something else? Wait, could it be that the items from the brilliant meteor are skill crystals, which this kid has already utilized? The more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Just then, the roar of engines erupted outside, followed by the screeching of brakes and the heavy sound of car doors slamming shut. Li Dajuan turned to look outside, witnessing a chaotic array of a dozen vehicles parked haphazardly on the road. Upon stepping outside, he was utterly dumbfounded that an uncountable number of cars formed a long line stretching into the distance. And overhead, several helicopters hovered, creating an imposing spectacle. Brother, this is serious. We should leave. Lu Peng gulped nervously. Sun Long also lost his appetite for thievery. Let us go, brother. We can't compete with so many people. Even that kid inside could probably overpower us. As he spoke, he cast a wary glance at Shen Fei, who emerged from the building. Li Dajuan clenched his teeth, remaining silent for a moment, but ultimately decided against a confrontation, that if those were indeed skill crystals, there was no way to snatch them after being used. Let us go, Li Dajuan barked, ushering his two companions into the pickup truck parked by the roadside. Just as he started the vehicle and sped off, Shen Fei's voice rang out, nearly causing him to veer off the road. Stop! Give me back my things! His voice was hoarse and filled with despair, sounding as if he had been robbed. The imposing crowd, initially advancing aggressively, halted abruptly, their eyes casting unfriendly glances at the pickup truck that was about to make a hasty exit. An instinctive thought crossed their minds. That car's occupants stole something. Quick, pursue them! The crowd surged forward, and within moments, dozens of vehicles were in hot pursuit of the pickup. Damn! That kid tricked us? Li Dajuan slammed his hands on the steering wheel in frustration. Lu Peng anxiously glanced back. Brother, maybe we should stop and explain. Yes, we can just clarify things. Sun Long chimed in. However, before his words could settle, a fireball, as thick as a barrel, whizzed past the pickup, followed by a deafening explosion, igniting a firestorm that engulfed an area of several dozen meters in front. The three men inside the vehicle shook in terror. What the hell are we going to explain? Do you think they'll give us the chance? Li Dajuan slammed on the gas, the pickup bolting away. To those chasing behind, this only confirmed their suspicions of guilt. Boss, The items were taken by someone in a gray pickup with license plate A14192. Speed up, we must catch up. Tell the brothers to take a detour and block them ahead. Quickly, the throng of vehicles, resembling a startled flock of sheep, rushed forward. Although they had no idea what was happening, seeing their companions flee, they followed suit, not wanting to be left behind. In mere moments, Li Dajuan's vehicle became the target of pursuit, successfully leading a multitude of cars astray. I'm really clever. Shen Fei sighed in relief at the sight of the chaos. Thank goodness I spoke up. Otherwise, all these people would have come after me. However, I can't linger here. I must leave before they react. Shen Fei dashed into the increasingly fierce flames of the low-rent apartment, salvaging his life savings that a shoebox contained his entire fortune of $2,300. Shen Fei, are you all right? Just as Shen Fei rushed out of the burning building, a familiar voice called out that a girl clad in sportswear approached him with a worried expression, followed closely by four suited thugs, who were carrying pink lunchboxes? Class monitor. What are you doing here? Shen Fei was taken aback. Zhao Jiesin, the youthful and vibrant class monitor, renowned for her beauty and reportedly well-off family background, rushed towards him, concern etched on her face. Such a naive yet affluent beauty naturally becomes the object of many secret admirations. Yet she is not among those who harbor feelings for Shen Fei, ever since she learned of the calamity that befell Shen Fei's family. Resulting in the tragic loss of all his relatives, her compassion surged forth. She frequently inquired after his well-being, under the guise of a classmate's concern. Even if Shen Fei had any feelings initially, they had dissipated. After all, who could endure the irony of considering someone a secret crush only for them to wish to assume the role of a maternal figure? I prepared some food at home, and there's quite a bit left over that I thought I might bring some to you, Zhao Jiesin remarked, her gaze falling upon the charred remains of the low-rent apartment. Your home. How did it catch fire? It was ignited by a fireball, Shen Fei replied nonchalantly. Who did this? Zhao Jiesin's small face immediately expressed indignation. How could anyone be so cruel as to set fire to someone who has already suffered so greatly? As the class monitor, she could not simply turn a blind eye to such injustice. I don't know, Shen Fei shrugged, but it doesn't really matter. The landlord has insurance and would rather have the house burned down. I haven't incurred any losses, just need to find another place to rent. His reaction only deepened Zhao Jiesin's sympathy. This was clearly someone finding joy amidst their suffering. Poor Shen Fei. I must assist him. Resolutely, she declared. Shen Fei, my family has several properties. I can rent one to you. Shen Fei was momentarily taken aback that he had no doubts about the existence of her family's properties, but he questioned the nature of those houses. Never mind. I can't afford it. What do you mean you can't afford it? We are classmates after all. I'll give you a discount ITS just for a year anyway, and once you get into university, you can move into the dorms. As she spoke, Zhao Jiesin bent down to pick up Shen Fei's backpack and suitcase, asserting that the suited thugs lurking nearby shouldn't be allowed to assist a lady. Come on. I'll take you to see it. Observing Zhao Jiesin's enthusiasm, Shen Fei couldn't help but ask, class monitor, you must have noticed the falling treasure chest on your way here, right? Aren't you curious? Given the timing of her arrival, she certainly should have felt the ripple from the meteorite's descent, which he believed landed nearby. Zhao Jiesin shrugged indifferently. Why should I care? If I want something of S-grade quality, I can simply buy it at an auction. Wow, Shen Fei thought to himself, convinced that Zhao Jiesin must possess a fourth skill, and it was undoubtedly of SSS level. Superpowers. As they climbed into a stretched Mercedes, two suited thugs attempted to create a dilemma for him, but were swiftly dismissed by Zhao Jiesin. He's my classmate. Why the hostility? Then, turning to the co-driver, Wu Changhai, she inquired, Uncle Wu, do we have any vacant houses closer to the school? I want to rent one to my classmate. Wu Changhai glanced in the rearview mirror. It seems there are no available houses. Then let us buy one quickly, she urged. Shen Fei was utterly astonished. Was this extravagance truly necessary? What astonished him further was that Wu Changhai actually complied. The method of purchasing was beyond anything he had ever heard. They drove directly to a nearby residential complex, where Wu Changhai stood in front of the community bulletin board, calling each number listed for the available properties. You want to buy a house? 1 million? I'll add 400,000. and we can move in immediately. Payment on the spot. We'll handle the paperwork later. In the face of such wealth, the homeowner displayed an unprecedented efficiency. And with the assistance of the suited thugs, they swiftly gathered 140,000 and headed straight for a hotel. Shen Fei, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Zhao Jiasin inquired with a bright smile in the somewhat musty living room. Hands clasped behind her back. Shen Fei nodded. I'm satisfied, but the rent. Just pay whatever you think is fair. Deposit it directly into the class fund. Wow, the wealthy truly are terrifying. Chapter 4. Are you Shen Fei? Don't forget to eat. See you tomorrow. Zhao Jiasin left behind 4 pink lunch boxes as she departed. Shen Fei gazed at his new 2-bedroom apartment, nearly 90 square meters, momentarily lost in thought that in just a few short hours since school ended, his life trajectory had undergone a profound transformation. The days of quiet contentment were over. With thoughts of his newly acquired skills, Shen Fei felt a surge of ambition. Rising above mediocrity was no longer a dream. Your skill, invincible body block, appreciates your positive attitude and is quite pleased. Today's usage cost is halved. Your skill, counter/, perceives your current thoughts as dangerous and has rendered itself unusable for today to help you regain composure. Your skill, healing breath, is yawning. It finds today rather dull. Shen Fei, he suddenly awoke to reality. The battle was far from won. He could not afford to be complacent. Breaking news! Yesterday's phenomenon of falling treasure chests has caused widespread chaos in Yuankai City, resulting in at least 160 casualties and damage to 263 buildings. The Yuankai City Guard has been deployed to restore order. An investigation revealed that the contents of yesterday's treasure chest included 1 D-grade skill replacement crystal, 3 C-grade equipment pieces, and 2 types of C-grade materials. However, details about what lay within the brilliant meteor remain uncertain. The morning news featured a young woman clad in a gray suit speaking softly. It seemed no one had yet connected themselves to the radiant meteor. Shen Fei munched on a tofu bun from a vendor at the community entrance, glancing at the television left by the former homeowner. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Enjoying the benefits while remaining unrecognized was indeed most gratifying. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Shen Fei hastily finished half of his bun. Chewing as he opened the door, 3 individuals stood before him, clad in blue and white uniforms. Shen Fei's mouth froze mid-bite, and he was thrown into disarray. The Security Bureau. The lead officer displayed his credentials and inquired, Are you Shen Fei? Shen Fei nodded. Hello. I am Gao Ji, an officer from the Yuankai City Security Bureau, that we need to ask you some questions regarding yesterday's riot. Did I ask this a convenient time? Could I possibly say it's inconvenient? Shen Fei responded affirmatively and stepped aside to allow the 3 officers to enter and take a seat. Shen Fei, I want to waste time with pleasantries that we have already reviewed your information. Please answer the following questions seriously. One of the officers opened a laptop and began to record. Did you acquire the brilliant meteor that fell yesterday? Shen Fei's expression turned serious. After a brief silence, he slowly nodded. Given that they had come to his door, there was no point in hiding anything. What was inside? A knife. Could we take a look? Shen Fei gestured toward the coffee table. It's right there. Gao Ji reached out and indeed found it. However, after inspecting it, his expression shifted to one of confusion. Are you certain this is what was inside the brilliant meteor? Shen Fei nodded earnestly. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, I'm willing to take a lie detector test or any similar verification. That won't be necessary. Gao Ji set the knife down and, sensing he had been too stern, shifted to a more amiable demeanor. Don't be anxious. Regardless of what was in the meteor, it's yours now that we just need to register it to mitigate any potential hazards. Shen Fei raised an eyebrow. Hazards? Yes. There have been instances in the past where individuals obtained SSS-grade equipment from meteors, only to have the equipment seize their minds and commit mass slaughter. Since then, we have begun registering recipients of falling treasure chests. Shen Fei understood. So, does this mean my registration is complete? Please hold on a moment. Gao Ji nodded to his colleague, who pointed at his temple that a beam of azure light radiated from him, sweeping across the entire room. No anomalies or excessive energy signatures detected. Gaoji slightly nodded and addressed Shen Fei. Now it's officially complete. You may return to your studies. Focus on your education. After seeing them off, Shen Fei leaned against the door and let out a long sigh of relief. What a close call. However, it seems that being certified by the Security Bureau should alleviate many potential troubles. Downstairs, in a van, Gaoji sat in the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette. Gao, do you really think that kid is harmless? How could a D-grade knife possibly emerge from the brilliant meteor? He is certainly hiding something. Should we keep an eye on him? Gaoji flicked the ash from his cigarette and started the engine. He is just a student. What could he possibly do? Let us just record this. Fair enough. By the way, Gao, I heard the department is reallocating a batch of elite officers for patrols that you know why. I've heard they detected fluctuations from the rifts that we should be cautious. At the mention of rifts, the other two officers exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Many monsters have appeared in human cities through those rifts. Good morning, Shen Fei. How are you settling into your new home? Upon entering the classroom, Shen Fei was greeted by Zhao Jessen's cheerful voice. Even in the somewhat drab school uniform, her beauty shone through. Instantaneously, a multitude of piercing glares were directed at Shen Fei, as if to say that anyone who dared to approach the goddess was the enemy of all male classmates. While others might have felt intimidated, Shen Fei remained unfazed. One becomes accustomed to such scrutiny. Very well, the homeowner has left all the furniture behind. Nothing is missing. Thank you, class monitor. Zhao Jessen's eyes instantly curved into crescent moons, her heart swelling with delight. She has been thanked. By the way, this is my rent for the month. Consider it part of the overtime pay. Shen Fei produced 1,500 yuan, recalling that the rental information posted in the community bulletin indicated that rents typically range from 1,200 to 1,500. Zhao Jessen paused for a moment, tilting her head in contemplation before accepting the rent. All right, I'll take it, but let us consider this your rent for the entire year. Huh? What do you mean, huh? ISNT attending university free. Save as much as you can. Shen Fei opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. Why does my heart feel so warm? Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang, and Zhao Jessen rushed over to Shen Fei, whispering, Don't tell anyone, okay? With that, she nonchalantly returned to her seat. The feeling of being the good person is truly wonderful. Shen Fei returned to his desk, pondering if he was living off someone else's kindness. Just as he was deep in thought, Zheng Mao, sitting in front, suddenly turned around, glaring as he slammed his muscular arm onto Shen Fei's desk. Hey Shen Fei, didn't I tell you to keep your distance from Zhao Jessen? Do you think my words are mere nonsense? Shen Fei's expression turned peculiar, the familiar turbulence of adolescence. He then raised his hand to fan in front of his nose. What is that awful smell? Chapter 5. Your skill is angry. Zheng Mao was momentarily stunned, finally grasping the meaning of Shen Fei's words. Are you looking for trouble? Bang, he slammed his hand on Shen Fei's desk, his face twisted with fury as he shouted. Do you really think I'm joking? Shen Fei spread his hands in response. But those were your own words. You, Zheng Mao, what are you doing? Sit down, class is starting. Zhao Dushing entered the classroom with his hands behind his back, casting a swift glance that immediately locked onto Zheng Mao. With the teacher's words, Zheng Mao had no choice but to sulkily sit down, his anger intensifying as he caught the curious glances of his classmates, but he quickly scribbled a note. Don't leave at noon. Wait for me in the alley. Shen Fei nearly burst out laughing at a written challenge. How nostalgic. After a moment's thought, he scrawled 2 characters and sent it back. Zheng Mao opened it to find his expression darken like a pot's bottom. Read. For classes later. It was already 11:30 that the moment the teacher left the classroom, Zheng Mao shot up, glaring at Shen Fei. Read, huh? Let us go to the alley and talk. Several classmates who usually hung out with him also gathered around, blocking Shen Fei's path. The other students, witnessing the impending showdown, did not intervene, but rather watched with keen interest. Sparring battles are quite commonplace in a world where everyone possesses skills. Some schools even encourage such practices. I remember Zheng Mao has a D-grade skill and 2 E-grade skills. Right? Yes, D-grade defensive skill Rock Skin and E-grade skills Giant Strength and Sand Splash, ranking 9th in combat training. What about Shen Fei? He has skills like block, counterattack, and a regeneration skill, but he can't compare to Zheng Mao. His combat training score is rather disappointing. So he is going to get beaten up? After assessing the disparity between the two, the classmates reached a nearly unanimous conclusion. Next year on this day would mark Shen Fei's social demise. Zheng Mao, what are you planning to do? Zhao Jiesin furrowed her brow and stepped forward. I just want to spar with him. The exam is coming up, and practicing never hurts. Zheng Mao hurriedly explained. Resembling a clumsy bear trying to justify himself to a little rabbit, Zhao Jiesin huffed, about to speak, but was interrupted by Shen Fei. Yes, the mock exam is approaching. Sparring a bit 1T hurt. Zhao Jiesin's eyes widened in astonishment. You can't be serious. Spar with Zheng Mao? Of course. I'm not joking. Shen Fei chuckled, tilting his head toward the door. Let us go. We can even grab lunch afterward. Let us go. Zheng Mao led the charge, a throng of classmates trailing behind him. Heading straight for the alley. The alley behind the third high school was a legendary sight, a maze of narrow passages that accommodated the untamed youth of its students, where one-on-one duels or full-blown brawls were a daily occurrence. Skills could be unleashed freely here, as it was a no-man's land, with residents long since relocated in preparation for the construction of a combat training center that in this place. One could fight without fear of punishment. In fact, the demolition crew would express gratitude. When the students of Class 6 arrived at their destination, a crowd had already gathered, watching two individuals duel. It's from Class 1. Shen Fei climbed onto the remnants of a collapsed roof and observed the open space among the crowd, where two prominent figures were engaged in a duel. Wang Yin, ranked 6th in combat training, and Lu Kuan, ranked 7th. Shen Fei watched with great interest, noting that neither seemed in a hurry to use their skills. Instead, they engaged in close-quarters combat. Bang! Wang Yin delivered a downward kick, shattering the thin stone slab beneath him. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Kuan picked up a thick wooden stick and struck Wang Yan's arm with all his might. Crack! The stick splintered. The force and speed of their blows were astonishing, yet the onlookers were unfazed. The blue bar representing energy in their skill bars could not only be used to unleash skills, but could also enhance their physical attributes, granting them superhuman capabilities. However, mastering this technique was somewhat challenging, as its effectiveness varied from person to person and gradually consumed energy. That it was no surprise that the top-ranking students like Wang Yin and Lu Kuan possessed such energy manipulation skills. Even Zheng Mao had some knowledge of it. Wait, why did I say even? Just as Shen Fei was lost in thought, Wang Yin suddenly exploded into action. As Lu Kuan's heavy fist swung towards him, he swiftly raised his arm, clenched his fist tightly, and then forcefully yanked it downward. Chapter 6. The invincible array of sun, moon, stars, and earth. This punch did not land on Shen Fei. He had sidestepped just in time, and the sound was that of him executing a shoulder throw. Tossing Lu Kuan aside, Shen Fei paid no heed to the exclamation, aiming to strike back at someone else. But at that moment, his attack was abruptly halted. Shen Fei, wait. That voice was so familiar that it was Zhao Jiesin. All eyes turned towards him, and behind her trailed two elder figures from the school. Upon seeing the school elders, the crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only Shen Fei standing alone. Shen Fei relaxed his muscles, looking at Zhao Jiesin and asking, "What is the matter?" "Shen Fei, don't you know this is school? Fighting here is completely unacceptable," the elder admonished in a stern tone. However, Shen Fei shrugged off the admonition, responding, "If you wanted to punish me, you would have said so earlier." The elder, hearing Shen Fei's almost rogue-like words, merely shrugged, his expression indicating, "I am indeed an elder of the school. Mustn't I retain some dignity?" Zhao Jiesin approached Shen Fei, flashing a wide smile. "Why did you accept their challenge without permission? Don't you know it's dangerous?" "Dangerous? What else?" With that slightly shy yet reproachful tone. Even Shen Fei found it strange, but what could he do? He was shameless. Nevertheless, he looked at Zhao Jiesin and retorted, "Why do you care? Or are you implying that you think of me as a husband?" Zhao Jiesin blurted out, her face instantly flushing. That term had merely flickered through his mind. Who knew he would actually say it out loud? Hearing Zhao Jiesin's unexpected address, Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh, stepping forward to embrace her tightly. The nearby elders, though they had consumed nothing, suddenly felt a peculiar sense of fullness. Quite odd, Indeed, in other words, they had been fed a generous dose of dog food. After exchanging glances, they realized their presence was superfluous and promptly departed. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning the Great Demon Heritage 1, obtaining an Emperor Ascension Pill, which allows breaking through any level of the Emperor realm, and acquiring a Disciple Talent Development Device 1. Reward: the invincible array of Sun, Moon, Stars, and Earth 1. Upon witnessing the perfect rewards, Shen Fei was overjoyed. However, he still felt the urge to complain. What kind of name is the invincible array of Sun, Moon, Stars, and Earth? Isn't that a bit too long? Does a longer name really equate to greater power? Just as the array of the heavenly demon sect had been dismantled, he planned to set this array in place. Contemplating this, he examined the details of the array. Invincible array of Sun, Moon, Stars, and Earth. Does not require the absorption of Spirit Stone resources. It can be powered by the energy of the Sun, Moon, and Stars, capable of withstanding attacks at the Emperor level. The power of the array increases with the skill of its controller. With such a straightforward description, Shen Fei understood its true might. Indeed, products from the system are guaranteed to be top-notch. My dear wife, our heavenly demon great formation has been compromised. Allow me to establish a more formidable array. With that, Shen Fei promptly retrieved all the items he had amassed from the system's storage space. I haven't had the chance to organize these yet, so I would appreciate it if the Elder could lead everyone to sort through them later. These are our spoils of war, acquired from the other sections. Observing the towering heaps of resources Shen Fei had brought forth, the crowd had become somewhat desensitized at that moment. They finally understood why Shen Fei had been away for so long. It turned out he had plundered the 6 major sects entirely. No wonder the situation was as it was. Master, this is truly unbelievable. You have completely emptied their sects. Even the second elder was taken aback, his face a mask of shock that in comparison, the losses suffered by their own sect seemed trivial. Not to mention, the sheer volume of spirit stones alone constituted a colossal fortune. And there were also various martial arts techniques, elixirs, and an array of treasured artifacts. After all, he had indeed emptied the treasure vaults of 6 major sects. Such power was astonishing. Wait a moment. Let's handle these items first. Our scripture repository needs to be expanded to accommodate them, that I shall set up a formation, which will require a considerable amount of spirit stones. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, everyone's gaze turned towards him. The notion of setting up a formation seemed so simple when spoken by their master. Master, can you really set up formations? The Grand Elder stepped forward to inquire. As he had always been knowledgeable about such matters and was typically the one to maintain the heavenly demon sect's protective formations. A formation, isn't it simply a matter of having hands? Watch closely. With that, Shen Fei ascended into the sky above the heavenly demon sect. Sun, Moon, Stars, and the great invincible formation. Activate. As his words fell, more than half of the amassed spirit stones soared towards Shen Fei. Approximately half of the total to AT that moment. The entire sky above the heavenly demon sect appeared as if it had transformed into a mirror crafted from spirit stones that in the next instant. The spirit stones began to move at high speed, rotating in various directions. From all around, spiritual energy converged towards this location, while the sunlight seemed to manifest as tangible particles, continuously gathering here, gradually merging with the spirit stones to provide energy for the formation. The massive array enveloped the entire heavenly demon sect, and everyone could sense that this formation was significantly stronger than the previous mountain-protecting array. All right, the formation is complete. This array does not require the consumption of spirit stone energy. It can harness the power of the sun, moon, and stars to sustain itself, and it can withstand attacks from Emperor-level experts. Master, is what you say true? Does it defend against all Emperor-level attacks, or merely those of lower-tier Emperors? Rest assured, it can withstand the onslaught of all Emperors. Of course, if 100 or so were to attack simultaneously, it might be breached in about half a month. After Shen Fei spoke, silence descended upon the scene, punctuated only by the sound of breath being drawn in. They could hardly fathom that a formation so casually set up by their master could possess such power. Ha ha! If you don't believe it, feel free to test it. At this moment, Zhao Jiesin stepped forward and struck a portion of the formation with a heavenly demon palm. A tremendous sound reverberated, causing many to cover their ears. However, the formation established by Shen Fei showed no signs of disturbance whatsoever. This was a strike from an 8-star emperor, yet the array remained utterly unchanged. The only noticeable difference was that the solar particles in that area appeared to have increased slightly. It didn't even require the consumption of spirit stones. This was undeniably formidable. With this formation in place, the emperors would no longer be able to trouble the heavenly demon sect, providing the disciples with perfect protection. Master, you are incredible. Master is invincible. Master is eternally divine. Finally, everyone united in their exclamations. Master, you are amazing. All right, everyone must be weary after today. Let us tidy up and rest. We shall discuss the matters further tomorrow. Shen Fei clapped his hands and addressed them. And in the next moment, he vanished from sight, taking Zhao Jiesin with him. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Jiesin found herself back in her room. However, it was still daytime, and there were numerous affairs within the heavenly demon sect that required her attention. What are you doing? It is still daytime. It's not time to rest, and I need to deal with matters in the heavenly demon Great Hall. My dear, you need not concern yourself with that. I've already spoken with the Grand Elder and the others. Now, please accompany me to sleep, all right? Shen Fei embraced Zhao Jiesin, preventing her from leaving. Darling, I'm so tired these past few days. Just let me hold you while we sleep. I promise I won't be mischievous. Hearing Shen Fei's words, Zhao Jiesin's heart softened. Very well, I can stay with you to sleep, but you've worked hard, husband. With that, Zhao Jiesin placed a kiss on his forehead. However, at that moment, Shen Fei was far from satisfied with such a fleeting kiss. He knew that an active child receives more sweets, and thus, it was time for Shen Fei to take the lead. Gently prying open Zhao Jiesin's delicate lips, they soon found themselves lost in the sweetness of the moment. Eventually, it was Zhao Jiesin who, feeling a bit overwhelmed, gently pushed Shen Fei away. As their lips parted, a silvery thread was visibly stretched between them. Zhao Jiesin's cheeks and ears flushed crimson. Shen Fei truly knew how to tease. Yet, she found herself not opposed to such sensations. You're so tired. Hurry and rest, or else I want to accompany you. Upon hearing Zhao Jiesin's words, Shen Fei scooped her up and carried her back to bed. Initially reluctant to sleep, Zhao Jiesin felt an unusual sense of comfort in Shen Fei's embrace. They say that a brief separation can enhance the joy of reunion. Before she knew it, Zhao Jiesin had drifted off to sleep. While Shen Fei could indulgently sleep with his wife, the other elders had their hands full. Boss, what are we to do with all this? There is simply too much stuff. Our treasure vault likely won't accommodate it all. No witties. If it's insufficient, we'll expand it. The master has stated that we must construct it larger, for there will be plenty more spoils to come. Listening to his brothers discuss, the third elder, a pharmacist, stood aside and chuckled that he typically wasn't involved in such matters, so he found himself quite free. Damn, how could I have forgotten about this? Fourth brother, I've long been displeased with third brother's demeanor. And here he is laughing. Let us bring out the items and give him something to keep busy with. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the fourth elder finally realized that the resources from other sects' medicinal fields were in their possession. With so much to handle, they had nearly forgotten about such matters. The third elder, sensing the ill intentions as the two approached him, felt a twinge of fear. Were they going to force him into labor? No, he would never agree to that. He was only responsible for managing the sect's alchemical affairs. Why should he be tasked with cleaning up? Absolutely not. He would rather starve or leap from here than comply. Humph. Third brother, we have some tasks for you to assist us with. What say you? No, thank you. I must check on our alchemical disciples' training. I can't help here. And I'm not of much assistance anyway. Ha. Good luck to you all. I believe you will come around to help. At that moment, the second elder also approached, eager to see what was unfolding. There is no need. You all can handle these matters. I must return to my alchemy work and shan't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Just as the third elder attempted to slip away, he cast a glance at the Grand Elder, and in an instant, his gaze was arrested. The Grand Elder was holding a precious herb. and as someone well-versed in this field, the third elder could readily identify the rare herb in the Grand Elder's hand. A celestial tier herb, Crimson Blood King. Elder brother, how did you come to possess such a precious elixir? It was a bounty we brought back when the master led us to plunder the other sections. But it's none of your concern. Weren't you going to practice alchemy? Aren't you supposed to be with your disciples? Hurry along now. Don't dawdle here, that we must return to work. With that, the Grand Elder and the other two elders departed, leaving the third elder in a state of utter bewilderment. Do not fret, my esteemed leader. I remain ever eager to serve, that as you are aware. In our recent efforts to fend off those rival sects, we have predominantly utilized our medicinal herbs for the concoction of healing elixirs. Consequently, our herb fields are now severely depleted. Pray, do consider entrusting these herbs to me, the fourth elder said, stifling a laugh as he turned to the third elder. Old three, did I not just hear that you would rather perish than partake in a meal, or even leap from this place, than offer us your assistance? You must have misheard. I have never uttered such sentiments. I have always wished to help you all. Seeing your arduous toil, how could I, as one of the elders, remain indifferent? Rest assured, I shall contribute my share, the third elder replied, his eyes gleaming with determination as he gazed at the first elder and the others. We can certainly provide you with what you seek. But first, you must assist us in organizing the items here, the first elder stated. Upon hearing this, the third elder felt disheartened. He was not accustomed to managing such matters. How could he be of any help? A random disciple would likely prove more useful. Nevertheless, for the sake of the herb fields and the precious medicinal plants, I, the third elder of the Celestial Demon Sect, shall endure. Chapter 8. The Celestial Sound Sect. Demon Suppression Tower. Observing the third elder's demeanor, the others could not help but chuckle. Given their pressing tasks, they did not linger to tease him further. Enough! You have no experience with these matters. Let us handle it. You should return to your herb fields post-haste. I am confident that these medicinal herbs will surely replenish your fields. So go forth and enlist some disciples to expand your cultivation efforts, the first elder advised. Hearing his elder brother's words, the third elder's spirits lifted. Ha! Since my elder brother has spoken thus, I shall graciously comply. The first elder, alongside the fourth elder, proceeded to lay out all the gathered medicinal herbs. In an instant, the ground was strewn with heaps of various herbs, treasures acquired after their raid on rival sects alongside Shen Fei. The sight of such a bountiful collection of herbs thrilled the third elder. He could scarcely recall the last time he had encountered such an abundance. With these resources, he believed that their alchemical endeavors would soon return to their former glory. Grabbing the herbs from the first and fourth elders, the third elder hurried back to his herb fields, calling upon his disciples to commence their work. The following day, upon awakening, he discovered that Zhao Jiasin had already departed. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already morning. Disciple Training Device. You may select disciples to enter and learn within, allowing them to elevate to the rank of emperor within a month, devoid of any adverse effects. It is the simplest method of cultivating disciples. With the Disciple Training Device, you shall become the most formidable demon path ancestor. Current available uses, 10. Upon seeing the details of the Disciple Training Device he had acquired, Shen Fei was elated. It was nothing short of a genius incubator. However, the limited quota was a concern. With only 10 available, necessitating future means to obtain more in the blink of an eye. Shen Fei arrived at the Celestial Demon Training Tower, eager to identify the first group of disciples to enter and assess the results. At the forefront were the two leaders, Mu Bai and Ruo Lin. After sensing their presence, Shen Fei selected 10 disciples and brought them to the topmost level. Do you understand why I have summoned you? He inquired. The group shook their heads, still engrossed in their training, when Shen Fei called them over, leaving them utterly perplexed. Ancestor, do not keep us in suspense. What is the matter? Is there something we need to accomplish? There is indeed a matter at hand. I wish to share a secret with you. I possess a mysterious cultivation method that can elevate you to the rank of emperor within a month. However, this is merely an experiment. Are you willing to partake? At that moment, Mu Bai stepped forward. Ancestor, what an incredible opportunity. We would never shy away from such a chance. Indeed, Ancestor, you underestimate us. Fear not. We are willing to attempt this for the sake of our sect. If we all achieve emperor status, our celestial demon sect shall ascend to become the foremost sect. Ruolin added with a nod, smiling at Shen Fei. I am heartened by your resolve. However, I have but one condition. You must pledge to safeguard the sect and never betray it. Should you stray, I assure you that I possess the means to ensure your regret, he warned. Yes, ancestor. We shall remain ever loyal to the sect, they vowed, eager to take an oath to the way of heaven, only to be halted by Shen Fei. Heaven? Ah, that was their greatest adversary. Among the 10, 5 were male and 5 were female. Thus they were designated as the first group to enter the training device. At that moment, Shen Fei sensed a disturbance within the celestial demon hall, and in an instant he found himself inside. However, he now held a banana in his hand, peeling it as he entered through the main doors. Present was Lu Yi, the chief disciple of the Celestial Sound sect, accompanied by approximately 10 others, many of whom were seeing Shen Fei for the first time. Handsome was an understatement. Their gazes were fixated on him, marveling at how someone could be so striking. Was this truly the demon path ancestor? They even contemplated approaching him for conversation, but upon noticing Zhao Jiasen's fierce glare, they promptly abandoned the idea. Shen Fei approached the main seat leisurely, one arm draping around Zhao Jiasen's slender waist while he munched on his banana. Darling, would you care for a bite? He offered, bringing the banana to her lips. With no choice, she took a small nibble. What is the matter, my dear? Why has a delegation from the Celestial Sound sect arrived? Shen Fei inquired, but before Zhao Jiasen could respond, Lu Yi answered from below. Ancestor, we have come to request the borrowing of a heavenly-grade demon suppression seal from the Celestial Demon sect. The demon suppression seal? I was unaware of such an artifact. What purpose do you intend for it? Within our Celestial Sound sect lies a demon suppression tower buried deep underground, which has been plagued by the emergence of various demons over the years. Our demon suppression seal is highly effective against these creatures, but the demon's strength is formidable that it is said that a great demon, once capable of devastating the world, is imprisoned in the lowest level of the tower, suppressed by the heavens. Though this is merely a rumor, Lu Yi explained. Seeing Shen Fei's bewilderment, Zhao Jiasen took the opportunity to elucidate the origins of the demon suppression tower. For generations, our Celestial Sound sect has safeguarded this tower without issue. However, in recent years, its activity has intensified. Lu Yi confirmed. Originally, the tower's secrets were closely guarded by our sect, but to combat the demons, we must enlist the aid of your demon suppression seal. Thus, our secret has come to light. Very well. We shall lend it to you, as per usual. I will dispatch someone to escort the seal to you. Rest assured, Shen Fei assured her, nodding. Lu Yi returned to her place, sitting quietly. Subsequently, Zhao Jiasen and Shen Fei vanished from sight. My dear, what if I were to visit the Celestial Sound sect? I wish to witness this demon suppression tower and discern the strength of the great demon within. I would prefer you not go. Are you attempting to charm the young maidens of the Celestial Sound sect? I noticed how Lu Yi and the others gazed at you with infatuation. Surely that would bring you some sense of accomplishment. Chapter 9. The illusionary sound, amazed upon hearing Zhao Jiasen's words and observing her expression, which was undeniably adorable. Shen Fei replied, Are you feeling jealous, my love? You are simply too cute when you act this way. Allow me to pinch your cheeks. As he reached for her face, she deftly swatted his hand away before he could make contact. Be serious. I speak only the truth that if you go, you must not flirt. Otherwise, I shall ignore you. Haha. Fear not. My heart belongs solely to you, and no mere mortal can compare to my lovely wife. He cupped her face in his hands and leaned in for a kiss. After a prolonged moment, it was Zhao Jiasen who playfully nipped at Shen Fei's lip before they finally parted. However, if you were able to win over Shen Qingyin, I would be quite pleased. After all, we have always been rivals, and in that case, she would become my sister. That I will allow you this much, but no more. You must learn to be content. Zhao Jiasen secretly yearned to hold Shen Fei tightly in her embrace. Yet she recognized the impracticality of such a desire. Shen Fei was simply too exceptional and formidable, and he would undoubtedly encounter various women in the future if she were to exert too much control. It might provoke Shen Fei's aversion. Thus, it was wiser to offer a touch of sweetness. This was Zhao Jiesen's approach to managing her relationship as a clever woman. Nonetheless, the prospect of keeping Shen Qingyin in check was undeniably intriguing. Wife, I have something for you. With that, Shen Fei produced a pill, the very one he had obtained earlier, promising to enhance one's cultivation upon consumption. Once you take this pill, my dear wife, you should be able to break through to the 9-star Emperor level. By the time I return from Tianyin sect, you will have achieved your breakthrough. Despite the allure of the precious pill, Zhao Jiesen hesitated to accept it. Husband, you should keep it for yourself. I do not require it. It won't be long before I can break through on my own. Ha ha, I have no need for it. Although I am unsure of my current cultivation level, I assure you, the 9-star Emperor would not be my match. You can use it without worry. I do not require any enhancement, ha 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 ha. With Shen Fei's insistence, Zhao Jiesen finally accepted the pill. Very well, then you should accompany Lu Yi and the others. Here, take this. This is the demon suppression seal. It is yours now. As she spoke, a small square seal appeared in Zhao Jiesen's hand. At first glance, it was impossible to discern that it was a heavenly-grade artifact. Rest assured, my wife, I promise to complete the task. Given the chance, I shall seek out the legendary Great Demon. Do exercise caution. Your safety is of utmost importance. I understand. Do not worry. Once you finish your cultivation and emerge, I will have returned. Soon, their figures reappeared within the hall of the heavenly demon. Lu Yi, I have entrusted the demon suppression seal to my husband. Please lead him back to Tianyin sect. Upon hearing Zhao Jiesen's words, Lu Yi was naturally delighted. Having Shen Fei as company made for a splendid sight. In that case, Your Majesty, we shall return to report. Thank you immensely. Zhao Jiesen nodded, signaling that they could depart. Before leaving, Shen Fei embraced Zhao Jiesen tightly once more, then followed Lu Yi and the others out of the heavenly demon sect. Master, I suppose you have yet to witness the scenery of Qingzhou? Ha ha ha. Indeed, I have mostly resided in Yuzhou, I recently resolved some matters, but have not had the opportunity to explore the vast lands of the 9 provinces. I must seize the chance to take my wife on a scenic tour. Hearing Shen Fei's words, Lu Yi wisely kept silent, unable to withstand the sudden onslaught of affection, with over a dozen disciples of Tianyin's sect traveling together. Shen Fei remained in his carriage, engrossed in his phone, avoiding any public appearance. Before long, 3 days had passed, and they arrived at the entrance of Tianyin sect in Qingzhou. Ding ding ding, task activated. Assist Tianyin sect in resolving the demon suppression tower crisis. Rewards will be given based on task completion level. Indeed, such events were accompanied by tasks, a notification that Shen Fei relished. Master, we have arrived at our destination. You may disembark. This is Tianyin sect. Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Shen Fei leisurely stepped down from the carriage. Before him lay a tranquil valley, devoid of structures, resembling a desolate wilderness. Oh, your Tianyin sect is concealed by an illusionary formation, quite impressive. A mere glance revealed the intricacies of the illusion. This formation was undoubtedly sophisticated, without finding the appropriate entrance. One would be led astray. Master possesses keen insight. This is our illusory sound maze, set by our sect leader. Even a powerful figure at the Emperor level may unwittingly become ensnared, unable to find the correct path. As she spoke, admiration gleamed in Lu Yi's eyes. This was her master's masterpiece, and as her disciple, she felt immense pride. Oh, how fascinating. Allow me to give it a try. With that, Shen Fei stepped into the illusion. In truth, it merely required locating the formation's core. Utilizing sound waves to stimulate the core would unravel the illusion. With Shen Fei's prowess, he effortlessly discerned the core's location, that a snap of his fingers dissolved the illusion, revealing the entrance to Tianyin sect. Turning back, he noticed Lu Yi and the others standing in stunned silence, their faces expressing disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that Shen Fei had unraveled the formation in an instant, something even they could not accomplish. The disciples of Tianyin sect could only perform a piece of music to activate the formation's core, allowing them to enter smoothly. Yet, Shen Fei had merely snapped his fingers. Was this the hallmark of a truly gifted individual? However, Lu Yi was the first to regain her composure. Master, this is the location of our Tianyin sect. Please follow us. I will take you to our main hall, where my master awaits your arrival. Lu Yi led the way, with Shen Fei following closely behind. Throughout Tianyin sect, Shen Fei sensed a delicate fragrance wafting through the air, emanating from a unique flower known as moon dusk, its scent enchanting. The scenery of Tianyin sect certainly surpassed that of the heavenly demon sect. Adorned with pavilions and towers, and the faint sounds of disciples practicing music could be heard, creating a serene atmosphere. Even the main hall was constructed from ancient, fragrant wood, situated amidst a picturesque lake. Truly beautiful. Shen Qingyin was already waiting for Shen Fei's arrival. As he pushed open the door, Shen Fei entered alongside Lu Yi. While the other disciples had already departed, their tasks completed, returning to their quarters to rest. Little fish, did you see the Grand Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Is he really as handsome as they say? Indeed. You must have seen him. Do share your thoughts? Upon their return, they were immediately surrounded by a swarm of curious girls, each bombarding them with questions, predominantly inquiring about Shen Fei's looks. Without a doubt, he is exceptionally handsome. I believe he surpasses what those girls described. Words cannot do him justice. Besides, he has come to Tianyin sect with us. It won't be long before you see him for yourselves and know the truth. Upon hearing Little Fish's words, they all began to bounce with excitement. Usually, they practiced here, so receiving a task to venture out was a delightful change. Most importantly, it provided them an opportunity to discuss various topics, that whose son was the most handsome, who was the most flirtatious girl, the neighbor's betrayal, the West's foolish man marrying a beautiful wife. These were all subjects of interest. As the saying goes, gossip is a universal trait, and among the girls of Tianyin sect. It was even more pronounced, in stark contrast to the lively chatter outside. The atmosphere within the main hall of Tianyin sect was significantly quieter. When Shen Fei arrived, only Shen Qingyin was present. The other elders were absent. At that moment, Shen Qingyin furrowed her brow slightly, as if troubled by some unresolved matter. Master, the Grand Master has arrived. The demon suppression seal is in his possession. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. I have matters to discuss with the Grand Master in detail. Following her words, Lu Yi exited the hall, leaving only Shen Qingyin and Shen Fei. Glancing around, Shen Fei noticed a platter of high-quality fruits on the table before Shen Qingyin. He approached, picked up a pear from the platter, and took a bite. It was indeed delicious. Life at Tianyin sect was undeniably much better than at the Heavenly Demon sect. Grandmaster, you truly are quite amusing. Even Zhao Jiasin of the Heavenly Demon sect must sit properly when she visits. At that moment, Shen Fei casually perched himself atop the table before Shen Qingyin, appearing rather impudent. That was my wife's consideration for your feelings. However, I am not so constrained. I am but a rough man with little regard for decorum. Yet, I must admit, your pears are quite delightful. Upon hearing Shen Fei's remarks, Shen Qingyin couldn't help but smile. Our pears are indeed delicious, but as for whether you are a rough man, that remains to be seen. Shall we find out? Shen Qingyin approached Shen Fei slowly, bending down so close that their cheeks nearly brushed against each other. Master, do you truly wish to test this? Please, do not hurt me, she teased. The breath brushing against his ear sent a ticklish sensation through Shen Fei. Yet he instinctively shifted away. What's wrong? Has the master lost confidence in himself? Or perhaps he is unable? My wife has expressly forbidden me from indulging in any flirtations, so I would prefer if you kept your distance. She wouldn't hesitate to give you a proper thrashing. Rest assured, while I may not be able to best your wife, she is equally powerless against me, that I can offer you protection. And besides, look at me. I possess far more allure than your wife, don't you think? Shen Qingyin stepped back a few paces, presenting her enchanting figure before Shen Fei. Indeed, she was quite tempting, and in certain aspects, she far surpassed Zhao Jiasin in allure. Especially with her innocent visage paired with a seductive silhouette, it stirred a dizzying sensation within Shen Fei. Nevertheless, he managed to exercise restraint. After all, he was a married man. Master Shen, you jest. Let us instead discuss the matter of suppressing the demons. We must not linger. He took a bite of the pear in his hand, trying to cool his rising temperature. Ah, dear brother, I shall cease my teasing point one of these days. I might just swoop into your heavenly demon sect and whisk you away. That little Zhao Jessen wouldn't stand a chance against me. Upon hearing her words, Shen Fei blinked, imagining the amusing spectacle unfold in his mind. However, Shen Qingyin was still rather young. With her own elixirs, Zhao Jessen had already attained the rank of a 9-star emperor, while Shen Qingyin remained at 8 stars. A notable disparity indeed. Perhaps, by that time, Zhao Jessen would give her a thorough lesson. This thought brought a smile to Shen Fei's face. Oh, little brother, what is it that brings you such mirth? Are you perhaps considering such an escapade yourself? Shall we elope? I promise to protect you well. Please refrain from calling me little brother. How can you possibly know my stature if you have not experienced it? Would you care to prove it? I am right here, and I will not resist. Never mind, I rather prefer to remain passive. At that moment, Shen Fei's phone buzzed in his storage space. Upon retrieving it, he was astonished. What a coincidence. Zhao Jessen was calling at that very moment. Hello, my dear husband. What are you up to right now? Ahem. I just arrived at the Heavenly Sound sect and was discussing the matter of demon suppression with Master Shen when you called. Ah. Very well, Didi, owe your utmost, and do not grant that woman any favorable treatment, that I shall soon enter seclusion, and once I do, I want to be able to answer your calls. Call me when I emerge. Understood. I will return after resolving this matter. All right, goodbye. With that, Zhao Jessen hung up, preparing for her seclusion. Setting down his phone, Shen Fei noticed Shen Qingyin's gaze fixed intently upon him, although he hadn't activated the speakerphone. Her keen abilities surely allowed her to hear the conversation. What is that device in your hand? Was that voice just now Zhao Jessen's? Yes, this is called a mobile phone. It possesses various functions, including communication, and can be considered a tool for entertainment. You do not possess one? I would love to acquire one. It seems quite enjoyable. May I purchase one from you? Shen Qingyin's hopeful gaze compelled Shen Fei to shake his head. If I had an extra, I would gladly gift you one, but I only possess 2. One with my wife, as you have seen, so I must apologize. How do you know my stature? At that moment, Shen Qingyin found herself a bit envious of Zhao Jessen. Chapter 11. The Masteress looks outshine, all just as Shen Qingyin was about to continue her playful banter with Shen Fei. A messenger entered, delivering urgent news. Upon seeing Shen Fei seated at the desk before Shen Qingyin, the disciple was momentarily taken aback, but chose to act as if she hadn't noticed. However, when her gaze fell upon Shen Fei, she was struck by his handsome features. Truly, the sisters were correct. The master of the heavenly demon sect was extraordinarily handsome, far surpassing the crown prince of the heavenly dragon empire. It is worth mentioning that the heavenly dragon empire governs the region of Qingzhou, where the heavenly sound sect is located and wields considerable power. This individual was exceptionally handsome and had his sights set on the sect's chief disciple, Lu Yi. Thus, he had visited the heavenly sound sect numerous times. Many of the female disciples idolized him, finding him infinitely more appealing than the unsightly individuals they encountered during their missions. Now, with Shen Fei before them, they realized how misguided their previous thoughts had been. What prince? Compared to the Masteress looks, it's as if one is in the heavens while the other is on the ground. Forget it. At this moment, I unilaterally declare that the Master is my idol, my dream lover. Who could have imagined that such a fleeting glance would ignite so many thoughts? Master, our demon suppression tower is experiencing another upheaval. Several elders are struggling to maintain control. Please hurry and assess the situation. I understand. I will attend to it immediately. You may leave now. The female disciple stole another hurried glance at Shen Fei before exiting the grand hall. It seems the master is quite popular within our heavenly sound sect. That it makes sense, given how rare it is to find someone so stunning. What do you say? Would you consider residing here, enjoying the blessings of companionship? Shen Qingyin's alluring voice wafted into Shen Fei's ears. A unique tactic of the heavenly sound sect. Through a gentle tone, they sought to lower one's defenses and, using the influence of melody, coax an unthinking response. However, Shen Fei's current strength was not so easily swayed. Though he was tempted to agree, he knew that Zhao Jiasen might soon arrive with her large sword in hand. Haha, let us pass on that for now. However, Master Shen, it appears you do not seem overly concerned about this demon suppression issue. Isn't the master of the heavenly demon sect here in person? I have faith that today's demon suppression will proceed smoothly, hence no need for anxiety. Very well, allow me to show you our demon suppression tower. With that, he led the way, moving swiftly, while Shen Fei followed leisurely behind, effortlessly keeping pace. For this skill alone, Shen Qingyin regarded him with newfound respect. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where several disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect had already gathered. The demon suppression tower was not particularly tall, its majority extending underground, with only 2 or 3 stories visible above ground. Surrounding it, 5 individuals were seen channeling their energy, presumably the 5 elders of the Heavenly Sound sect, who were attempting to contain the surging demonic aura. In recent years, the emergence of demonic energy had increased significantly, and should the suppressed demon clan be released, the consequences would be dire. After all, the suffering of living beings was a fate no one wished to witness. Upon seeing their master arrive, the disciples' faces lit up with relief, knowing that as long as Shen Qingyin was present, the demon suppression tower would remain secure. Upon noticing Shen Fei following closely behind Shen Qingyin, their discussions shifted. Is that truly the master of the heavenly demon sect? He is unbelievably handsome. Yesterday, I was skeptical of those girls' claims, but now I believe it. The master is indeed striking. I hereby declare that this master is my husband. Weren't you just saying the crown prince was your husband a few days ago? Dreaming of becoming a royal consort? Oh, that was all in the past. Youthful folly led me to mistake a mere gourd for a treasure. And that was my folly, so I shall change my mind at once. The master is so handsome. I adore him. Hearing their chatter, Shen Fei chuckled to himself, realizing that living here might not be so bad after all. Master, it seems your popularity is quite high. Now, it's time to witness your performance. Understood. Rest assured, my wife has taught me well. With that, Shen Fei took a stride into the air, a feat achievable only by those of saint rank or higher. At merely 18 years of age, he had already attained such prowess, demonstrating remarkable strength. Upon seeing Shen Qingyin's arrival, the elders ceased their efforts and stood, bowing respectfully to her. Demon Suppression Seal. In a fleeting moment, the small square seal in Shen Fei's hand manifested a colossal phantom above the demon-suppressing tower, but he could sense that an abundance of radiant energy was coalescing here, exerting a restraining influence on both demonic and monstrous entities. Naturally, employing it to quell the malevolent aura was most fitting. Under Shen Fei's deft manipulation, the immense seal's phantom descended upon the demon-suppressing tower, immediately suppressing the surging demonic energy, which obediently retreated back into the confines of the tower. At this juncture, the members of the Tianyin sect collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. This surge of demonic energy was significantly more potent than previous occurrences, and naturally, they harbored some concerns. However, all was well now, rendering such worries unnecessary. Master, I never anticipated your mastery of the demon-suppressing seal had reached such an extraordinary level. It is truly impressive, remarked Lu Yi, who stood nearby as Shen Fei descended from the air. No, it is not I who suppressed the demonic energy. Rather, it retreated on its own. It has developed its own sentience, and I fear it will become increasingly difficult to contend with. This headache will likely fall upon your sect leader, Shen Fei replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi turned to her master, and indeed, Shen Qingyin's brow was furrowed, as if in deep contemplation. Let us convene a meeting in the Grand Hall, esteemed elders, to deliberate on how to address the demonic energy emanating from the demon-suppressing tower. By the way, Master, your presence is essential. We require your strength, Shen Qingyin stated, her tone devoid of jest, embodying the demeanor befitting a sect leader. Shen Fei nodded in agreement. All disciples, please return to your quarters promptly. Do not linger here. The next surge of demonic energy could be unpredictable. For safety's sake, gather your belongings that if necessary, we may need to seek refuge elsewhere. Shen Qingyin instructed, her words carrying substantial weight, prompting the crowd to disperse. Shen Fei accompanied them to the council hall. Chapter 12. A bold idea, leader. Is the situation truly that dire? Upon settling into the council hall, the elders began to voice their concerns. Indeed, it is. Once the demonic energy possesses sentience, if not managed properly, this place could transform into a demonic domain. Did I ask the leader of the Tianyin sect? I absolutely cannot allow such a calamity to unfold. Leader, it cannot be that severe. Have we not triumphed in previous encounters? Moreover, with the aid of the demon-suppressing seal, our capabilities have only been augmented, one elder interjected. Hearing his own name mentioned, Shen Fei lifted his gaze but remained silent, quietly absorbing their discourse. If it truly comes to that, I will have no choice but to emulate our predecessors and resort to that method. Regardless, I will not permit the Tianyin sect to meet its demise in such a manner. Shen Qingyin declared resolutely. Leader, to undertake such an action you do not say more. I am fully aware of the ramifications. However, as the leader of the Tianyin sect, it is my duty to bear this responsibility, she responded firmly. Shen Fei, bewildered, found himself lost amidst their conversation. I apologize for the interruption, but I'm afraid I cannot comprehend what you're discussing, he stated, eliciting laughter from those present, momentarily alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. Shen Qingyin prepared to explain, but was interrupted by an elder. Leader, he is an outsider. How could we disclose such grave matters to him? He was invited from the Tianma sect. And I trust his character, she replied. Master, it is as follows. Our sect's history records that whenever the demonic energy becomes uncontrollable, the only recourse is to sacrifice the leader's body and soul to the demon-suppressing tower to quell the malevolent energy. Those who accomplish this are hailed as heroes. The burden now rests upon my shoulders, do you understand? Shen Qingyin's words plunged Shen Fei into contemplation, pondering the gravity of the situation. Esteemed elders, if it truly reaches that point, the next leader will be Lu Yi. She is still quite young. I hope you will guide her to become a competent sect leader. The future of the Tianyin sect rests in your hands, she continued. The elders, feeling a heavy weight in their hearts, grappled with the prospect of such dire circumstances. I must ask, is this truly the method that has been passed down through the ages? Shen Fei interjected, stepping forward and taking a bite of an apple from the table. Here, would you care for one? Shen Fei, this is not your Tianma sect. You must not show disrespect to our leader. The elders' faces darkened with anger as they fixed their gazes upon him. It's fine. It poses no issue. I am curious to hear the master's insights, Shen Qingyin replied, gesturing dismissively at such a critical juncture. Shen Fei's composure suggested he possessed his own rationale. I suspect you may have been deceived, unwittingly aiding those who have purchased your loyalty. A rather naive folly, he remarked. The elders erupted in outrage, while Shen Qingyin maintained her calm demeanor. Sensing that her leader had yet to speak, the elders refrained from further protest, for they knew that had they pressed on, Shen Fei might have already been torn apart by their indignation. In a moment where life and death hung in the balance, he dared to utter such trivialities and cast aspersions. Who could withstand such provocation? Oh, why does the master assert this? I am eager to hear the details. Allow me to pose a few questions, and upon reflection, you shall realize that you have ensnared yourselves in a misunderstanding, Shen Fei mused, taking another bite of the apple. Are you aware of the origins of the demon-suppressing tower? Is there any record of it in your sect's grand scriptures? Upon hearing this query, they all shook their heads. There are no records, but it has likely existed here since ancient times, one elder answered, though his certainty was lacking. If that is the case, do you believe your esteemed predecessors were foolish enough to recognize the existence of the demon-suppressing tower, yet still chose to establish their sect here, even offering their own lives as sacrifices to suppress it? Would any fool act so recklessly? Shen Fei's words rendered them speechless. Even Shen Qingyin found herself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, there appeared to be some merit to his argument. This is merely one question. Another is, how did your ancestors come to understand that only through the leader's sacrifice could the stability of the demon-suppressing tower be maintained? Do not claim it was through trial and error, for such a method could not be discovered even after a century or a millennium of experimentation. Consider how absurd that notion truly is. Shen Fei's incisive analysis left them dumbfounded. They had never contemplated such angles. Did your first leader possess this knowledge from the outset? Or does your historical record indicate that the knowledge of the leader's sacrifice is absent? At that moment, Shen Fei discerned the answer reflected in their astonished expressions. Indeed, master. How do you know of our Tianyin sect's past? Shen Qingyin gazed at him, her expression one of astonishment. Thus, the conundrum surrounding the demon-suppressing tower arises here. I propose a bold hypothesis. It is at this moment that the demon-suppressing tower emerged. Shen Fei's assertion detonated like a bombshell. Yet immediately, someone stepped forth to refute it. Impossible! Our records are clear. The demon-suppressing tower was discovered during the tenure of the first leader. It cannot be, as you suggest. What if someone altered the original historical records? That is implausible. Even if that were the case, subsequent leaders would surely have been aware of it. Thus, the historical records you lack correspond precisely to two successive leaders. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the room that if this were indeed the case, it would elucidate the situation. In that case, master, please share your conjecture with us, they urged. If the demon-suppressing tower only manifested later, it stands to reason that it was a human intervention. Moreover, even the 9-star emperor would be unable to activate the tower, leaving only one possibility. The Celestial Tao Academy. Precisely. It must have been their doing, subduing the local demon clans and utilizing the Tianyin sect as a means of suppression. Thus, they not only quelled the demon clans, but also, to some extent, weakened the power of the Tianyin sect. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the expressions of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically. Chapter 13. The Inheritance of the Great Demon, the Undying Phoenix of Rebirth, the Heavenly Tao. The most terrifying force in this world maintains the stability of existence itself. Even oaths are sworn in its name. It is the very foundation of belief for all that an O1 dares to question its authority. However, Shen Fei is not one to conform. Though he may appear complacent, should the agents of the Heavenly Tao seek to oppress him, he is more than capable of tearing apart its laws. The death of the old leader of the demon sect is highly likely connected to the Heavenly Tao Academy, that in the mortal realm. They are regarded as gods, albeit parasitic ones. How could it be the Heavenly Tao? If it were them, what should we do? At this moment, several elders began to concur with Shen Fei's assertions, as his explanations were largely reasonable. How could the Heavenly Tao act in such a manner? There must be some hidden truth. I still find it hard to believe they would behave in this way. No, I find it plausible. The Heavenly Tao is defined by their own narrative. The 5 elders expressed their opinions, yet Shen Qingyin fell in a deep contemplation. Are you confident in this theory? I believe I am. When the demonic energy erupts again, we shall have a thorough discussion with them. If this misunderstanding is resolved, we will have a common enemy that I suspect the Tianyin sect is under the influence of the Heavenly Tao Academy. You are aware of the grievances between our demon sect and the Tianyin sect. In the near future, I intend to shatter the Tianyin sect alongside my wife, and perhaps even obliterate the Heavenly Tao that lurks behind them. The heavens can be reversed. I am the heavens. Shen Fei's words were undeniably bold, garnering respect from the elders that if what you say is true, then on the day you confront the Heavenly Tao Academy, our Tianyin sect shall accompany you. Then it is settled. But for now, let us first address the immediate matters at hand. Indeed, it is time to negotiate with them. Otherwise, we will remain in the dark. Let us resolve these affairs swiftly. With that, Shen Qingyin continued to instruct the elders. First, let the disciples residing around the demon suppression tower vacate the area to avoid unnecessary casualties. Next, we shall clear a space in front of the demon suppression tower for our negotiations. Finally, the safety of the other disciples shall be entrusted to the elders. The 5 elders promptly set out to make the arrangements. Master, this time, I am wagering the entire Tianyin sect on this. I hope your words hold true. Truth be told, you need not place your faith in me that I lack absolute certainty. This is merely a conjecture to know. Life is but a gamble. Perhaps I shall emerge victorious in this grand wager. If so, not only will I escape sacrifice, but I shall also benefit the future leader of the Tianyin sect. Rest assured, trust in me, and I shall lead you to success. How does that sound? If you truly manage to extricate our Tianyin sect from the crisis of the Demon Suppression Tower, I shall step down from my position as leader and become a mere figurehead. Would you take me in? Seemingly having found clarity, even Shen Fei jested at this moment. How fortuitous! I happen to need a personal maid. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Giggle. We shall see when the time comes. After exchanging playful banter, Shen Fei exited the grand hall, but he could scarcely resist Shen Qingyin's teasing charm, which was utterly captivating. Who would have thought that beneath her seemingly innocent exterior lay such a mischievous spirit? Upon returning to his quarters, he recalled that the system had provided a reward related to the demon race, which he had yet to claim, as matters concerning the demon race were now at hand. He decided to redeem it. With this thought, he delved into the system space and retrieved his reward, inheritance of the great demon. The moment he activated it, he felt an extraordinary power surging within him, followed by a sensation of searing heat enveloping his entire being. Shen Fei quickly conjured a barrier to conceal his aura, for the demon energy had become exceedingly sensitive within the Tianyin sect. Accepting the inheritance would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Gradually, the burning sensation subsided, replaced by an itch at his back, where a pair of magnificent wings began to emerge. This was the ancient legacy of the great demon, the undying phoenix of rebirth. Crimson wings radiated a fierce glow, seemingly capable of melting the very walls around him. Soon after, he donned a suit of scarlet armor, complete with a helmet and goggles, enveloping him entirely. Although his appearance had transformed dramatically, Shen Fei felt as if he bore no weight at all, light as a feather, with no hindrance to his movements. However, he could distinctly sense that donning this armor had greatly enhanced his inherent charm. This feels rather splendid. I shall show off a bit before my wife. Ha! With that, he collapsed onto his bed, recognizing the necessity of rest. After all, he had achieved the pinnacle of this realm without even needing to cultivate, a testament to the solitude of invincibility. The following morning, it was not his internal clock that roused Shen Fei, but rather the urgent voice of Lu Yi. Master, it's bad. The demon suppression tower has erupted. You must hurry. Even the leader and elders are at their wits' end. Upon hearing Lu Yi's voice, Shen Fei hastened to the scene. However, this time, he did not bring Lu Yi along, instead tearing through the void to reach the demon suppression tower. Look, the master has arrived. Is he going to deploy the demon suppression seal? I wonder if he will succeed this time, that I have faith in the master. His strength is formidable, that I believe in him too. Did not the sisters of the demon sect say? Master is incredible. Such words shall surely summon miracles. Should we chant the same? Perhaps not. That would seem rather foolish that as disciples engaged in discussions. Shen Qinyin approached Shen Fei, standing beside him. Leave the ensuing matters to me. Given the abrupt eruption of demonic energy, it implies that the great demon sealed within is regaining its sentience. Is that truly the case? Just moments ago, several elders and I attempted to subdue this demonic energy. Yet we were utterly powerless. It is far too formidable. Fear not. From here on, it shall be my responsibility that I will certainly assist you in resolving this issue. After all, I wish to return to embrace my wife and sleep. Chapter 14. How about you become my little brother? At this moment, all eyes were fixated upon Shen Fei. Even the elders positioned themselves protectively in front of the disciples, ready to shield them should any mishap occur. Despite having previously warned them of the dangers and advised them to stay away, in this critical hour, everyone had come forth, unwilling to remain absent, much like the previous crisis faced by the demon sect. This scenario left Shen Qinyin and the others feeling both gratified and apprehensive. However, they could not forcibly compel anyone to leave, hence the unfolding scene before them. Great demon within the demon suppression tower. I know you can comprehend my words. Let us engage in a transaction. There are misunderstandings that require resolution. Why not emerge and converse? Shen Fei's voice echoed, and the members of the Tianyin sect held their breath, awaiting the great demon's response from within the tower. Haha, are you jesting? I shall never submit. I have endured your suppression for far too long. The day I break through will herald your demise. I shall lay waste to this place, so relish your final moments. A raspy voice emerged, imbued with a hint of arrogance. Though coarse, one could still sense the confidence resonating within his words. You will never break through. As long as the heavenly Tao exists, you shall remain shackled. After all these years, do you not grasp this truth? Ha ha ha, you amuse me. What nonsense is this heavenly Tao? Once I emerge, I shall pierce through it. And those pretentious deities above shall pay for their arrogance. Ha! Upon hearing the response from the great demon within the demon suppression tower, Shen Fei realized that Shen Fei's conjecture was indeed correct. The true puppeteers behind this chaos were none other than the agents of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Recalling the previous generations of the sect leaders who sacrificed themselves, offering their lives and souls to serve as pawns for the Heavenly Tao Institute, filled her with profound discomfort. Did I ask this the Heavenly Tao? Is this the heartlessness of the Heavenly Tao? In this moment, Shen Fei was also overwhelmed with disdain for those of the Heavenly Tao. Such actions bore no distinction from those of demonic paths or monstrous beings. Great demon, listen closely. We too have been used as pawns by the Heavenly Tao Institute. Perhaps we should have a serious discussion. At this point, Shen Fei found herself with no other recourse, hoping that her proposal might yield results. Otherwise, a battle would be inevitable. You amuse me, woman. Your sect has suppressed me for countless years, and you think such tricks will absolve you. Do you truly believe that is possible? Do not harbor such thoughts. Once I escape, you shall all perish. None shall be spared. Prepare to face my wrath. Hearing the great demon's words, Shen Fei chuckled. Brother, your vision is rather limited, but if you genuinely hold such a mindset, I wouldn't hesitate to deal with you right now. What a joke! Humans are the most deceitful creatures that if it weren't for my master betraying me back then, do you think I would be trapped here? From that moment on, I have vowed never to trust humans again. If that is the case, I shall employ forceful means to compel your submission. Come then, I am eager to see what a little brat like you can accomplish. Should you manage to defeat me, what would it matter if I became your subordinate? At that moment, Shen Fei laughed heartily. Sect leader Shen, you should take a moment to rest. Allow me to engage with this great demon. I am curious to ascertain his true capabilities. Are you certain you can handle this alone? Do you require my assistance? I can sense his formidable strength. His aura surpasses even that of the 9-star emperor. Shen Fei abruptly interrupted her. Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? It's acceptable to say that men are greedy or lecherous. But it is utterly unacceptable to say they are incapable. Do you understand? Just watch closely. My strength is quite formidable. Observing the confident glimmer in Shen Fei's eyes, Shen Fei nodded and returned to the ground, entrusting the battlefield to Shen Fei. Without further ado, Shen Fei sprang into action. Heavenly Demon Palm. A colossal hand descended upon the demon suppression tower with tremendous force, producing a resounding crash. At that moment, the disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect felt their hearing vanish, their minds engulfed in a cacophony of sound, utterly bewildered by Shen Fei's audacity. Most terrifyingly, the demon suppression tower, which had stood for millennia, began to crack. The sound of splintering echoed as the tower, under the weight of Shen Fei's palm, was utterly obliterated. Layer by layer, the 18 levels of the tower, akin to seals, were dismantled, confining the great demon within. This also revealed that the great demon was indeed an immensely powerful entity. Even the divine beings of the Heavenly Tao could not claim his life, resorting instead to sealing him within these 18 layers. Human brat, what do you intend to accomplish? Even without your assistance, I shall escape in due time. Do you not think I will let you off easily? What a farce! Since I have managed to unseal the demon suppression tower, I possess the confidence to subdue you to that point. You shall serve as my subordinate. Interesting. You are the most entertaining little brat I have encountered. Once I am free, I might spare your life, and you may serve as my subordinate. Shen Fei fell silent, for all 18 seals of the demon suppression tower had been undone. Meanwhile, within the lofty halls of the Heavenly Tao, a gathering of individuals conferred about their plans. Divine Lord, the monkey has broken the seals of the demon suppression tower. Should we not take action? Ha ha, that rascally monkey. When he caused trouble here before, was he not swiftly subdued? Sorcerer, handle your disciple. Do not disappoint me. Bring me his head. At that moment, a monk shrouded in black mist, clad in luxurious robes, emerged. Yes, divine lord, that I assure you I will accomplish this task. The monkey's value has reached its limit. I shall eliminate him. Then we shall await your good news. Sorcerer. The sorcerer retreated, clouds forming beneath his feet as he swiftly made his way toward the heavenly sound sect. Above the gods stood the divine lord, but once the other divine beings had withdrawn. The divine lord entered a peculiar space within the palace, devoid of any light, where only a massive eye was visible. Master, the monkey is on the verge of breaking free from his seal. The other four great demons will likely follow suit. Our plan is nearing completion. Yes, do not allow any errors. You know the consequences. Upon hearing this, the divine lord trembled, his expression betraying fear. I understand. I assure you I will fulfill the task. Then let us see your performance. Depart now. Do not disturb my rest. The divine lord gradually exited this space, beads of cold sweat forming upon him despite his divine status at that moment. Within the darkened chamber, a sound of sighing echoed. Chapter 15. The Hellfire Battle against the Heavenly Tao Sorcerer. At this juncture, the Demon Suppression Tower had been entirely dismantled, revealing the legendary Great Demon that had been sealed within. Upon seeing the Great Demon, Shen Fei was taken aback. Was this not merely a monkey clad in hellfire skin? However, its movements were restricted to its eyes, as its body and limbs remained pinned to the pillars. Surrounding it were myriad sealing spells, intricately designed, indicative of considerable effort expended. Although the sight was tragically dismal, the demon's gaze was sharp, as if it could penetrate the very hearts of men, filled with resentment. Yet simultaneously pure and untainted, the demon's heart was far more pristine than that of any human. Brat, how do you find me? Am I not a sight to behold? It doesn't shock me. You are merely a monkey. However, having you as a subordinate seems rather agreeable. Ha ha ha. You are quite to my liking, Brat. Once I break these wretched seals, I shall engage you in combat. Let us not kid ourselves. By the time you manage to free yourself, who knows how much time will have passed? Allow me to assist you. Following the destruction of the Demon Suppression Tower, a massive pit formed, and in the next moment, Shen Fei descended to the lowest level. To his astonishment, he found that Sun Wukong truly existed in this world. Could it be that the other members of the legendary trio would also make an appearance? Do not approach. Do you think you can unravel these seals? If you truly believe you can break them, then, before the monkey could finish, Shen Fei waved his hand, and the seals were effortlessly erased. What did you say? If I manage to break the seals? What then? I merely meant to say that if you succeed, I will consider going easier on you. Enough of your prattle. Hurry and emerge. I am eager to witness your strength. As you wish. Behold, the monkey's body swelled dramatically, and the stone pillars that bound it shattered as if made of glass. The wounds that had pierced its flesh healed instantaneously, restoring the monkey to its original form, unscathed by its previous torment. Ha! I am free once more. Foolish heavenly Tao, prepare to endure my wrath. Once freed from his bindings, Sun Wukong burst into laughter. The next moment, a colossal golden hand, brimming with authority, descended from the heavens. Targeting Sun Wukong. I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly, my master. Monkey, I too did not anticipate that you would break free of the seal today. However, this makes it all the easier for me to annihilate you. Who will perish is yet to be determined. Watch as I smash that bald head of yours and teach you a lesson. Ignoring Shen Fei beside him, the monkey soared into the sky, dispersing the seemingly mighty hand with ease. Shen Fei chuckled, choosing to disregard their clash and returning to Shen Qingyin's side. What just transpired? Who was that individual who just arrived? He appeared immensely powerful. That was a member of the Heavenly Tao Institute, the monkey's master. However, it seems the Heavenly Tao Institute intends to eliminate the monkey. Should we lend our assistance? No need. We must protect our sect, that we cannot allow their battle to destroy this place. At this moment, Shen Fei stood beside Shen Qingyin, quietly observing the fierce battle unfolding in the sky. The instant the two adversaries met, a fierce clash erupted. The monkey struck first, while the demon monk maintained a defensive stance. Heavenly Eye! Heavenly ear. The demon monk was employing the techniques of the Buddhist sect, seemingly able to anticipate the monkey's every move, effortlessly evading each strike. Hee hee, old bald donkey. After all these years, your skills have indeed improved. Let us see if you can withstand my golden cudgel. In the next instant, the monkey brandished a golden staff, intricately engraved with patterns, weighing an astonishing 80,000 pounds. Vajra manifestation. The demon monk showed no fear, unleashing his own manifestation as their fists and the staff collided, producing sparks with each impact. Fate insight. Reckless monkey, your destiny is sealed. Surrender your demon heart, and in light of our past master-disciple relationship, I may grant you a dignified demise. What do you say? That depends on whether you have the capability to claim it, that if you desire it, come and take it yourself, but what you'll leave behind is your life. With that, the two engaged once more, their strength clashing violently. Gradually, it became apparent that the monkey was at a disadvantage, having only recently broken free from his seal and not yet fully restored to his former power. Meanwhile, the demon monk wore an expression of ease, as if toying with the monkey. Reckless monkey, in the past I could effortlessly manipulate you. Now I can do so once again. You should humbly submit to our Heavenly Tao Academy and accept the divine retribution. Nonsense. Old bald donkey, take this. At this moment, Sun Wukong transformed into his true form, a colossal dark ape clad in black armor, exuding immense power, a manifestation of his innate armor. After being sealed for so long, his strength had significantly increased, and now is the time to test it. It seems you haven't changed over the years. Yet, you still cling to opposing the Heavenly Tao. After all this time, have you not awakened to the truth? The Heavenly Tao is insurmountable. Haha, what a joke. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, old bald donkey. The Heavenly Tao? What is it to me? Watch as I shatter you with a single blow. Despite the monkey's imposing figure, the demon monk remained unfazed. Did I end the next moment? The colossal Buddhist shadow behind him loomed ever larger, towering over the giant ape. You should accept your fate. No one can escape destiny, and no one can flee from the Heavenly Tao. Buddha's image. Chain of revelation. At this, the immense form of the ape became ensnared in golden chains, its power steadily dissipating under this technique. Given enough time, even without the demon monk's intervention, the monkey's strength would inevitably be extinguished. However, the monkey did not yield. With colossal fists, he broke free from his constraints to at this moment. His abilities had not yet fully returned, so fleeing was the best option. Buddhist heart, mind connection. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping the monkey in its radiance. Haha, what is this? Monkey, unable to fight back, are you preparing to flee? Chapter 16. The armor of the rejuvenated bird. Shen Fei takes action, ignoring him. The monkey shrank in size, gradually vanishing from sight. Do you think this will allow you to escape? Buddhism. Heavenly eye, heavenly ear. A golden gleam flashed in the demon monk's eyes, and in an instant, he pinpointed the monkey's location. Buddhism. Confinement. Observing the monkey ensnared, the demon monk retracted his Buddha image and approached his captive. Reckless monkey, you remain as stubborn as ever. Why do you insist on opposing the Heavenly Tao? Submit, and I shall take your demon heart for safekeeping. Witnessing this, the monkey slowly closed his eyes, filled with a sense of unwillingness that he had anticipated such an outcome. However, having broken the seal, he believed he had a chance to escape. To his astonishment, the agents of the Heavenly Tao arrived so swiftly. Alas, you must refrain from attacking just yet. Your battle nearly destroyed our heavenly sound sect, and will you offer no compensation? Shen Fei's mocking voice resonated as he looked at the demon monk, smiling. Oh, compensation. What do you seek? Merely witnessing the presence of this great deity is the utmost favor I can bestow upon you. Ha! You are but a swarm of ants, and yet you dare to be so greedy, demanding compensation from our Heavenly Tao Academy. Do you think you are worthy? The demon monk's voice echoed throughout the heavenly sound sect, igniting fury among its members. Had it not been for Shen Fei and Shen Qingyin, their entire sect would have been annihilated. leading to the demise of 1,000 disciples. What a farce! What kind of heavenly Tao is this? How is it any different from demons and monsters? Humph. You need not concern yourself with such matters. The heavenly Tao is eternally correct. You should not question its decisions. Withdraw at once, lest you impede this great deity's affairs, or you shall suffer the same fate as this individual. He pointed at the bound monkey. At this point, the monkey was completely restrained, unable to utter a sound. Resigned to his fate, he ceased his struggles. Monkey, even you have bowed before the heavenly Tao? This is not your style? The old you would not have acted this way. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the monkey's eyes widened in astonishment that he could not believe that a mere human would dare to utter such words, especially under the demon monk's watchful gaze that he had just witnessed the demon monk's power. And yet this human displayed such courage. It was indeed impressive. Ant, you dare to collude with evil. Do you wish to oppose the heavenly Tao? Cease your unrealistic dreams. You have no place in this world anymore. With that, the demon monk swiftly struck down, targeting Shen Fei. Humph. Is that all? Let me see if your palm technique is truly formidable, or if my heavenly demon palm is superior. As the golden hand descended, Shen Fei did not flinch, remaining rooted in place. His audacity drew gasps from the members of the Heavenly Sound sect, astonished that Shen Fei would confront a celestial being head-on. The descending palm kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Ha! This is the fate of opposing the heavenly Tao. Amitabha, I, Buddha, am compassionate. Allow me to liberate you, that I end your next life. Do not resist the heavenly Tao again. Good, good. Ha ha ha. The monkey speaks truthfully. Old bald donkey. You truly have a way with words, cloaking murder in lofty ideals. Very well. I shall also play the role of a good person this time. With that, Shen Fei rose, unleashing a surge of demonic energy. From the ancient lineage, the undying, rejuvenated bird, the entire sky seemed to ignite, turning a brilliant red. Flames engulfed Shen Fei's form, but as the dazzling flames enveloped him, his aura intensified. When the flames gradually subsided, they revealed a crimson armor adorned with intricate patterns, as if flames were flowing across its surface. Exceedingly resplendent, that a pair of gigantic wings unfurled behind him, shimmering with light, harmonizing beautifully with the armor. Concealing his previously sharp aura, the armor on his face opened and closed freely, exposing Shen Fei's handsome visage. With the enhancement of the battle attire, he appeared even more striking. The monkey stood beside him. Acutely aware of Shen Fei's formidable power, that as the flames enveloped him, the demon monk's confinement was lifted. This imprisonment could not be undone by ordinary strength, and the monkey was astonished that Shen Fei could harness the powers of the demonic beasts. It was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Monkey, protect the members of the Heavenly Sound sect. I shall test the waters with this old, bald donkey. I have long harbored discontent towards the agents of the Heavenly Tao. You suit my taste. I accept, as long as I am here, the people of the Heavenly Sound sect shall remain unscathed. Teach that old, bald donkey a good lesson. The demon monk could hear their exchange. Boy, are you dreaming? If you choose to oppose the heavenly Tao, do not blame me for what follows. Today, this great deity shall deliver salvation to all present. We shall see if you possess the ability. Come forth. With a gentle flap of the wings upon his back, Shen Fei ascended into the sky. Thunder Law Cannon, 9 heavens divine thunder. A barrage of thunderous dragons surged towards the demon monk, empowered by the Thunder Law Cannon, undeniably more potent than the heavenly Tao's divine thunder. Certainly, the demon monk was utterly oblivious to this principle. That moment, he charged forward without hesitation. You brat, I fear not even the divine thunder of the heavens. How could I possibly be daunted by your mere lightning? What a joke! However, it was only upon coming into contact with Shen Fei's lightning that he realized its power surpassed even that of the heavenly divine thunder. In the next moment, the demon monk reacted swiftly. Buddhist divine art. Golden Bell Shield. As the golden bell shield materialized, Shen Fei immediately unleashed his enhanced attributes, following it with the 9 heavens divine thunder. Flame divine thunder. Waves of thunderous dragons, infused with the fiery essence of the vermilion bird. shattered the golden bell shield with ease. Buddhist sect, diamond Dharma form. In the blink of an eye, the demon monk's Dharma form grew immensely, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled a sense of subservience in those around him. This naturally affected the members of the Heavenly Sound sect, whose expressions turned grim. However, in the next moment, the impending crisis dissolved as the monkey arrived, waving his hand to dispel the pressure. "Ant, you have transgressed against the heavenly principles. Now, I shall bring you to justice." Ha! What a farce! Do you think that merely growing larger makes you formidable? Watch closely. Our so-called heavenly principles are not to be trifled with. Heavenly Demon's Sword. A colossal sword materialized before Shen Fei. Forged from the essence of sword intent, it rapidly enlarged and sliced towards the demon monk's gargantuan Dharma form. Do you truly believe that such a sword can? The demon monk's words were cut short as Shen Fei's heavenly demon sword cleaved his Dharma form in twain. Is this something a mere human can achieve? At that moment, Shen Qingyin and the others were rendered speechless, having witnessed the demon monk's prowess during his battle with the monkey. Yet, the outcome before their eyes was so astounding that they struggled to believe it was real. Even the monkey stood agape, unable to utter a single word. Even at his peak, he could never shatter the diamond Dharma form with a single strike. "Ant, how could you possess such formidable strength?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Buddhist sect, all-embracing light. Golden radiance enveloped Shen Fei once more. He could feel his power ebbing away. Yet in comparison, the loss felt negligible. Is this truly the extent of your abilities? Are your so-called heavenly beings truly so inept? You keep calling us ants? Claiming divinity grants you the right to disregard human life and act with impunity. Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant, so conceited, eager to showcase your divine prowess. Why now? Do you lack such bravado? With the demon monk's Dharma form recently destroyed, his confidence had already taken a hit, and Shen Fei's words felt like slaps across the face. The demon monk now felt an endless humiliation, and the darker side of him began to emerge. Ha 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 ha! Ants, prepare to face my boundless wrath. Buddha says, if I do not enter hell, who will? At that moment, the clear sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, devoid of any light. The demon monk as power surged, his form expanding even further. What erupted from him was no longer divine light, but rather the malevolent force of dark magic. The transformed demon monk appeared even more formidable, exuding an aura that was both mysterious and terrifying. Human brat, be cautious. This state of the demon is exceedingly fearsome. I once fell victim to it. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the monkey warned Shen Fei. Ha! It matters not. No matter how he transforms, I shall obliterate this old, bald donkey. Shen Fei chuckled, showing no inclination to retreat, instead charging toward the demon monk's colossal form. Ant, I admire your courage. However, you are merely a moth to the flame. Infernal fist. The demon monk raised his fist, imbued with unparalleled might, and struck down heavily toward Shen Fei. It seemed as if the very fabric of space was tearing apart, creating small vacuum zones around his fist. Shen Fei stood resolute, charging straight at the demon monk's massive fist. Shen Fei, don't act recklessly. Brat, come back. Master, you mustn't come to harm. While Master is so dashing, he won't die, right? As Shen Fei charged forward, everyone urged him against such folly. The disparity in combat power was overwhelming. How could he possibly withstand that blow? As the two collided, nearly everyone shut their eyes, unwilling to witness Shen Fei's impending doom. Even the monkey, Sun Wukong, turned his head away, utterly bewildered as to why Shen Fei dared to confront the demon monk head-on. Yet, amid the chaos, Shen Qingyin kept her gaze firmly fixed on Shen Fei. The confidence he exuded somehow instilled great faith in her. What transpired next would forever be etched into their memories. When Shen Fei's finger met the demon monk's terrifying fist, there was no thunderous collision, no sparks flying. It was as if time had momentarily frozen. With merely a single finger, Shen Fei effortlessly halted the demon monk's fearsome strike. And he did so with astonishing ease. Shen Fei was left speechless in shock. The monkey's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dislocating from astonishment. The disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect were filled with fervent admiration. Wow! Master is truly incredible. Indeed, but one wonders if he possesses such courage in other matters. Oh, please, don't be so flirtatious. He belongs to all of us. What do you think about the Empress of the Heavenly Demon sect? Gradually, the conversation veered off course. Laughter erupted, and the words became jumbled. How? How did you accomplish this? Is it truly so difficult? Do you truly believe your heavenly beings are invincible? What a farce! Impossible! You ants cannot possibly transcend the realm of emperors. It cannot be. Yet here you stand, witnessing the exception. Are you not? With your meager strength, you couldn't even scratch me, and I truly wonder why you remain so arrogant. You shall soon find out whether I possess such abilities. Buddhist sect. Recitation. The demon monk began to chant verses, targeting Shen Fei before him. The demon monk's recitation had always been his forte. Those who heard the incantation would find themselves guided to hell, their corporeal forms vanishing from the mortal realm. This darkness bore the attribute of obliteration, rendered incomprehensible through the medium of scripture. Even if one closed their ears, they would still be affected. This incantation did not attack hearing, but rather the spirit, rendering auditory isolation ineffective. Ha ha ha! And you think to affect me with this? What a laugh! As Shen Fei laughed uproariously, the verses encircling him vanished in an instant, leaving the demon monk in shock in that moment. He finally comprehended Shen Fei's formidable might. Is that enough? You have made numerous attempts. Now, it is my turn to strike. Invincible, Grand Deluxe Edition, Heavenly Demon Palm. In the next moment, the once dark sky was pierced by a colossal hand forming in the heavens, tearing apart the gloom as sunlight poured down once more. This iteration of the Heavenly Demon Palm was immensely larger, surpassing the demon monk's own form, and it descended with astonishing speed. Watch how I shatter your attack. Buddhist sect. Demonized golden bell shield. A massive black bell appeared, enveloping the demon monk. Shen Fei's heavenly demon palm struck down heavily upon the golden bell shield. The moment they made contact, the shield shattered utterly to that moment. Even with the demon monk invoking countless Buddhist divine arts, he could not withstand Shen Fei's heavenly demon palm in the next instant. All present clearly witnessed Shen Fei's heavenly demon palm shatter the demon monk into oblivion. As the surrounding smoke cleared, the demon monk's form emerged, having been driven deep into the earth by the heavenly demon palm. The protective energy that once enveloped him had vanished, revealing his true self. His enlarged body, in an attempt to withstand Shen Fei's strike, had resulted in his right arm being completely obliterated. Even in his original form, he could not utilize his right arm, that he appeared utterly disheveled, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Under Shen Fei's assault, he had sustained grave internal injuries that this moment, the gaze of the demon monk was vacant, as he had completely forgotten when he last sustained an injury. Today, he finally experienced the sensation of being wounded once more. However, he was taken aback to find himself defeated by a mere ant. Earlier, in an attempt to fend off Shen Fei's assault, he had exhausted all of his means, yet they proved futile. That force was simply insurmountable. This indicated that Shen Fei's strength had neared that of the supreme deity above him. How could this not astonish him? After all, Shen Fei was merely an ordinary human. Now his mission had failed, and he might even lose his life here. I find this amusing this what a celestial being is. Just this, nothing more. Now, continue your arrogance, he mocked. Let me tell you, the people of the Heavenly Tao Academy consider themselves to have mastered everything in the world, calling themselves gods and treating other lives as mere ants. What difference is there between you and the most wicked of demons? Do you truly believe you are above others? Are you worthy? One day, when I uncover the truth, regardless of whether you are affiliated with the Heavenly Tao Academy, I will eradicate every last one of you. You better hope that my wife's father's death has nothing to do with you. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the demon monk couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha! Everything we do at the Heavenly Tao Academy is justified. All you need to do is obey and have faith. Do not engage in such foolish resistance. Boy, why not become my disciple and join me at the Heavenly Tao Academy? From then on, you too can become a great deity, revered by millions to that point. You will want for nothing. Fairies and goddesses at your beck and call. Why bother with your wife? How could a lowly ant compare to a goddess? Ha ha ha! Before the monk could finish his laughter, Shen Fei stepped forcefully onto his face, silencing him. Be quiet. I have no interest in your so-called fairies and goddesses, but you insulted my wife, and that I cannot tolerate. As for you celestial beings perched high above, I am not worthy of your company, fool. With that, Shen Fei stomped down hard on his head, causing it to sink into the ground, without divine protection. His body was no different from an ordinary human's. You call us lowly ants, yet your blood is just as red. Ha ha, is this it? The monk's head was now fully submerged in the earth. Rendering him speechless, this moment, Sun Wukong approached. Kid, let him go this time, that I will take his life myself later. Leave it to me. Seeing the monkey's resolute gaze, Shen Fei nodded. However, he did not immediately release the demon monk, instead lifting his head from the soil. In that case, I shall spare you this time. Remember, you celestial beings are not invincible. Wait and see. You will ultimately face destruction. The monk said nothing, slowly rising to his feet. Still somewhat unsteady, but his eyes were filled with malice. Beneath him, a cloud appeared, lifting his body higher and higher until he reached the horizon. Human ants, and you, foul monkey, just wait. One day, the great deity of the heavenly Tao will annihilate you. I believe this day will not be far off. Enjoy your last moments. His voice echoed as his figure vanished. Ha 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 ha. I await your arrival. When that time comes, I will surely bring you down. The monkey retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Human kid, you are impressive, to have even bested that so-called great deity. Quite commendable, reminiscent of my past glory. Seeing the monkey boast, everyone couldn't help but laugh. With the matter of the demon suppression tower resolved, the hearts of the Tannin sect were filled with relief. Monkey, I have freed you and saved your life, yet you have brought trouble upon us. What do you propose? What? You release the demon monk. If he leads the celestial beings to attack us, what then? This, and weren't you the one who said that whoever loses must become the other's subordinate? Now, I am your elder brother. You are taking advantage of me in a moment of weakness. Ha 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 ha. How about this? If you can defeat me, I will acknowledge you as my elder brother. Fine, it's settled then that in a few days, once I regain my strength, I will surely defeat you. Shen Fei nodded, amused. If it truly came to pass, the monkey would undoubtedly become his subordinate, but he felt quite pleased to have such a companion, especially since the monkey's strength had already surpassed that of an average 9-star emperor. Placing him in the demon sect would ensure its safety. Beep, beep, beep. Mission accomplished. Perfect rating achieved. Rewards: Cosmic Battleship X1, Disciple Cultivation Qualification X100, Reward Smartphone X1, Mastery of Buddhist Techniques. Subduing Sun Wukong as a subordinate. Reward: Complete set of skins for Sun Wukong X1. With mutual consent, skin combinations can be performed, each skin offering different effects. Time cooldown is 1 day. Use with caution. Seeing the rewards he had obtained, Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle, while he was aware of the previous rewards. The unexpected monkey skin reward was quite a surprise, that he wondered what effects those skins would have once donned by the monkey. He was genuinely eager to find out, with this thought in mind. Shen Fei grinned at the monkey. That moment, the monkey felt a sudden tightening in his chest, as if he had realized something. That he cast a contemplative glance at Shen Fei, then approached and clapped him on the shoulder. Elder brother, I now see you possess such a penchant for Dragon Yang that do not worry. Even if you have such a preference, I will not think less of you, since I am your subordinate now. I shall help you with your troubles. Though I may not engage in swordplay with you, there are many men in this world who would be willing. You are even 3 parts more handsome than I. So finding someone should be easy. How about I assist you in your search? Shen Fei's expression darkened, but the monkey continued unabated, oblivious to the tension. Here, there are so many lovely ladies. Since you are unlike me, they are all mine? Ha ha ha. Before the monkey's laughter could finish, Shen Fei kicked him from behind. You are the one with a penchant for Dragon Yang. You are the one who should engage in swordplay. Your entire family should engage in swordplay. I'll have you know I, Shen Fei, am a man who loves women. I do not engage in swordplay, understand? Upon hearing Shen Fei's outburst, the maidens of the Tannin sect burst into laughter, their melodic giggles ringing through the air. The monkey was momentarily taken aback by Shen Fei's retort, but eventually replied, Well, elder brother, my entire family consists of just me. It was better not to say anything, recalling that he had literally sprung from a stone. He realized he was indeed the sole member of his family, which only fueled his frustration. Get lost. The further away your thoughts are, the better. Then, may I inquire how far thoughts truly are? Shen Fei knew that continuing this line of conversation would surely drive him to madness. So he decisively ended the topic. Monkey, your outfit is far too unappealing. How about I help you change into something more suitable? As he spoke, Shen Fei cast a mischievous glance at the monkey. No, elder brother, there's no need for that I don't require your assistance in changing outfits. You should keep your own for yourself. With that, he turned away, muttering under his breath, It seems this kid is still coveting my handsome physique. How could I, Sun Wukong, be so charming as to captivate even men? The monkey's murmured words were, of course, overheard by Shen Fei. Monkey, I warn you one last time, do not let your thoughts stray, or I will choke you. Do you believe me? The monkey nodded and attempted to leave, sensing that being near Shen Fei was too perilous. He might not even be able to protect his own backside. Stop right there. I will provide you with a set of equipment. Just think about accepting it. Do you hear me? Equipment. What kind of equipment? Is it the same flashy armor as before? Ha 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 ha. Something like that. But this will be custom-made for you. Definitely more eye-catching. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? I do. Hurry up and give it to me. To be honest, elder brother, your armor was simply too flashy. I want a set for myself. Very well. I will get it for you right away. In the next moment, the monkey felt a surge of information enter his mind. Do you accept the new armor skin? To my astonishment, that young lad truly did not deceive me. I, the great Sun Wukong, must undoubtedly make a choice, and in due course, I shall possess such a splendid suit of armor. After making my selection, a radiant light erupted from my entire being. In the blink of an eye, my red and black skin vanished, replaced by a warm brown hue. I was adorned in a brown coat, topped with a matching hat, and most notably, a sprig of vibrant green grass crowned the hat, while a cactus perched upon my shoulder. Gazing at my peculiar embellishments, I was utterly dismayed. I had never anticipated my armor would manifest in such a manner that in comparison, my previous attire seemed far more aesthetically pleasing. Brother, please do not lead me astray. I desire to rid myself of this garish decoration. Kindly revert me to my former appearance. I cannot abide this ghastly green. Alas, dear brother, it is not that I wish to forsake you, but you must endure for a day before another transformation is possible. Frankly speaking, while you may appear somewhat verdant, it is still passable. Do not fret. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the monkey suddenly recalled something. The golden staff reappeared in his grasp, only to transform into a cactus. Brother, I apologize. This is quite the jest. Tomorrow, please allow me to revert my appearance if you would be so kind. That depends on your conduct. Should my mood permit, I shall assist you in returning to your original form. Very well, dear brother. I, Sun Wukong, shall certainly strive to perform admirably. With that, I approached Shen Fei and began to knead his shoulders. Thank you for resolving this predicament. For otherwise, we would remain oblivious to the extent of the deity's trickery. Indeed, the issue of the demon suppression tower has been addressed, yet I have offended that demonic monk and inadvertently released a tiger back into the wild. This place is decidedly perilous. I propose a course of action, and I wonder how Shun, the leader, might perceive it. Oh, and what might that proposal entail? Might your heavenly sound sect consider relocating to our heavenly demon sect? Or perhaps even merging with us? I have established a formation there that can significantly mitigate the attacks from the heavenly path. What say you? Shen Fei did not shy away. Many present heard this suggestion. Leader, I find this proposal unacceptable. Our heavenly sound sect has resided in this territory since time immemorial. It is our very foundation that I cannot endorse such a relocation. One elder, advanced in years, stepped forth to voice his concerns. No, I disagree. I am in favor of relocating, even merging with the Heavenly Demon sect. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sound sect also stood, her age not betraying her youthful beauty, though the passage of time had left its mark. The saying that time does not diminish beauty perhaps holds true here. Our current circumstances are no longer secure. For the sake of our disciples, we must acquiesce that I trust that the Founder will ensure our safety, and I am confident in his ability. Rest assured, Grand Elder, I shall uphold my promises. This predicament was, after all, instigated by me. I offer my apologies. The monkey bowed his head, recognizing that had he not implored Shen Fei to release the demonic monk, matters would not have escalated thus. I am sorry. This is my fault that I did not ponder the consequences when I freed that old bald head. You need not bear such burdens. Even were he slain, the Heavenly Path Academy would eventually trace their steps here. Regardless of the outcome, we have long been kept in the dark. From henceforth, our Heavenly Sound sect shall stand united with you. The Heavenly Path Academy is now our common adversary. Both Shen Fei and Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Moreover, I trust in the Founder's integrity. Under his leadership, our disciples will grow ever stronger, which is precisely what we aspire to achieve. To be why merging the strengths of our two sects, our capacity for self-preservation will be enhanced. Thus, I advocate for our relocation to the Heavenly Demon sect, or, indeed, for our merging with them. The Grand Elder's words silenced the other elders. Even the one who had previously opposed the idea bowed his head in contemplation. I once wagered with the Founder that should he resolve the crisis of the Demon Suppression Tower, I would relinquish my position as leader and follow him. Now, what better way to fulfill that wish than by merging the Heavenly Sound sect with the Heavenly Demon sect? The constraints of leadership are too numerous. I wish to explore the world. Shen Qingyin stepped forward, her voice gentle as she offered a final resolution. Let us proceed with a vote. She regarded the 5 elders present and spoke slowly. Vote. Shall the Heavenly Sound sect merge with the Heavenly Demon sect? Those opposed, please step forward. Chapter 20. Task. Subdue the 4 fiendish beasts. The elders of the Heavenly Sound sect exchanged glances. Ultimately, none stepped forward in dissent, signifying unanimous approval. Since the elders have no objections, let us proceed with this decision. Henceforth, the Heavenly Sound sect shall merge with the Heavenly Demon sect. Upon Shen Qingyin's declaration, the members of the Heavenly Sound sect fell silent. Yet they were not so short-sighted as to fail to recognize that this was the most prudent course of action. Everyone, please return and gather your belongings. We shall soon embark, that we have attracted the attention of the Heavenly Path Academy, and if anyone feels apprehensive, they are free to withdraw from the Heavenly Sound sect without consequence. Leader, worry not. We are all in this together and shall not depart. Indeed, once we arrive at the Heavenly Demon sect, we shall still be united as sisters. That it is merely a change of environment for our cultivation. Moreover, we shall have the privilege of witnessing the Founder's magnificent visage each day. Do not speak thus. I fear I might drool. You impudent girl, show some decorum. The Founder belongs to us all, not merely to you. Shen Fei, noticing their banter straying further afield, felt compelled to interject. Should you not hasten to pack your belongings? Do you require my assistance? Ha! If the Founder wishes to help, we would not mind at all. Indeed, you may take charge of our personal items, Founder. Come quickly. I shall lead you back to our quarters. Shen Fei, his expression darkened, had initially thought his behavior was sufficiently brazen. Little did he realize these disciples surpassed him in audacity. Leader Shen, we ought to reconvene in the main hall to discuss subsequent matters. With that, Shen Fei's figure vanished from sight, having truly grasped the fervor of his disciples. Observing Shen Fei's departure, all disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect erupted into laughter, before dispersing to gather their possessions. Shortly thereafter, Shen Qingyin, several elders, and Sun Wukong arrived in the hall. Shen Fei remained at the head of the table, taking a bite of an apple. Although you have chosen to merge with the Heavenly Demon sect, we will grant you the utmost freedom. All disciples shall enjoy equal treatment and access to cultivation resources, yet you may earn additional resources through your own efforts. The Heavenly Sound sect shall be renamed Heavenly Sound Hall, and you, Leader Shen, shall assume the role of Hall Master while also serving as the vice leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. For now, these are the only assurances I can provide. Further details must be decided by my wife, as she is the true leader of the Heavenly Demon sect that I hope you can understand. Upon hearing Shen Fei's terms, the elders nodded in agreement. Let us settle on this arrangement. Our primary aim was to secure a safe haven for the Heavenly Sound sect, which we have accomplished. Very well. Let this be the decision that we shall depart tomorrow, and I will accompany you to the Heavenly Demon sect. Founder, although the disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect are few, numbering around 1,000, we may need to relocate in batches, as we cannot transport everyone at once. The carriages are insufficient. The Grand Elder outlined the current situation. Do not trouble yourselves with this. I have my own means, and you shall see tomorrow. Before long, the meeting concluded, and the elders returned to their quarters, taking with them memories of this place. Leader Shen, I have a gift for you. Only 3 individuals remained: Shen Fei, Shen Qingyin, and Sun Wukong. Observing their interaction, Sun Wukong blinked and made his exit, claiming he had been sealed underground for too long and wished to explore the world, though everyone knew the true reason. There is no need to call me Leader Shen. Simply address me by my name, for I am no longer a leader. Well then, very well. Qingyin, pray tell, what gift do you bring? Did you not express a desire for a mobile phone? I have recently acquired one and wish to bestow it upon you. Is that true? Shen Fei wasted no time. Retrieving the phone from his system space, the exterior was adorned in a striking shade of purple, its appearance undeniably elegant. This is it, it's yours. Wow, is this the same as yours? I absolutely love it. I don't even know how to thank you. How about dedicating yourself to me? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Shen Qingyin's cheeks flushed, a rare occurrence for her. That could work. After all, since childhood, I've always been compared to him. With a husband like you, I could easily take him away. Ahaha, then she wouldn't stand a chance against me. After saying this, Shen Qingyin laughed to herself, lost in her own thoughts that it was Shen Fei who interrupted her reverie. Let us set this aside for now. Allow me to teach you how to use this phone. After some time, Shen Fei had taught Shen Qingyin the basic functions: the fingerprint unlock, the phone, and lastly, the camera.as for the other features. He refrained from revealing them, fully aware of the allure such devices held for teenagers, especially in an era so bereft of entertainment resources. Subsequently, Shen Fei departed and encountered Sun Wukong outside. Little brother, what are you doing here? Contemplating life. What are your plans for the future? Certainly, I intend to teach that old bald donkey a lesson. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Also, in a few days, I won't be your little brother anymore. I'll be the big brother. Ha ha ha. I'll be waiting for you to defeat me. However, I truly wish to know why you were sealed here in the first place. Well, it is simple that I got fed up with the heavenly Tao and caused a ruckus, only to be suppressed beneath the 5 Elements mountain. Later, the demon monk appeared and rescued me, and I became his disciple. We trained together and roamed the world. Those days were truly nostalgic. As he spoke, a wistful look filled the monkey's eyes. Shen Fei remained silent, allowing him to continue. Eventually, feeling empowered enough, I attacked the Heavenly Tao Academy with him once more. But he betrayed me, stabbing me in the back that he was also of the Heavenly Tao, and his intention in teaching me was to help me condense a powerful demon heart. However, later, that foolish one who was hailed as the Holy Lord deemed me unworthy and sealed me here. Chapter 21. The Cosmic Battleship The 4 Great Fiends. Do they truly exist? Even if they do, how would I know where to find them? System notification. Upon accepting the mission, the host will receive the precise locations of the fiends. Please do not question the authority of the system. Upon receiving this news, Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he was aware of the target's locations, he was confident that with his charisma, he could conquer these fiends. After all, even the prideful Sun Wukong had become his little brother. Such is the brilliance of charisma. After choosing to accept the mission, specific locations indeed flashed through his mind. The four great fiends, Taowu, Chaos, Qiongqi, and Iji. Taowu is located in Yenzhou, Chaos in the South Sea, Iji in Hanzhou, and Qiongqi resides in Yuzhou, where the demon cult is based. Perfect. Once I settle the people of the Tianyin sect, I can meet with Qiongqi. Monkey, do you know about the ancient four great fiends? Of course, but those are merely legends. I have never seen such fiends. The people of the Heavenly Tao have sealed them away in various locations across the 9 provinces. If we can subdue them, our strength to contend with the Heavenly Tao will significantly increase. Moreover, I have long believed that the Heavenly Tao sealed you great demons to obtain your demon hearts. And there must be some hidden secrets behind this. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Sun Wukong fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. How about this? I plan to subdue these fiends. Would you like to accompany me? The monkey nodded immediately, agreeing with Shen Fei. There must be something amiss. Otherwise, why gather so many demon hearts? At that moment, far in the distance, a group of individuals gathered together. The one kneeling in the grand hall was evidently the demon monk recently defeated by Shen Fei. Master, I am incompetent. I failed to bring back the demon heart of that mischievous monkey. Please punish me. How is that possible? That monkey demon has just broken free from his seal, his power diminished by half. How could you not be his match? Or did you feel guilty and let him off the hook? Master, I assure you, I did defeat him, but he was accompanied by a human ant. I simply could not withstand that power. With one sword strike, he shattered my diamond form, and with a single palm, I was unable to bear it. Had that mischievous monkey not spared me, I would have never returned. Oh, the monkey spared you. You don't feel grateful to him, do you? After the humiliation I endured, I feel no gratitude that if we meet again, I certainly won't let him off. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall grant you another opportunity. Go to Yuzhou and retrieve the demon heart of Qiongqi. Do you understand? I will provide you with healing and utilize the blood of the gods to enhance your strength. Do not disappoint me, or you know the consequences. Thank you, Master. This time, I will not fail. Good that in that case, you may all leave. I will send someone with the divine blood shortly. Upon hearing the Master's words, everyone departed. King, we can begin now. There are no outsiders here. In the void, the sound of dragon roars echoed, a mournful and despairing sound. Yet the divine Lord remained unfazed, quietly waiting. The next morning, everyone rose, and the sisters, having packed their belongings, wore expressions of reluctance. Leaving a place they had lived in for so long, everyone would naturally feel this way. At this moment, Shen Fei also appeared. Everyone, please step back a bit. I am about to conjure something substantial. Be cautious not to harm yourselves. Many female disciples blushed upon hearing his words. Shaoli, why is your face so red? Did you not hear what the master just said? What? He is going to show us something substantial. Now you understand. You. I truly cannot handle you. Do you not wish to know just how substantial it is? Well, to be fair, I really do want to know. Even so, they still respected Shen Fei, stepping back a considerable distance. Shen Fei took out his reward, the cosmic battleship. When such high technology appeared before them, many gasped in astonishment. Haha! Big brother, are you trying to make me laugh to death? It's just the size of a person. And you call this substantial? Did you hit your head on the door? Shut your mouth! With a thought, the cosmic battleship instantly expanded to an enormous size. The top featured a vast deck, while the lower section housed the ship's cabins, accommodating approximately 5,000 people that if counting those standing on the deck, it could transport 10,000 individuals at once without exaggeration. Most importantly, it could generate a sufficiently sturdy barrier to protect those aboard even during time-space travel. Seeing the battleship before her, even Shen Qingyin was left dumbfounded. She had never encountered such a thing. The disciples of the Tianyin sect were even more astonished. Everyone, do not be surprised. This is a transportation artifact. Once inside, please enter the ship's cabin in an orderly fashion, where you can cultivate that if you feel bored, simply press the green button in your room to ascend to the deck. However, remember your cabin number when we return. Do not mix them up. Master, we understand. Good. Then everyone, please enter and see how it feels inside. In the next moment, beams of light shot from the ship's cabin, enveloping everyone instantly. Are you all ready? Ready. Then let us ascend. With a thought from Shen Fei, the disciples of the Tianyin sect were absorbed into the ship's cabin. We should also go up. Our cabin is different from theirs. Up front, there are 88 luxury cabins. Let us head there. After saying this, their figures vanished from sight, and in that brief moment, the entire Tianyin sect had departed. The luxury cabin was significantly superior to the standard ones, furnished with various living amenities and spacious enough to create a very comfortable atmosphere. What is your exclusive cabin like? May I take a look? Shen Qingyin appeared beside Shen Fei. Having perused the opulent cabins, her curiosity piqued by Shen Fei's specially designed captain's quarters. What sort of spectacle awaited them there? Chapter 22. Not only a rogue but also unashamed, Shen Qingyin's request was readily acquiesced by Shen Fei, who had yet to explore the interior himself. With a mere thought, they both stepped inside. Extravagant was the first word that sprang to their minds. Every item here exuded unparalleled luxury. Even the walls gleamed in gold. And the space was immensely vast, featuring a swimming pool on one side. Most notably, the bed in the bedroom was unimaginably large, something Shen Fei had never encountered before. In addition, all the amenities were complete, largely mirroring the layout of Shen Fei's previous world. Thus, for Shen Qingyin, many aspects here were utterly novel. The disparity between my room and yours is staggering. Yours is truly magnificent. How about you stay here with me? My bed is ample enough. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I shall reside here tonight, not going anywhere. I want to see if your wife will tear you apart. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. I merely spoke in jest. Now, please exit. I refuse to leave. What can you possibly do about it? With that, Shen Qingyin made her way into Shen Fei's bedroom and flopped onto the bed. This bed is so soft and comfortable. I think I shall stay here. You do as you please. Shen Fei was taken aback. He had never anticipated such an outcome. Sister, you are still a master of your sect. How have you transformed into such a scoundrel in this moment? Initially, Shen Fei merely intended to tease Shen Qingyin, yet he had unwittingly become the fool. Now he faced a singular dilemma. Should he go to the bed, or perhaps to the bed? Master, could it be that you are afraid? If so, I can understand. No need for explanations. I shall take my leave now. At this juncture, Shen Fei could no longer concern himself with pretense. He directly approached the bed and playfully patted Shen Qingyin's rear. A soft gasp escaped her lips, her face flushed crimson, and she sprang up. Shen Fei, you rogue! No one has dared to strike me for so long. Dare I ask, strike you with what? Do not presume that your roguish antics intimidate me. Mark my words. I shall make you regret this. As she spoke, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. Do not entertain any notions about me. I shall never yield. Who would desire you? You are merely a little rogue. I truly cannot fathom why Zhao Jiasen is enamored with you. Because I am handsome. Ah, I see. Not only are you a rogue, but also utterly shameless. Indeed, for I am handsome. You are excessively narcissistic. The arrogant ultimately meet a dismal fate. Not so, for I am genuinely handsome. With that, Shen Fei moved in closer to Shen Qingyin, their faces mere inches apart, even their breaths audible at this moment. Shen Qingyin was momentarily taken aback, staring at Shen Fei, and he must admit in silence he truly appeared quite dashing. So, what do you think? Am I not handsome? Shen Qingyin instinctively nodded. Then, as if recalling something, she recoiled like a startled rabbit. Watching her retreating figure, Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Such a little thing, daring to challenge me. In the realm of flirtation, I dare say I am second to none. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyin lay on her bed, her cheeks ablaze, her eyes darting about, lost in thought. Shen Fei ascended to the deck and tore open a rift in the air, allowing the cosmic warship to glide through, appearing above the heavenly demon sect moments later. Due to the height, the sect members could only catch a glimpse of the ship's shadow until it gradually descended, revealing its full form. Oh no! Grand Elder, an unidentified flying object is approaching above our heavenly demon sect. You must go and investigate. Upon hearing this news, the Grand Elder hurried to Mingyue Mountain, the highest peak of the sect. With the master absent, and the Empress in seclusion. The responsibility now fell to him. Quickly summon everyone from the cultivation tower. They must come down immediately. It is perilous inside, and we know not what this enormous, unidentified object is. It is best to keep our distance. Under the Grand Elder's command, all those cultivating in the tower emerged, remaining in place to observe the approaching warship. Grand Elder, remain calm. Do we not possess the invincible formation of the sun, moon, and stars left by the Master? Indeed, the Master claimed this formation could withstand even the 9-star Emperor's assault. We need not fret. The Grand Elder chuckled, reassured by this, adopting a spectator's mindset as he turned to converse with the other elders about the nature of this object. What do you suppose it could be? It must be some kind of flying artifact, though it appears exceedingly formidable, uncertain. However, typical flying artifacts are neither this massive nor capable of soaring at such heights. We shall soon discover the truth as it descends further. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect gazed upward, their curiosity piqued by this novel phenomenon. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. The sect's protective formation vanished without warning. Just a moment ago, the Grand Elder had been all smiles. Now, cold sweat beaded on his brow as the unidentified object approached at an alarming speed. What is happening? Why has our formation dissipated? We have no idea. Could it be that the unidentified object has deactivated it? How is that possible? This formation was established by the Master. True, but then what could have happened? Did it open of its own accord? The disciples of the heavenly demon sect buzzed with speculation, their gazes shifting to the Grand Elder that I in the sect, aside from the Master and the Empress. Only the Grand Elder had the authority to control the formation's activation and deactivation. Elder, you are not responsible for this, are you? Do not toy with us. Please reactivate it promptly. Are you all fools? Am I not aware of this principle? Yet it is now beyond my control. At once, the Grand Elder made a decisive move, positioning himself before the gathered disciples. Everyone, retreat swiftly. We do not know whether this unidentified flying object is friend or foe. And with our formation gone, for your safety, it is best to disperse. Upon hearing this, not a single disciple of the heavenly demon sect moved to scatter, leaving the Grand Elder perplexed. Instead, each face bore expressions of astonishment and delight. Could it be that I have become handsome once more? Observing the disciples' reactions, the Grand Elder chuckled. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by the excited exclamations of the disciples. The Master has returned. The Master is back. Chapter 23. The Master's sayings must not be forgotten. Hearing the disciples below, the Grand Elder's earlier joy quickly morphed into dismay. It turned out this excitement was not due to his own charms, but rather the arrival of Shen Fei, leaving him feeling foolish. However, upon reflection, since Shen Fei had returned, the issue with the formation could be resolved, which brightened his countenance once more. What a spectacle! Is the Grand Elder performing a face-changing act? Quite skilled, I must say. Noticing the Grand Elder's shifting expressions, Shen Fei couldn't help but tease. Ha, indeed. The Master is correct. I have been practicing my face-changing skills. Now that you have returned, I thought I would give you a demonstration. While the Grand Elder's comment elicited little reaction from the others, the other elders stifled their laughter, fully aware of the Grand Elder's thoughts after years of collaboration. Fearing exposure, the Grand Elder hastily redirected the conversation. Master, how is it that you returned so swiftly? Have you concluded matters with the Tianyin sect? All settled, and I even brought them along. They wish to join our heavenly demon sect. Many unexpected events transpired, so for now, they can only remain here. Please arrange accommodations for them. Once my wife concludes her seclusion, we shall devise a detailed plan. This is only natural. With their addition, the strength of our heavenly demon sect will experience a significant enhancement. This is indeed a positive development. I shall make arrangements immediately. However, where are the members of the Heavenly Sound sect at this moment? When will they arrive? Look up. Have you seen that battleship? They're all inside. Brought here by me. In the next instant, the cosmic battleship descended to the ground, and the disciples of the heavenly demon sect finally beheld the true form of this unidentified flying object. Master, are you saying they are all contained within this battleship? Indeed, As you can see, this is a transport-type magical artifact. Though its speed may not be remarkable, it possesses the capability for spatial traversal, making it a formidable tool. After providing this explanation, Shen Fei turned to address all the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. I can see that you are all intrigued by this battleship. Once the members of the Heavenly Sound Sect disembark, I shall allow you to experience it as well. For any significant missions in the future, you may accompany me aboard this vessel. At this moment, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect erupted into cheers. They had longed to see what this battleship was truly like, and since Shen Fei had not mentioned it before, they felt hesitant to voice their desires. However, now, it mattered not, for the Master had already declared that everyone would have an opportunity to experience it, and they were naturally overjoyed. Master is incredible. Master is the most handsome. Master is eternally divine. Hearing these familiar chants, Shen Fei smiled. These were indeed the most endearing disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Reflecting on the increase of 100 spots for the disciples' training ceremony, he realized he needed to allocate them wisely. With a grand flourish, the maidens of the Heavenly Sound Sect descended. So this is the Heavenly Demon Sect. It felt like it took forever, but it was just a brief moment. Yes, indeed. I had even prepared myself for a long slumber. Yet here we are. Master, you are truly remarkable. Not only are you handsome, but you can also fight. Furthermore, you possess such grand treasures. You are simply my ideal type. You silly girl, do you intend to compete with the Empress? No. No. I was merely pondering. Nothing serious. Ha ha ha, I know you aren't serious. I understand that it's an impossible endeavor. Yet what is that look of disappointment on your face? Surely, you cannot genuinely believe that, little girl. Stop talking. If you continue, I shall ignore you. In an instant, with so many charming maidens present, the male disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had yet to comprehend the situation. Over 1,000 female disciples had arrived. What is going on? So many little fairies have come from afar that do you not know how to welcome them? Where has our Heavenly Demon Sect's hospitality gone? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect finally reacted. They vaguely recalled that the Master had taught them how to respond. This was indeed recorded in the Master's sayings, and after a moment of recollection, they finally remembered. The arrival of all the little fairies has brought great honor to our Heavenly Demon Sect. Following this proclamation, a wave of applause resonated. The female disciples of the Heavenly Sound Sect were taken aback by this display. Despite appearing so casually gathered, they managed to produce a unified voice at Shen Fei's command. Which was no small feat. Even Shen Qingyin turned to look at Shen Fei, occasionally blinking her large, captivating eyes. How did he accomplish this? Could it truly be the radiance of his charismatic personality? The mood among the female disciples of the Heavenly Sound Sect brightened considerably. After all, which girl would not be delighted to be called a little fairy? With their fondness for the Master and the Heavenly Demon Sect growing, how could they possibly fear not being able to integrate into the sect? Qingyin, my inexperienced disciples wish to experience this cosmic battleship as well, that I shall not escort you there, nor will I make arrangements for this. The affairs within the sect are managed by the Grand Elder, so let them take you. This was not an excuse from Shen Fei. He genuinely did not know how to arrange for over 1,000 individuals. The Grand Elder, bustling with excitement, took them over, eager to return and experience this cosmic battleship himself, as he found it quite intriguing. Subsequently, Shen Fei sent each group of 1,000 disciples into the battleship for their experience. Coincidentally, during the last wave, the Grand Elder returned, having sampled the interior and understood its ambience. Master, living inside would undoubtedly be far more comfortable than here. Why not just reside within it? The fourth elder posed a question, noting that indeed, the conditions aboard the battleship surpassed those outside significantly. Old Fourth, are you foolish? How many people can it accommodate in total? What about those who remain behind? Would they not feel discontent? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the fourth elder nodded. It was indeed not a viable plan, as he had failed to consider the implications. Do not worry, esteemed elders. There will be bread, and there will be housing. Our Heavenly Demon Sect shall flourish. As he uttered this statement, Shen Fei left them with a charming side profile, exuding an air of profound mystery. that devilishly alluring charm. Master, I believe you can construct such houses, but what exactly is this bread? Could you enlighten us? Shen Fei was momentarily rendered speechless. Bread. Bread. In due time, you shall understand what it is. Chapter 24. Love you. Regardless of day or night, upon hearing Shen Fei's response, the Grand Elder was undoubtedly dissatisfied, but he was motivated by the well-being of the sect. And who knew what the master was scheming next? Therefore, the renovation of the heavenly demon sect must be prioritized. Just then, Shen Fei's phone rang. It was Zhao Jiasen calling. Grand Elder, my wife is calling. I must see how she is doing, though we shall discuss this matter later. After which, Shen Fei answered the call. The sight of this scene left the Grand Elder both amused and exasperated. It seemed the task of renovating the heavenly demon sect would fall upon his shoulders once more. Old Master, let's not discuss this further. The capable bear more responsibilities, and that is precisely you. The third elder patted the Grand Elder's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Oh, old third, since you were so concerned, then I shall entrust this task to you. What do you think? What? Old Master, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. However, I just remembered that it is time for me to tend to my medicinal fields. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With that, the third elder vanished without a trace. That third elder, whenever responsibilities arise, he is the first to flee. You two, old second and old fourth, are not any better. As he spoke, he turned around only to find that the two elders had already disappeared. At that moment, the Grand Elder felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, alone amidst the swirling winds. The Grand Elder lamented, I never imagined that the mornings in the heavenly demon sect would be so cold. After receiving Zhao Jiesen's call, Shen Fei made his way to her training location. At that moment, Zhao Jiesen stood by the railing, holding her phone, seemingly lost in thought that a gentle smile graced her lips, and she wore a flowing gown. The breeze tousled her hair, casting a spell of tenderness and beauty amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Gazing at Zhao Jiesen's silhouette, Shen Fei felt as if his heart had been struck with a sudden blow. Its rhythm momentarily halted. The next moment he realized with a start, this was the feeling of infatuation that in that fleeting instant. It felt as though an eternity had passed. Suddenly, Zhao Jiesen seemed to sense something. Turning to meet Shen Fei's gaze, shyness, surprise, and bewilderment all flickered in her eyes in the next moment. These emotions were swiftly replaced by profound longing and affection. Unbeknownst to her, after completing her training, she felt an overwhelming urge to see Shen Fei. A sentiment she had never anticipated. Without realizing it, Shen Fei's position in her heart had risen to such heights. Thus, Zhao Jiesen stepped forward and embraced him. Husband, I missed you. I missed you too, my dear. They held each other tightly, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In their embrace, it felt as though they possessed the entire world. Wife, have you successfully broken through? Yes, it was quite effortless. I initially thought it would take several days of seclusion. Yet I did not expect to break through so swiftly that I just called you, thinking you were still at the Heavenly Sound sect. Has the matter there been resolved? It has been resolved, but there were some minor complications. Subsequently, Shen Fei divulged to Zhao Jiesen all that he had undertaken at the Tianyin sect, including the matter of the four-sealed beasts, leaving nothing unsaid. Zhao Jiesen listened quietly, astonished that Shen Fei's visit to the Tianyin sect had unearthed so many complications. My dear, you even managed to vanquish that demonic monk with a single strike. Just how formidable are you? I am uncertain, but you must understand that your husband is the mightiest person in the world. Gazing into Shen Fei's confident eyes, Zhao Jiesen found herself unwittingly captivated. Darling, how about we retire for the night together? Shen Fei's fiery gaze rendered Zhao Jiesen momentarily speechless, yet she shyly nodded in agreement. Shen Fei swept her into his arms in a princess carry, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at their previous chamber. Although Zhao Jiesen had not returned during her training, the room still exuded a captivating fragrance that enchanted Shen Fei. Wife, I shall commence now. Zhao Jiesen's cheeks flushed crimson. At that moment, no one would suspect that the empress of a sect could display such girlish shyness. Yet, this exquisite scene was one that only Shen Fei could appreciate. Be gentle. That hurts. The space around them had been isolated by Shen Fei, rendering the outside world silent. Outside, the rustling leaves whispered, and two little birds pecked at each other's feathers, their tiny heads nestled together. Day turned to night. Indoors, flowers blossomed quietly under nurturing care, radiating an enchanting beauty as a new day dawned. The morning light outside grew somewhat blinding, prompting Zhao Jiasen to open her eyes. The first sight to greet her was Shen Fei's handsome visage, which brought a smile to her lips. The most joyous moment of the day, without a doubt, was awakening to the presence of her beloved. Suddenly, the memories of yesterday's fervor flooded back, causing a blush to creep across her face. Noticing Shen Fei still blissfully asleep, Zhao Jiasen's playful spirit ignited as she brushed a strand of hair across his nose. In the next instant, she felt her hand captured, and she promptly shut her eyes. Why is my wife still in bed like a little lazy pig? But since she isn't awakened yet, perhaps I can indulge in some playful mischief. Let me ponder what I should do first. Shen Fei gradually leaned closer, closing the distance between them. If sensing his intentions, Zhao Jiasen opened her eyes, and their gazes locked. I knew you were merely pretending to sleep. Are you aware that your previous actions are akin to playing with fire? Oh dear! Come closer. I must rise. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention at the demon sect. With that, Zhao Jiasen shifted her body, attempting to escape from under Shen Fei's arm. However, her movement was somewhat abrupt, eliciting a twinge of pain that caused her brow to furrow. Shen Fei observed everything with keen eyes. All right, do rest a moment. I told you not to be so agitated. This is all you're doing. You share some responsibility too. Shen Fei, if you say another word, I shall ignore you. All right, I shall cease. That it is my fault for not holding back. I cannot entirely blame myself, especially since you were so captivating. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Zhao Jiasen huffed in annoyance but made no further resistance, leaning against a shoulder. Chapter 25. This blanket is truly white. That a brief separation has only intensified their bond, resulting in yesterday's unrestrained fervor. All right, let us rise. I truly must attend to the affairs of the demon sect. With the Tianyin sect now involved, we must extend a proper welcome. Fear not, my dear. You should rest well. I have already arranged the welcoming festivities, which can commence tonight. As for the other matters, trust the Grand Elder. He is more than capable. With that, Shen Fei wrapped his arms around Zhao Jiasen's delicate waist, infusing her with a gentle warmth that gathered in an indescribable corner of her being. Zhao Jiasen felt the pain diminish significantly, though her innate shyness still lingered. Her body was enveloped in warmth and comfort. The fatigue from the previous day washed over her once more, and it wasn't too long before she drifted back into slumber. Observing her furrowed brow as she slept, Shen Fei smoothed it out. Rest easy, my love. With me here, you shall not bear such burdens alone. Once Zhao Jiasen fell into a deep sleep, Shen Fei vanished from the room. Within the demon hall, several elders gathered for their routine meeting. Unprecedentedly, Zhao Jiasen was late. Elder, why has the Empress not yet arrived? Should we summon her? Elder 4, how single-minded you are. The ancestor has just returned, and the Empress has only recently emerged from her meditation. Can't you discern the implications? Indeed, Elder 4, you are rather lacking in insight. At this moment, the Empress is undoubtedly with the ancestor. The third elder chuckled, leisurely chiming in. Right. How could I have overlooked this? Such is the power of love. Even the Empress is not immune. However, with the Empress's formidable combat prowess, it is uncertain who will overpower whom. What are you on about? Have you not heard? Only the overworked ox falters, not the plowed field. Truly, your understanding is lacking. No. I maintain that the ancestor is superior. His strength is something you, Elder 3, have yet to witness. As they engaged in their discussion, Shen Fei arrived, overhearing their conversation. The first to notice him was Elder 2, the one responsible for punishments, whose reticence likely accounted for his lack of participation in the banter. Ahem. Elder 2, is your throat unwell? Your behavior today seems rather peculiar. Indeed, what is wrong with your eyes? Have you caught a case of infatuation? Hearing the jests of his fellow elders, Elder 2 covered his face with his right hand. Lamenting his choice of companions that in light of this, he decided to sit back and enjoy the spectacle as the others prepared to poke fun at Elder 2. Shen Fei interjected. Esteemed elders, what are you discussing? May I join in? Shen Fei's voice rang out, momentarily leaving the Grand Elder, Third Elder, and Fourth Elder speechless. Shen Fei, their ancestor. How had he appeared here? Ancestor. What brings you here? We were merely discussing trivial matters. By the way, where is the Empress? Oh, she is attending to some matters that today's meeting is hereby adjourned. You may all return. And Grand Elder, do remember to attend to the tasks I entrusted to you. Understood, Ancestor. I am nearly prepared, and by tonight, we can commence. Shen Fei nodded and then vanished from the scene. Goodness, Elder 2, how could you not inform us of the Ancestor's arrival? Indeed, I express my strong disapproval. Fortunately, the Ancestor likely did not overhear us, that I was terrified he might have caught wind of our conversation. Observing their relief, Elder 2 chuckled. Allow me to enlighten you. The moment you began your discussion, the Ancestor was already behind you, though you failed to notice. Thus, if the Ancestor's hearing is intact, he must have heard every word you spoke. Following this, Elder 2 patted the shoulders of the other three in succession. Remarkably, this feeling was quite delightful. It had been ages since he experienced such a refreshing sensation. Previously, it was the other three who teased him, yet now he found himself in a position to render them speechless. A gratifying experience. Well, Elder One, do you think we are in the clear? I suppose so. The Ancestor did not say anything. Let us tread carefully around the Ancestor in the future, that I shall head to the medicinal fields now. Farewell. Elder 1 and Elder 4. Indeed, farewell. I too just remembered I recently grasped some essence of swordsmanship and must go solidify it. Farewell, Elder 1. With that, Elder 4 slipped away. Only the Grand Elder remained, responsible for managing the sex affairs and having the most frequent interactions with Shen Fei, who had assigned him a task. How would he navigate this predicament? As I watched a few fair-weather friends flee, I couldn't help but curse my poor judgment and friendships under my breath. Shaking my head, I stepped out into the world. Life must go on, and the challenges that await must be faced. Qingyin, this evening, you are to summon the members of Tianin Hall to Mingyue Mountain for a welcoming ceremony. It is imperative that everyone is present. Understood, Master. But are you not currently accompanying Zhao Jiasen? How is it that you have the time to call me now? Why do you have so much to say? Are you looking for a scuffle? Oh, come now, Master. Why not grace me with your presence? I shall be waiting for you. With that playful remark, I intentionally altered my tone to exude charm, leaving even Shen Fei momentarily at a loss, prompting him to hastily end the call. Upon returning to the bedroom, I found Zhao Jiasen still asleep, that I settled into a comfortable position, wrapping my arms around the beauty in my embrace, and drifted back into slumber. When Shen Fei opened his eyes once more, dusk had descended. Zhao Jiasen had already risen, busily tinkering with her phone while capturing numerous amusing photos of him in his sleep. Darling, you're awake. It seems you're the real pig here. They say that when you marry a chicken, you follow its lead, that so if I am a pig, then you must be one too, haha. Not at all. By the way, dear, I mentioned that there's an event tonight. Shall we attend? Sure, get up quickly. I need to change my clothes as well. Upon hearing Zhao Jiesen's words, Shen Fei felt the urge to freshen up too. He tossed aside the covers and prepared to get out of bed. But then, a sharp sound pierced the air, and turning his head, he was taken aback by the sight of a pristine expanse of skin. The blanket was indeed exceedingly white. Zhao Jiasen quickly pulled the blanket over herself, wrapping her figure within. Darling, there's no need to be shy, that I assure you. If we were to sleep like this every day, it would be quite beneficial for our health. Without constraints, who knows, you might even grow a little more. At Shen Fei's words, Zhao Jiasen shot him a glare. This man, was he not merely finding another way to imply that he was lacking in certain aspects? Not a chance. If you think it's too small, then don't touch it in the future. My dear, that simply won't do. You must understand, this is my happiness. Stop being so cheeky. Turn around, I need to get dressed. Wait a moment. Our attire for tonight's event shouldn't be overly formal. Allow me to coordinate an outfit for you. With that, a casual ensemble appeared before Zhao Jiasen, featuring a comfortable t-shirt and ultra-short shorts. This time, Shen Fei had even prepared undergarments. This little outfit is far too revealing, darling. Could you find something else? Not to worry. It's merely an undergarment. Just try it on. I promise it will be much more comfortable than what you wore before. Zhao Jiesin chose not to argue further and donned the outfit. Indeed, the fit was perfect. Dressed in sporty attire, Zhao Jiesin appeared even more vivacious. Shen Fei also donned a matching couple's outfit, and together they looked remarkably well-suited. Let us go. It's about to start. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting. With Zhao Jiesin nodding in agreement, Shen Fei took her hand, and in an instant, their figures vanished from sight. Everyone, please take your seats. We must reserve 3 spots at each table for the newly arrived disciples of Tianyin sect. Understood? Under the guidance of the Grand Elder, the disciples of Tianma sect promptly settled into their places. Next, it was time for the new disciples of Tianyin sect to make their appearance, and naturally, everyone stood to welcome them. Understanding the Grand Elder's intentions, Shen Qingyin ensured that the disciples of Tianyin sect filled the vacant spots. The table was adorned with a splendid array of delicacies, primarily consisting of thinly sliced meats from fierce beasts and exotic fowl, accompanied by a selection of unique vegetables and fruits. Shen Qingyin, along with 5 elders from her side and 4 elders from Tianma sect, sat together at the forefront. There was a table with only 2 seats available, reserved for Zhao Jiesin and Shen Fei. Grand Elder, what are these ingredients? Are we meant to cook them ourselves? Shen Qingyin inquired, staring at the numerous ingredients before her, uncertain if it would be appropriate to serve them pre-cooked. Please remain calm, sect leader. Once the master arrives, everything will be cleared. To be honest, I am just as in the dark about this as you are. I am merely following the master's instructions. Just as the Grand Elder finished speaking, Shen Fei and Zhao Jiesin made their entrance, hand in hand, their attire enhancing their allure, a pair of celestial lovers. All eyes were drawn to them. Even Shen Qingyin found herself entranced by Zhao Jiesin's presence. How could it be? It seemed as though she had grown even more voluptuous. Initially, Shen Qingyin believed she had the upper hand over Zhao Jiesin, but now it appeared that Zhao Jiesin had indeed blossomed significantly. Is this the true influence of a man? Would her greatest point of pride soon be eclipsed by Zhao Jiesin? How would she tease her in the future? Seemingly aware of Shen Qingyin's gaze, Zhao Jiesin stood her ground, boldly pushing her chest forward. Is this a challenge? Could it be that a man's influence is truly so profound that it not only fosters physical growth, but also alters one's character? Shen Qingyin averted her gaze, muttering to herself. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shen Fei had already led Zhao Jiesin to their designated seats. All right, I forgot to bring you something earlier. That was my oversight. With a wave of his right hand, small bags of powdered substances, along with an assortment of chili peppers and unfamiliar culinary spices, appeared on everyone's tables. Please open these and pour them into one compartment of our dual-flavor pot. The other can be filled with plain water. Those who enjoy spicy food may use the spicy pot for cooking their meat, while those who prefer milder flavors can stick to the other, though we have prepared plenty of ingredients, so if you find yourselves still hungry, feel free to select more from the back. Now, let us begin feasting. I assure you, the flavors will delight you. With that, Shen Fei turned his attention back to Zhao Jiesin. Darling, what would you like to eat? I'll cook it for you. I do like those little mushrooms. No, you can't have too many vegetables. Why is that? Haven't you heard? You are what you eat, that if you consume meat, your body will naturally gain meat. If you allow it to accumulate in all the right places, then, before Shen Fei could finish, he was interrupted by Zhao Jiesin, whose delicate hand had found its way to the soft flesh at his waist. Playfully pinching a small area and twisting it slightly, all while smiling mischievously, as if to say that if Shen Fei continued, she might just twist harder. Darling, how did you come to know of such a tactic? Have you also become a little naughty? I can't say for certain. But if you're so frightened, I wonder if you'll dare to bully me again. Shen Fei was left speechless. He never expected such a technique would be universally applicable. Even in this otherworldly realm, the women here seemed to possess an innate understanding of such matters. All right, I want to say another word. Let us eat. I've already prepared your portion. With that, Shen Fei brought a piece of meat from his chopsticks to Zhao Jiesen's lips. Curious about the flavor, she took a bite in that moment. Her taste buds felt as if they were ensnared by an exquisite sensation. Fresh, tender, smooth, and fragrant. A symphony of flavors converging into an extraordinarily delightful experience. So, what do you think, my dear? I told you it would be delicious. It truly is wonderful. Faced with such delectable dishes, Zhao Jiesen shed her usual demeanor, happily devouring everything Shen Fei offered her, her face alight with joy. Not only was it in their corner, but the other tables erupted with astonished exclamations as well. Goodness, the master is truly remarkable to have created such delicious fare. Indeed, I have never tasted anything so exquisite that I hereby declare this method of eating the best in the world. I never imagined that these meats could be transformed into such deliciousness with just a little preparation. Enough talk. Let us not question further. Let it be said that the master is truly exceptional. Indeed, our esteemed master is a deity of eternal brilliance. I propose that we all shout a slogan together. What do you think? Sounds great. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and the next instant, everyone chorused, "Our master is magnificent." At this juncture, even the newly joined female disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect joined in, amplifying the fervor. What a treasure of a master! Not only does he possess striking looks, but he is also formidable in combat. Moreover, he has remarkable insights when it comes to gastronomy. Truly, he is the epitome of perfection. In an instant, through this hot pot feast, Shen Fei's stature in the hearts of these disciples, particularly the female ones, soared to new heights. Not only were they enchanted, but even the elders at their table were indulging with great delight, while Shen Qingyin unwittingly consumed a substantial amount of food. Master, what is this method called? It is known as the unparalleled supreme hot pot, which I shall abbreviate as hot pot. For narrative purposes, I assure you I am not inflating the word count. No rebuttals accepted. For a considerable time thereafter, everyone merrily feasted, and it was evident that relationships had grown closer. The disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect gradually began to mingle with those of the demon sect, perhaps a testament to the allure of culinary delights. However, soon their attention was diverted to Zhao Jiesen. At this point, Zhao Jiesen had been well fed by Shen Fei, and noticing his intention to serve her again, she intervened. She was eager to experience the sensation of cooking in the bubbling hot pot herself. Thus, the next scene unfolded. Shen Fei comfortably settled into a chair beside Zhao Jiesen, one arm draped around her waist while the other rested on the table. Zhao Jiesen took a small bite of the food she had cooked, savoring the flavor before offering it to Shen Fei. Naturally, he would not reject it, since Zhao Jiesen wished to play. He opted to wait patiently for his turn to taste. Observing Shen Fei relish the food with delight, a smile graced Zhao Jiesen's face, accentuating her charm. As a drop of sauce appeared at the corner of Shen Fei's mouth, Zhao Jiesen thoughtfully wiped it away. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Fei grasped her hand, gazing at her with affection. "My dear, you are truly wonderful. I love you. So, you ought to treat me better in the future and not always bully me." With that, Zhao Jiesen withdrew her hand. "What would you like to eat next?" Witnessing their interaction, many present felt as though they were sitting beneath a lemon tree, their teeth aching with envy. However, compared to the other disciples, the elders of the demon sect displayed knowing smiles, their eyes filled with warmth. "The Empress has grown up under our watch. She bears a heavy burden, and it is the first time I have seen her so happy," the Grand Elder remarked wistfully. "Indeed, with our master present, the Empress will thrive, and our demon sect shall prosper. I find myself eagerly anticipating our future," another elder chimed in. Upon hearing this, several elders from the Heavenly Sound sect chuckled, engaging in the conversation. Yet, Shen Qingyin's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Jiesen. What is it about love that possesses such transformative power over a person? As Zhao Jiesen's greatest rival, Shen Qingyin understood her well. Yet in her memory, Zhao Jiesen had always been frosty, exuding an imposing aura. Now, however, who could say she was the imperious empress? She appeared merely as an ordinary woman in love. That it was truly perplexing. Yet Shen Qingyin found herself feeling envious. What are you all staring at? If you're envious, go find yourselves a partner. Our demon sect does not forbid you from dating. Now that so many little fairies have joined us, you must seize the opportunity. Shen Fei stood up, addressing all the disciples. Laughter erupted in response to his words. Quickly, sit down and enjoy the food. We have prepared an abundance of ingredients that let's enjoy ourselves. It is a rare occasion for us to gather together, so let loose and have fun. Ingeniously, Shen Fei once again redirected everyone's focus to the feast. My dear, see how everyone envies our sweet romance, he chuckled. You talk too much. Are you going to eat or not? If you're not, I won't cook any more, she teased. No, please don't. We've only just begun. That night, Shen Fei took out his phone to capture the moment, which would become a cherished memory for the demon sect, whenever there was a joyous occasion. Hot pot would be the solution. Whenever there were troubles, hot pot would also serve as the remedy. The bond between the demon sect and hot pot had become intrinsic, after feasting and drinking to their heart's content. They tidied up their dining area, and soon the place was organized. Everyone returned to their quarters with joyful spirits, chatting and laughing. Shen Fei, hurry and shower. You'll dirty the bed. Go now. So, dear, will you join me for a shower? If you say that again, I want to let you sleep in the room. No, I'll just go out. You can sleep alone. No, I'm going right now. Observing Shen Fei's demeanor, Zhao Jiesin felt genuinely pleased. She found it delightful. Knowing that Zhao Jiesin was also exhausted, Shen Fei held her close as they slept, refraining from indulging in more food. Early the next morning, Zhao Jiesin took Shen Fei to the demon hall. The revelry had concluded, and it was time to address the current issues that in attendance were not only the elders of the demon sect, but also those from the Heavenly Sound sect. I have a suggestion. Let us not establish the Heavenly Sound Hall, as it would hinder the unity of the disciples, that we should stick to the status quo without adding unnecessary complexities. That is my recommendation. Shen Qingyin stepped forward, having considered this matter since yesterday. Though she was only now voicing it. Chapter 28. I only wish to hold a place in your heart upon hearing Shen Qingyin's primary statement. Zhao Jiesin and the others were taken aback. However, they admired the decision she had made. This way, we can better integrate into the demon sect. During last night's hot pot, we had already come to a similar conclusion. Being together will strengthen our cohesion. As we share a common goal, those of the heavenly path must pay a price. As Shen Qingyin spoke, her eyes radiated determination. The members of the Heavenly Sound sect had been deceived by those wolves in sheep's clothing for far too long, and many leaders had perished because of it. Thus, the current disciples held an intense hatred for the heavenly path. Very well, then let us strive together for the future of the demon sect. Zhao Jiesin, seated at the head, spoke softly to the assembly. From now on, Shen Qingyin shall serve as the vice leader of our demon sect. During my absence, she will manage the internal affairs, and she can also share the burden of our responsibilities. The other 5 elders of the Heavenly Sound sect will also join our demon sect's council of elders, but they will have to start from the position of the 6th elder. Additionally, Sun Wukong, as Shen Fei has informed me about your situation, you shall be appointed as our honored guest in the demon sect. What do you all think of this arrangement? Zhao Jiesin's decision surprised them. They had anticipated a significant reduction in their status, yet Zhao Jiesin not only preserved their authority, but elevated it further. And they felt immense gratitude to S for the monkey. Zhao Jiesin found it hard to compliment his appearance, with his vibrant green skin resembling a peculiar cactus. Appointing him as an honored guest would not only grant him freedom, but also solidify his connection to the demon sect. Shen Fei remained by Zhao Jiesin's side, silently observing her decisions. It was rather agreeable. By the way, dear, I may need to step out for a while to address the matters concerning the 4 great beasts. I plan to visit Xiongqi in Yuzhou shortly. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Zhao Jiesin nodded. She too wished to accompany him, but there were many pressing matters within the demon sect that required her attention. So she remained behind. All right, just be careful, and come back quickly once you've resolved everything. I will be waiting for you. Understood. This time, I intend to bring my little brother Sun Wukong along. Capturing those ferocious beasts will be much easier. Just then, Shen Qingyin stood up. Master, I wish to accompany you as well. It would be nice to clear my mind, and the demon sect does not currently require my assistance. Zhao Jiesin cast a cold glance at her. To be honest, she too did not wish for Shen Qingyin to accompany Shen Fei. who knew if she might attempt to steal her man behind her back. Observing Zhao Jiasen's hesitation, Shen Qingyin chuckled. Empress, are you truly afraid that I might take your man away, or do you lack faith in our master? If that is the case, I shall refrain from joining you. That is not quite the issue. Since you wish to venture out for some leisure, you may as well accompany us, but do not let them hinder our progress. As Zhao Jiasen uttered these words, a twinge of regret washed over her. Shen Qingyin's beauty was not inferior to her own, yet in certain aspects, she felt hopelessly outmatched. After all, some men found allure in more than mere looks that in the face of sensuality. Beauty and cuteness were rendered inconsequential. Following this exchange, Zhao Jiasen's demeanor grew even colder, and the subsequent discussions during the meeting were laden with an icy tension. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyin appeared utterly oblivious, sitting quietly in silence. Shortly thereafter, the meeting concluded, and Zhao Jiasen led Shen Fei straight to their private chamber. What exactly is your relationship with Shen Qingyin? Zhao Jiasen inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Fei. The expression she wore during the meetings yesterday and today clearly indicated that her feelings towards him were distinctly different from those she held for others. There was gratitude, admiration, and a hint of affection. Although Zhao Jiasen trusted Shen Fei, she still yearned to uncover the truth in his sentiments. My dear, you know that my heart belongs solely to you. Shen Qingyin merely feels a sense of gratitude towards me. So fret not. My only wife is you. I trust you that I understand that with your strength, there will undoubtedly be many women surrounding you in the future, that I merely hope to maintain a significant place in your heart. At the very least, let me be aware of their existence, that I ask that acceptable. Gazing into Zhao Jiasen's fervent eyes, Shen Fei gently embraced her. I shall ensure that, but for now, let's set aside such concerns. Our focus must be on subduing the four great beasts. While my power has grown formidable, there remain areas where I am lacking, and thus I require even greater strength to safeguard everyone's safety. The people of the heavenly path must be utilizing their demonic hearts for some purpose. I have already rescued one monkey. The others still require my attention. Very well. Then hasten your departure to travel safely and take care. At that moment, Zhao Jiasen, displaying a moment of authority, pulled Shen Fei closer and planted a firm kiss on his lips. Unbeknownst to them, as Shen Fei regrouped with the other two, evening had already descended. Boss, didn't you say we would leave shortly? Why has so much time passed? Upon Shen Fei's arrival, the monkey whistled and remarked, What do you know? Silence. Let us expedite our departure. The sooner we complete our mission, the sooner I can enact my grand plan. With that, Shen Fei summoned his cosmic battleship. Even within the confines of Yuzhou, traversing through the cosmos would undoubtedly be simpler and swifter. Shen Qingyin and the monkey joined him on the deck as visions of Chonqi's sealed location flashed through Shen Fei's mind, leading them directly to the Four Symbols Valley of Yuzhou. Surrounded by four towering mountains, a vast lake lay at the center. Strangely, the water exhibited no ripples. Even the gentlest breeze failed to disturb its surface, resembling an enormous mirrored AT that moment. Their battleship was reflected upon this mirror, appearing crystal clear. It appears this is the place. Chapter 29. The green grass above one's head for a lifetime, boss. This place is indeed peculiar. Should I go investigate? With a single strike of my staff, I could unravel this mystery. Oh, if you wish to give it a try, then go ahead. Sensing the disdain in Shen Fei's tone, the monkey confidently brandished his giant cactus staff, striking it against the lake's surface. His expression radiated confidence as if he could obliterate anything in his path. However, the strike landed as if upon cotton. The lake remained unperturbed. The monkey, undeterred, persisted in his attempts to ascertain whether it was the lake's magic or his own prowess that was lacking. After numerous futile attempts, his embarrassment grew palpable, especially after boasting so grandly moments ago. All right, you needn't continue. Your staff is ineffective, utterly useless. Observing the monkey's crestfallen demeanor, Shen Fei delivered his verdict without mercy. A little brother is still a little brother. Watch closely how your elder brother unravels this illusion. With that, Shen Fei approached the lake's surface, confidence gleaming in his eyes, mirroring the monkey's earlier bravado. You see, He is merely putting on a show. If it were that simple, I would have shattered this place long ago. The monkey muttered to Shen Qingyin, disparaging Shen Fei, but she held a different perspective. You are mistaken. I believe our master may yet surprise us. No sooner had she spoken than Shen Fei made his move. They both anticipated a grand display of power from him, their attention riveted. Ultimately, Shen Fei unleashed nothing more than a light and casual punch. Ha ha, what are you saying? A punch like that could possibly... The monkey's words were abruptly cut off by the ensuing spectacle. The previously placid lake erupted into tumultuous waves, the surrounding mountains disintegrated into fragments, and the lake vanished, revealing its true form. The verdant landscape was replaced by a barren mountaintop, where a massive altar stood, clearly concealing profound secrets. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and join me, or do you wish to linger here? At Shen Fei's urging, the two snapped back to reality. The monkey felt a sting of humiliation. This was indeed a slap to the face, especially in front of a lady. Yet there was no time to dwell on such matters as they followed Shen Fei down. They arrived at the altar, surrounded by crumbling structures, devoid of any other features. At the altar's center stood a colossal cross, intricately bound with iron chains to the intersection of the cross. A flickering orb of purple light pulsed weakly. Sensing their arrival, the purple light began to pulsate more vigorously. Just as Shen Fei intended to investigate further, he halted abruptly, sensing the approach of others. We should hide and observe the intentions of the newcomers. If I am not mistaken, they are likely from the heavenly path. He led Shen Qingyin and the monkey into a corner, utilizing his mystical energy to conceal them. Unless the newcomers surpassed Shen Fei in strength, they would remain undetected. Yet, as the mightiest warrior of the realm, who could possibly surpass Shen Fei? What is happening? The spatial illusion has been dispelled. Oh no, Chonchi hasn't he escaped, has he? If so, I'm finished. I have no desire to face punishment like that foolish demonic monk. As he spoke, the figure approached the altar, revealing himself to be a clean-shaven middle-aged man with chiseled features and striking eyebrows. A relaxed smile graced his face. Fortunately, Chonchi has not fled. But who could have dispelled the spatial illusion, aside from our heavenly path? Who else possesses such power? This is quite perplexing. Nevertheless, enough pondering. Let us complete our task and return. That I have no desire to linger in this wretched world any longer. It only aggravates me. With a wave of his hand, the chains binding the cross were all undone. A deafening roar erupted from the altar's center. Ah, you little demon, how dare you oppose the heavenly path? Surrender now. In your current state, you elicit nothing but pity. But alas, you are but a lowly creature. Relinquish your demonic heart. With that, the space surrounding the altar began to constrict toward the central light, the pressure palpable. Monkey, the divine power of this god, should be related to space. Let me exchange a skin for you, so you too can possess the power of space. Then, you will go rescue Chionchi, while I deal with that great deity. All right, but boss, this time it better not be more ridiculous than a cactus. Enough chatter. Are you going to change or not? If not, you'll have to spend your life adorned with green grass and cacti. I'll change. Is that not enough? Honestly, with that information about the skin transformation flooded into Monkey's mind. And without hesitation, he confirmed it that he was not yielding to Shen Fei's intimidation. Rather, the situation was dire, and he was essential to saving everyone. He was undeniably the most important, regardless of the truth. Monkey found solace in this self-assurance. In the next moment, a brilliant blue light erupted from his body, and his entire appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. The once prominent sideburns had vanished, replaced by a flawless blue Supreme Treasure outfit that perfectly matched his aura. What delighted him most was the glowing staff. Brimming with a sense of youthful bravado, he was thoroughly pleased with this skin, which surpassed even his peak attractiveness. Not bad, boss. I like this skin. From now on, this will be my look. The great sage, will surely captivate countless maidens. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 30. The harsh lessons of society. Stop the nonsense. Let us split up. I'll handle that old rascal. You check on Xiongqi. Observing the smug expression on Monkey's face, Shen Fei spoke with his own considerations in mind. Firstly, he was not well acquainted with Xiongqi, and to avoid misunderstandings, it was better for Monkey, who was a great demon, to confront it, as the danger would be significantly reduced. At that moment, Shen Fei lifted the suppression of his aura, and the three figures materialized before the great deity. "Oh, it seems there are three little mice here. You didn't break this seal, did you? But then again, that's impossible. With your level of power, you could never breach the power of space. Hey, are you that audacious monkey? I never expected even the demon monk would be defeated by you. It seems he truly went easy on you. In that case, hand over your and Xiongqi's demon hearts to me." Ha! Upon hearing this, Monkey naturally did not hold back. "What are you? I could easily smash you to bits, you old rascal. Hey, if you could, you wouldn't be sealed away. Let us see what kind of prowess you really have." Although Monkey had changed his exterior, as a great deity, he could still recognize his aura at a glance. "Little brother, do not forget your mission. This old rascal is my opponent. Step back." Shen Fei stepped forward, squinting at the towering deity not far away. "Boss, let me have a go. I've longed to battle these arrogant fools for ages. Why not let me seize this opportunity?" Hearing Monkey's words, Shen Fei rubbed his forehead. He should have anticipated Monkey's insatiable desire for combat. After all, this was why he earned the title of the victorious fighting Buddha. "If that's the case, go ahead, then I'm ready to watch you take a beating. Rest assured, if you call for help, I will come to your aid." With that, Shen Fei patted Monkey's shoulder and smiled. This monkey, even after being sealed in the demon-suppressing tower for so long, remained unrepentant. It seemed he needed a proper lesson that in contemporary terms, he had yet to face the harsh realities of life, still lacking the wisdom to navigate the world, or rather, the realm of demons. However, at that moment, Monkey was consumed by a fervor for battle, oblivious to all else. Turning to Shen Qingyin, Shen Fei said, "Be cautious, protect yourself well, and if possible, stay away from the battlefield that I'll go rescue Xiongqi first." Shen Qingyin nodded obediently. She understood the situation was precarious, and this great deity appeared to possess formidable strength. Although Shen Fei dismissed him, she remained somewhat concerned. "Don't try to evade. Worry not, for this great deity can crush you with as much ease as squashing an ant. You three are here today, and none shall leave alive. You will bear the consequences for offending the majesty of the heavenly Tao. Bah, old rascal, watch how your grandpa teaches you a lesson." With that, Monkey approached the great deity, proclaiming loudly, "Audacious monkey, seeing your demise is imminent, I shall reveal my esteemed name. I hail from the Heavenly Tao Academy, and my title is the King of Spacebreaking. Remember it well, for I shall be the one to end your life." Ha ha ha. Monkey remained silent. Ever since donning this skin, he felt imbued with the power of the Moonlight Treasure Box, mastering the ability of space. While he could not traverse time and space, short-distance spatial displacement came easily to him. This was precisely why Shen Fei had equipped Monkey with this outfit, initially intending for him to use this ability to rescue Xiongqi. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands in an instant, Monkey, fueled by rage, transformed his light blue golden staff into an enormous weapon, bringing it down heavily upon the King of Spacebreaking's shoulder. "Interesting. Your attack actually manages to hurt me. It seems your power has significantly improved, but this is far from sufficient. Whether my strength is enough is not for you to decide, but rather for me to declare." With that, Monkey's attacks grew more ferocious, striking from various angles, channeling the power of space to converge all his blows into a single point. While a few strikes might seem trivial, what of 1,000? Or 10,000? Each blow, compounded in rapid succession, formed a collective force, catching even the King of Space breaking off guard for a moment. Damn King perish. Ultimately, after countless strikes, the final blow coalesced into the most formidable impact. Aimed squarely at the King of Space breaking shoulder, in the same breath, Shen Fei also took action. Even the King of Space breaking remained oblivious to Shen Fei's movements in an instant. Shen Fei drew near the luminous point. And then, the space surrounding the light was torn asunder, causing Shen Fei's form to vanish from sight. Seemingly entering the realm of the light point as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself enveloped in a vast expanse of purple space. with fragments of space drifting about, exuding an eerie vibe. Directly ahead stood a crystalline structure, within which was sealed what appeared to be a youthful maiden. This must be Qiongqi, with a hint of curiosity. Shen Fei approached the crystal, that as he drew closer. He discerned that this purple crystal was the very barrier isolating the power of space. Just as he intended to take action, a chilling voice echoed, devoid of emotion, leaving him with an icy sensation in his heart. Human, how did you manage to enter here? What is your purpose? I am here to rescue you. Then forget it. I have tried for millennia without success in breaking this crystal's spatial barrier. How could a mere human like you hope to unravel the seal left by the heavenly Tao? Despite the icy tone, it brimmed with resentment at the mention of the heavenly Tao. In that case, let us strike a bargain. Oh, what kind of bargain? Assist me in my endeavors, and I shall help you break the seal. Is that so? Then will you not have to vow allegiance to the heavenly Tao, swearing never to betray it? Ha 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 ha, how absurd. In an instant, the entire alternate space seemed to freeze, Qiongqi's voice turning sharper, laced with disdain and contempt, even tinged with mockery. Chapter 31. The final outcome, penned by us. You think too highly of yourself. What is the heavenly Tao to me? I intended to obliterate them all along, and thus, I require your assistance. What do you say? Joining me will bring you no loss. Unfazed by Qiongqi's derision, Shen Fei laid bare his intentions that in truth, he could single-handedly annihilate the heavenly Tao, yet that would lack any intrigue, that he still wished for Zhao Jiusen to personally lead the disciples of the demon sect to eradicate the heavenly Xian sect, to obliterate the heavenly Tao. Similarly, he was also eager to discover what kind of rewards the system would bestow upon him for vanquishing the 4 ancient beasts. After all, with the cosmic warships now deployed, one couldn't help but wonder if the next adversary would be even more terrifying, which left him in a state of anticipation. Upon hearing Shen Fei's response, Qiongqi was momentarily taken aback. She could sense the intense disdain Shen Fei harbored towards the heavenly Tao. Though I can believe what you say, what can one mere human truly accomplish? Even the divine kings battling outside are at a loss, and behind them lurk the divine lords, not to mention the even more formidable deities. How do you plan to contend with them? Upon hearing her words, Shen Fei let out a cold laugh. It appears you lack conviction. You speak of wanting to slay the heavenly Tao, yet in reality, you are so compliant, truly a case of saying one thing and doing another. Human, what do you understand? I cannot even break my seal. Do you think I do not desire to escape? How about this? Let us make a wager that if I assist you in breaking free from this seal, you shall serve as my subordinate for 10 years. What say you? Ha ha ha. You should leave quickly. Cease your futile attempts at grandstanding. Although your arrival here indicates some capability, you are incapable of unraveling the seal. If you could, I would agree not just to 10 years, but to 100 or even 1,000. Before Qiongqi could finish her sentence, Shen Fei waved his hand, causing the crystal to dissolve instantly. Despite the immense spatial power at play, everything was rendered futile in the face of absolute strength. That it is akin to moving swiftly within a space where others cannot even touch you. However, if someone were to obliterate the entire space, everything within would inevitably vanish. Utilizing this principle, Shen Fei enveloped the entire spatial region with his profound energy. Before absolute power, all else became mere illusions. At that moment, Qiongqi's true form emerged before Shen Fei. The most striking feature was her flowing purple hair, paired with her icy gaze, presenting an undeniable aura of a regal woman. Her skin was exceedingly fair, complemented by a flowing white gown that revealed her delicate feet. Truly captivating. Even Shen Fei was taken aback to see that one of the 4 ancient beasts, Qiongqi, appeared in such a manner. However, he quickly composed himself. So, you claim the seal was difficult to break. What say you now? I never said that I merely wish to ask. Are you truly sincere in your desire to oppose the heavenly Tao? Of course. Having released you, do you think otherwise? You must have sensed the commotion outside. My subordinate is also a formidable entity, akin to you. Very well. I shall tentatively place my trust in you that I will fulfill the promise I made earlier. From now on, you shall call me boss. Before long, we shall assault the Heavenly Tao Academy. and the ultimate outcome will be ours to dictate. While Shen Fei and Xiongqi continued their dialogue, outside, a fierce battle raged. Although the void-breaking God King commanded spatial powers, the monkey too could execute spatial transfers, resulting in neither party gaining an advantage. However, the monkey's strength had not fully returned, so even with a more powerful disguise, it could not overcome the divine lord before it. Impudent monkey, I never anticipated you would grow so much stronger, yet the final victory shall still be mine. Endless mysteries of space, grant me your power. I shall become the sovereign of this temporal realm. Reverse time. Compress space. The void-breaking God King unleashed his final technique. After a brief chant, the space surrounding the monkey was locked down, rendering it utterly immobile. The compressive force from all sides threatened to crush the monkey into fragments. However, at that moment, the monkey's form shrank as it employed its 72 transformations, seizing the opportunity to utilize spatial power in an attempt to escape. Yet, the void-breaking God King had long anticipated this maneuver and had reinforced the space with a binding formation. As soon as the monkey's form appeared, the purple crystal ensnared it, rendering it incapable of further movement. This formation was initially meant for Xiongqi to solidify the seal. I never expected to utilize it on you today. Be grateful. I shall claim both your and Xiongqi's demonic essence. Ha! Just as he reveled in his laughter, an abrupt voice interrupted him. At your age, you should understand the folly of greed. Do you truly believe you can claim it all? Who would have thought that a mere human ant could muster the audacity to speak? You possess no capability, yet you dare to speak. You have offended this deity, and your lives cannot be spared. Are you prepared for death? Heh, I am their leader. You have harmed my subordinate. Are you ready to face my wrath? Ha ha ha. That is the finest joke I have ever heard. I am quite eager to see how you humans intend to lay waste to a deity that I truly wish to experience that. Ha ha. Shen Fei ignored him and turned to Qiongqi behind him. Have you ever heard such a ludicrous demand? I initially thought he practiced spatial divine power, yet it appears he has merely attained a lowly state of existence, and no wonder he is so contemptible. I would gladly refer to him as the god of contempt. Upon hearing Shen Fei's humorous remarks, even the eternally frosty Qiongqi could not suppress a laugh. That it must be said that Shen Fei's ability to be both whimsical and disrupt his opponent's mindset was truly remarkable. How should one describe it? Just delightfully peculiar. Oh, Qiongqi has emerged. It seems the seal is not sufficiently robust. Nevertheless, it matters not. Today none of you shall. The void-breaking God King's words were cut short as Shen Fei's massive fist met his face, striking without any regard for martial decorum. The first blow caught the void-breaking God King off guard, but with the second, third, and countless subsequent strikes, he found that no matter what technique he employed, even utilizing spatial power, he could not evade Shen Fei's relentless fists. His grand moves required incantation time, yet Shen Fei's strikes were unceasing and direct, leaving him no opportunity to articulate even a single word. The greatest humiliation lies in overestimating oneself only to be struck down, and that is precisely what the void-breaking God King experienced. How does it feel? Does it hurt to be slapped? Why the silence now? Oh, I forgot. You must be 2 days from my blows to speak, right? Who told you to be so arrogant? Have you come to realize your limitations? Shen Fei paused, gazing mockingly at the void-breaking God King. At that moment, Shen Fei's performance was powerful and vivid, expertly manipulating the opponent's mindset. He had a firm grasp on this skill. To put it another way, he was simply asking for a beating. The void-breaking God King genuinely wished to tear Shen Fei apart. But was this truly something a mere human could say? What is the matter? Are you feeling enraged? Do you wish to rip my mouth apart? Do you want to kill me? It is evident that you cannot. Little void breaker, did I relish watching you try to devour me, yet fail miserably. Ha ha ha. Shen Fei's words pushed the void-breaking God King's fury to unprecedented levels, nearing its limit. Do not approach me. I am terribly frightened. I fear that if I am not careful, I may inadvertently kill you, and that would be my sin. Tell me, if I were to slay you, would your companions from the heavenly Tao seek vengeance? However, judging by your foolish demeanor, you are hardly an important figure within the Heavenly Tao Academy. Generally, those as arrogant as you lack friends, and no one would come to avenge you. Just a moment ago, the void-breaking God King was seething with rage. Yet in the next moment, he burst into laughter. Haha, I hardly know how to respond to you. After all this time, do you not realize that my skill has already been activated? Haha, soon, you shall pay the price for your blasphemy against the divine. Your family, your loved ones, anyone connected to you will not be spared. Let us begin with you. Time reversal, spatial compression. You shall be crushed into fragments within this ultimate force of space. Haha, blame yourself for your carelessness. I still have an opportunity to unleash my ultimate move that I never anticipated that a mere human could reach such a level. Yet, this is the consequence of opposing the heavenly Tao. Bid farewell to this world. Shatter. The void-breaking God King spun dramatically, raising his right hand, palm open, as if grasping the very fabric of reality. Enough. You need not maintain this pose. Those unaware might think you succeeded in your pretentious display. A soft voice belonging to Shen Fei emerged from behind, causing the gaze of the void-breaking God King to fill with astonishment, his very body trembling slightly, as he abruptly turned around and beheld the enscathed Shen Fei. Disbelief washed over him. You! How could you possibly escape my skill? It's inconceivable. This must be an illusion. It is precisely you so-called celestial Taoists who have elevated yourselves too highly, failing to regard others as worthy. Do not mistake me. Your skill cannot even tame that monkey. No sooner had Shen Fei uttered these words than a high-tech, spatial tunnel materialized within the confines of the crystalline prison. The monkey emerged, having donned the new attire Shen Fei had provided him. The original combination of purple and blue vanished, replaced by a dashing golden-haired look. Elements of trendy play and video games fused together in a versatile, high-end outfit, with the sole distinction being that his golden staff had transformed into a comical golden pipe. Haha, I old son, have returned. You old rascal, watch how I teach you a lesson. With this new guise. The monkey felt a remarkable surge in power, his mastery over spatial abilities greatly enhanced. Although the golden staff had morphed into a pipe, it remained remarkably easy to wield. When he struck the void-breaking God King, a virtual effect resembling a massive hammer crashing down accompanied each blow, undeniably flamboyant. Most importantly, each of his attacks carried the effects of spatial deceleration and fragmentation, making it unbearable for the void-breaking God King to endure. Despite his own spatial divine power, he found himself unable to evade the onslaught. Initially, he had relied on spatial divinity to attack his foes, but Shen Fei exhibited no fear, rendering the monkey's efforts futile. Ah! You will regret this. The Celestial Tao Academy will not let you off. As the void-breaking God King continued to shout, Chonchi seized the moment to strike. Her figure vanished into the void, reappearing behind the void-breaking God King. Ice Heart Spatial Formation, Eternal Freeze, and Wither. A massive crystalline bloom of ice materialized on the void-breaking God King's back, ensnaring him within. Void Ice Blade, Pinnacle Penetration. A ghostly blue long sword manifested before Chonchi, and with a single sweep, the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of shattering. The sword radiated an astonishing brilliance, converging at a single point before plunging into the void-breaking God King's chest. Pinnacle Penetration. Even a deity of his caliber could not withstand such an assault. Chonchi, how could you possibly emerge? It's impossible. You must have broken my Master's seal. I fear you shall be disappointed. Here I stand before you. If your master were to arrive, I wouldn't be able to defeat him, but against you alone, you are not worthy. As she spoke, the point of light piercing the void-breaking God King's body began to crack. Fissures appearing across his form. In the next moment, the crystalline bloom behind him erupted, creating a dazzling spectacle of ghostly blue fireworks in the sky. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Shen Fei appeared beside Shen Qingyin, who was engrossed in the celestial display, her heart yearning that if only I possessed her strength, I wouldn't have to hide here, watching others fight. Fear not, it shan't be long before you can achieve such prowess. You must have faith in yourself. As if sensing Shen Qingyin's thoughts, Shen Fei interrupted her reverie. Yes, I understand, and I shall strive to improve. Not only they, but high above, the monkey and Xiongqi exchanged glances. Do you even realize what you've done? The monkey addressed the aloof woman before him. Oh, did you not see it? Are your eyes closed? The monkey was evidently irritated by her indifferent demeanor. You don't understand. He is my prey. I haven't had my fill yet, and you shamelessly devoured the meat that was almost in my grasp. Do you think I cannot defeat him? Umph. I've been watching you swing that big stick countless times, and nothing has changed. After a brief pause, Xiongqi shot the monkey a bemused glance. That stick of yours seems utterly ineffective. Chapter 33. You are quite understanding. Young brother. Feeling belittled, the monkey was filled with rage, and witnessing Xiongqi's haughty demeanor ignited his desire to compete with her. If you're dissatisfied, how about we have a match and see who is superior? His eyes sparkled with the fervor of battle. On the brink of eruption. Are you foolish? Who wishes to engage in combat with you? With that ridiculous yellow hair of yours? Trust me, you'd be better off dying at green. With that, Xiongqi ignored the monkey and returned to Shen Fei's side. The monkey felt an overwhelming frustration, his energy seeking an outlet. Boss, please allow me to compete with that little girl. I want her to know my strength. Xiongqi laughed at his words. You truly are amusing. When I roamed this world, you were still a mere thought. I am your ancestor. Do you wish to dispute lineage with me? How laughable. Each word struck the monkey like a heavy slap to the face. He felt not only the sting of physical insult, but also the torment of psychological humiliation. I, old son, shall strike regardless. Let us see what you can do. Enough, little brother. You are not her match. It is better to avoid further disgrace. Shen Fei interjected, but at that moment, the monkey was deaf to his words. He believed that even if no one else had faith in him, he must believe in himself. However, in the next instant, he found himself completely immobilized, even the golden staff slipping from his grasp, mere inches away, yet unattainable. My spatial abilities far surpass yours, and I cannot fathom what courage you possess to challenge me. However, you do look rather adorable when you're quiet. Ha ha ha. With that, Xiongqi playfully tapped his face a few times. This was akin to a shrimp's heart being crushed, yet the monkey could do nothing. He recognized that this girl's strength was indeed superior to his own. From now on, you shall follow me. I will certainly lead you to greatness. What do you say? After saying this, Xiongqi pressed down on the monkey's head, playfully tapping it a few times at this moment. Shen Fei was not idle either. He took out his phone, recording the scene, as it was an incredibly rare moment he wished to share with his wife later. Shen Qingyin observed the spectacle and laughed. The monkey's frustrated expression was undeniably amusing. And that was no exaggeration. All right, have you watched the show enough? When do you plan to flee? At this moment, Shen Fei's gaze shifted to another area, devoid of anything visible, yet his focus remained unwavering. Xiongqi, having ceased her teasing of the monkey, also looked over, her brows furrowing. There was nothing there. Are you still unwilling to reveal yourself? Shall I be the one to draw you out? Very well. Je shall oublier. Upon finishing his words, Shen Fei's figure appeared on a distant patch of ground. He raised his right foot high and forcefully stomped down out of course. He harnessed his own power. Such a seemingly casual step was not something everyone could withstand. Shen Fei had previously sensed something amiss. If the void-breaking God King were to perish, his aura would dissipate. Yet it lingered here, albeit faintly, and Shen Fei discerned unusual energy fluctuations. The very space seemed to be in a state of stasis, as if separated entirely. Without keen observation, it would be nearly impossible to detect. Nevertheless, with Shen Fei's exceptional perceptual abilities, he could identify the location. Indeed, although the void-breaking God King hid within this shell. Shen Fei's casual stomp obliterated the shell, revealing the void-breaking God King's aura once more at that moment. He reappeared before everyone, trembling uncontrollably, utterly astonished that someone could uncover his presence. He had meticulously planned to escape and summon his master to eliminate these individuals. No, it is to be ruthlessly tormented. He has already simulated the methods and means of torture in his mind, awaiting the moment he can escape. Everything is prepared. However, before he could flee, he was captured, and thus the subsequent plans were rendered unfeasible. I find it somewhat curious that this tortoise shell possesses such remarkable qualities. It nearly concealed the truth from me that I must admit, your Heavenly Tao Academy is indeed formidable. Yet this is still far from sufficient. Do not kill me. I can compensate you. What do you desire? Gold, techniques, or perhaps elixirs? I am capable of procuring anything for you. Those individuals would fear our Heavenly Tao Academy. Whatever you wish. I shall acquire it for you, just spare my life. Haha, I never would have imagined that even beings of your caliber would fear the specter of death. You truly astonish me. Why don't you kneel before me? And we can have a proper discussion. How does that sound? Seemingly grasping at a lifeline for survival, the God King of Void directly knelt before Shen Fei, eagerly looking up at him, wishing to understand what conditions Shen Fei had in mind. Initially, he believed that the creature, Qiongqi, was the most difficult adversary here. Yet unexpectedly, it was this human who uncovered him and shattered his invincible shield with a single strike. That it is worth noting that even he himself had attacked countless times without inflicting any damage on that shield, which is a testament to Shen Fei's formidable strength. First, I require 10 of those tortoise shells you just mentioned. How does that sound? 10? My master was rewarded with but 1, which he bestowed upon me. Such a precious item. Where could I possibly find 10 for you? It would be better for me to simply die. He found Shen Fei's request utterly unattainable. There was no way he could steal them from the Heavenly Tao Academy without incurring far greater suffering than simply dying. All right, since you cannot fulfill that, I shall not force you. However, can you provide me with a copy of the divine techniques from your Heavenly Tao Academy? That should be feasible, yes? That is no problem. Just give me a little time, and I can accomplish it. You can await my news. Next, I have heard that the goddesses of your Heavenly Tao Academy are extraordinarily beautiful. I am in need of a group of concubines. I trust you understand my meaning. I comprehend fully. This is indeed my area of expertise. How about 100? If that is insufficient, I can easily procure more. I excel in this. That is splendid. Of course it is. You truly are considerate, my young friend. Shen Fei approached the God King of Void, cheerfully patting him on the shoulder while smiling. Chapter 34. Why are the flowers so red? Observing the timid God King of Void before him, Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. It would have been so much better had you acted this way from the start. Let us not disturb our harmony, shall we? By the way, the weather is rather warm. I find myself a bit parched, this wine. I understand. I shall bring you the finest nectar from the Heavenly Tao Academy. You may have as much as you desire. We have plenty. Ha ha ha. Thank you very much. Additionally, I am lacking in spiritual energy here, making it difficult for me to eat or sleep well. What shall I do? No worries, I understand. I shall bring you 100 pieces of our Heavenly Tao Academy's spiritual energy stones. That should suffice. Ha ha ha. That is more than enough. You may return now, but do not forget the promises you have made. I shall be waiting for you, young friend. Fear not. I keep my word. Now, brother, may I take my leave? I will contact you once I have obtained these items. Shen Fei nodded with a smile, signaling that he could depart. As the God King of Void turned away, he concealed the subservient demeanor he had just exhibited, thinking to himself that once he returned, he would summon others and repay the humiliation he had just endured 100-fold. The assurances he had made were utterly unattainable. His status within the Heavenly Tao Academy was merely mediocre, and some things were beyond even his master's capabilities. This was merely a delaying tactic. Heh, young man, the blame lies with your own foolishness. The God King of Void muttered to himself, struggling to contain his laughter. Alas! Young friend, what are you doing over there? Why do you appear to be chuckling? Shen Fei asked, curiosity lacing his voice as he turned to the God King of Void, that he was clearly startled by Shen Fei's actions and hadn't expected to be captured. No, you must have misheard. I said nothing, and I certainly wasn't chuckling that if you can spare my life, I am laughing in the most forthright manner. All right, we understand that if you have nothing more to discuss, you should hurry back. We must take our leave as well, that we do not wish to waste any more time. Very well, I shall depart. Lastly, allow me to say this. When I return, it will be your demise. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, his figure vanished, leaving the sound of his laughter echoing in the air. "Boss, I told you so. That little brat would definitely go back on his word. We should not have let him go." At this moment, the monkey spoke up, having long wished to intervene and prevent Shen Fei from letting him go. But Shen Fei's mere glance had silenced him. "Can you not use your monkey brain to think? If you, a mere monkey, can spot the problem, do you think your boss is unaware? He has his own reasons for acting this way." Qiongqi could no longer tolerate the monkey's incessant foolishness. "I, old son, do not need you to instruct me on how to act. The newcomer should behave accordingly. Do you not recognize your own standing? My bond with the boss is closer than that of brothers." Before the monkey could finish, he was interrupted by Shen Fei. "That is indeed true." The monkey stood awkwardly in place. "Boss, you would bully me for a woman? I shall inform sister-in-law of your fondness for flowers, and that you are a violent man who attracts such women. Your tastes are indeed unique." Before Shen Fei could respond, Qiongqi landed a slap on the monkey's head. "Are you seeking death? Or do you feel your life is too long? Is your bone itching? And do you require me to help you loosen it? You are unreasonable and lack logic. You do not uphold the sanctity of marriage." Qiongqi was so exasperated by the monkey that he burst into laughter. While Shen Fei produced 2 small stools, brought out a large watermelon, sliced it into pieces, and invited Shen Qingyin to sit down, watching the two engage in their antics. "Hey, isn't this a bit excessive? Are you not going to intervene?" "No need. They can resolve it themselves. Most likely, the monkey will end up suffering again. Hee, among so many, you are the most mischievous. Well, if men are not bad, women do not love. What can I say? Have you fallen for me? No, absolutely not. Don't be ridiculous." Upon hearing Shen Fei's remark, Shen Qingyin quickly denied it 3 times, turning red as she looked away. Shen Fei, no longer teasing her, offered her a piece of watermelon, and the two settled in as genuine onlookers. "All right, are you not tired of this, monkey? What exactly do you wish to do? Are you still contemplating a fight?" Hearing the words fight, the monkey shrank back, not for any other reason, but because he truly could not defeat her. "Can you refrain from being so violent? Everything you do involves fighting and killing, and no wonder. At your age, no demon is interested in you. It is all due to your temperament." At this moment, Qiongqi's eyes narrowed, signaling a dangerous intent. "Then tell me, what is wrong with my temperament? You should be asking my monkey brother. You have indeed asked the right person. All you speak of is fighting and killing, showing no semblance of femininity. Moreover, with that icy demeanor, it appears as though everyone is your enemy. You are not even that intimidating in appearance. Why can you not manage yourself better?" The monkey had barely finished speaking when he was greeted with a flurry of punches. The monkey was utterly unable to move, forced to endure Qiongqi's relentless assault, save for a certain vital area that remained unscathed. Initially, the monkey's mouth was still uttering defiant words, but he cast a pleading glance at Shen Fei, hoping for rescue from his torment. Yet it was clear that Shen Fei had no intention of intervening. His heart remained unmoved, even feeling an impulse to capture this scene on film. Ultimately, he followed his instincts and did just that. Seeing that he could no longer rely on Shen Fei, the monkey quickly yielded. "Please stop. I was wrong. I should not have said that. You are my dear sister. I will be obedient. I submit. Please cease your attacks." Qiongqi finally halted her assault. "Remember what you have said. Should you provoke me again, I shall strike you every time we meet." Understood. I won't do it again in the future." On the surface, such words were spoken, yet in reality, that vexatious little vixen, isn't she just stronger than me at the moment? Once I regain my strength and grow formidable, I shall pin you down and make you call me good brother several times." With this thought, the monkey chuckled. This grin, coupled with his bruised and battered face, appeared rather tragic, even causing blood to trickle from his nose. Perhaps this is to remind us why flowers bloom so vividly. Chapter 35. The Realm of Ferocity, the City of Sin Monkey. What are you laughing at? At that moment, Qiongqi patted his shoulder, squinting at him. "Nothing. You must have misheard. I didn't say anything. Nothing at all." The next instant, a mirror-like object appeared before them. However, unlike a mere mirror, it bore intricate patterns, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the figure within was the Voidbreak God King, whom Shen Fei had just released. He was currently stationed at a certain location, the peak of the Emperor's Sacred Mountain in the Central State, the highest peak of the Jojo continent. At that moment, it seemed the Voidbreak God King was uttering something, and an entrance opened in the heavens above, evidently a passage to the divine realm. All right, since we have acquired the information we sought, he no longer holds any value for us. With that, Shen Fei pinched his right hand, and a black flame vanished from his grasp. Before anyone could inquire further, their attention was drawn to the image within the mirror. That a black flame erupted from the chest of the Voidbreak God King, burning fiercely. The celestial grade technique, Dark Fire Seed. This was a skill Shen Fei had developed himself. Derived from the celestial demon palm, that not only allowed for remote control, but could also infuse the energy of the celestial demon palm directly into the Dark Fire Seed, causing it to explode within the body. Who could withstand such a force? However, an unexpected turn of events occurred that a majestic divine thunderbolt descended from the sky, displaying a spectrum of colors unseen by anyone present. Before Shen Fei's dark seed could unleash its power, the Voidbreak God King's body was already reduced to ashes. Even his soul was mercilessly obliterated by the overwhelming divine thunder. Shen Fei could sense that the power of that divine thunder was even greater than his own thunder law. Is this the might of the heavenly Tao? It appeared that the heavenly Tao belonged to another plane. Otherwise, as the strongest in this realm, that heavenly thunder would surely be insignificant, that seemed he needed to explore another plane to activate his realm's strongest attributes. With that in mind, no divine being would stand a chance against him. With this thought, Shen Fei's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Since they had already located the entrance to the heavenly Tao, entering was merely a matter of time. However, his aspirations were swiftly dashed as they clearly observed the entrance that had manifested, shattering into fragments and disappearing in the next moment. Instantly, a divine thunderbolt appeared within the mirror, seemingly poised to strike at Shen Fei and his companions. As they attempted to evade, the mirror-like display shattered as well. Clearly, someone had discovered Shen Fei's surveillance and disrupted the connection here. This surveillance technique was something Shen Fei had learned from an unknown sex technique and was now put to good use. Witnessing this scene, Shen Fei fell into contemplation. Without the ability to determine the location of the Heavenly Tao Academy, he found himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Shen Fei was unafraid. If a more formidable enemy were to descend upon this realm, his own strength would undoubtedly rise alongside it. Boss, have we been captured? Isn't that obvious? What monkey, are you scared? Nonsense. I fear nothing under heaven. How could I be afraid of the lackeys of the Heavenly Tao? I think you are indeed frightened. Let me tell you, don't think just because you're a woman, I won't dare to strike you. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, what will you do? Can you defeat me? At that moment, the monkey was rendered speechless by Qiongqi, unable to muster any retort. Completely devoid of his earlier bravado, it was Shen Fei who intervened to halt their escalating argument. As you can see, confronting the Heavenly Tao will undoubtedly be a challenging endeavor. Currently, their forces are seeking the hearts of the four great beasts. We must act swiftly to rescue them, or we will miss our chance. Since Qiongqi has someone here, others are surely on the move as well. We must depart immediately. Qiongqi and the others nodded in agreement. All right, Qiongqi, you and the monkey will head to the South Sea State to rescue Taodai. I will go save Chaos and E.G. Does that sound agreeable? Understood, boss, that we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's hasten our departure and not waste time here. Very well, it's settled then. However, if you find yourselves outmatched, do not attempt a rescue. Your own survival is paramount. Understood? Understood. Good, for I have no desire to carry your corpses, no, not even corpses, back to the Heavenly Tao for revenge. We must assault together. Do you comprehend? Understood, boss. We shall set off now. With a nod from Shen Fei, Qiongqi seized the monkey and they entered the spatial tunnel, vanishing from sight. Qingyin, let us take our leave as well. Will you accompany me, or do you prefer to return to the Celestial Demon Sect first? I think I shall return to the Celestial Demon Sect. Being by your side makes me feel like a burden. It's best if I return first. You still have 2 locations to rescue. Shen Fei indeed wished to bring Shen Qingyin along, but upon seeing her resolute gaze, he ultimately chose to respect her decision. Very well, await my good news at the Celestial Demon Sect that I will have the cosmic warship take you back. I will proceed directly. Shen Qingyin nodded and returned to the warship, while Shen Fei tore through the void, disappearing. Dark State, the lawless land, the city of sin. This was a gathering place for fugitives in a realm beyond the LAW. It was said that a great deity protected the inhabitants of the city of sin. Previously, the royal family of Dark State attempted to obliterate the city of sin, dispatching numerous masters, including even 9-star emperors, all of whom met with failure. The city of sin remained intact since then. The city gained notoriety, drawing countless lawless rogues who regarded it as a holy place, desperately seeking entry to gain its protection. According to the system's hints, the chaos he sought was located within this city of sin. It seems necessary to venture into this gathering place of lawless rogues. I hope it will be somewhat entertaining. With that murmur, Shen Fei entered through a rather rudimentary entrance. Though called the City of Sin, it resembled more of a bandit's den, disorganized and chaotic, with the faint sight of blood-red stains, the stench of blood permeating the air. Chapter 36. Nauseatingly perverse, beautiful maiden. Upon arriving, Shen Fei was greeted by two individuals who stepped forth to welcome him. It has been quite some time since newcomers graced the City of Sin. Little brother, what is your name? Shen Fei. Observing their scruffy appearances, Shen Fei felt little interest that he coldly replied and continued walking forward. Hey, little brother, that sounds a bit ungrateful. Don't you know what you ought to do here? The two scruffy brothers obstructed Shen Fei's path. Oh, what do you mean by that? Little brother, allow me to enlighten you. Those who arrive here are all fugitives. Newcomers face considerable danger, but we can protect you. Just give us, before they could finish their sentence. Shen Fei interrupted them. Apologies, but I do not require your protection. Step aside and do not obstruct my path. Kid, you're the first newcomer with such courage in years. It seems we need to teach you the rules of the City of Sin. Oh, what rules? The greatest rule of the City of Sin is that there are no rules, that if you do not offer something today, this place will become your grave. With that, the two brothers unleashed their formidable aura. Upon investigation, Shen Fei discovered why they were so audacious. Both were 5-star emperors, and few could match their cultivation within this domain. Thus, whenever a newcomer arrived, they would make an initial assessment before deciding whether to extort them. Upon encountering the extraordinarily handsome Shen Fei, they discovered, to their astonishment, that he possessed no cultivation, appearing merely as a delicate young man ripe for extortion. It seemed that Shen Fei was nothing but a simpleton, audaciously daring to enter the City of Sin, a truly reckless endeavor. What are you two planning? This lad is under my protection, and I advise you not to cast your greedy eyes upon him. At this moment, a middle-aged woman emerged, her appearance grotesque, her body jiggling with every word she uttered, accompanied by a repugnant stench emanating from her. She was seated in a grand palanquin, carried by 4 robust young men. The palanquin was spacious enough to accommodate her ample frame comfortably. Flanking her were 2 youthful companions, both slight in stature, with fair complexions and an air of scholarly charm. Indeed, they were the quintessential pretty boys. This was the greatest pleasure of the hideous woman, to toy with them. That it was said that no one who caught her fancy ever escaped her clutches. Despite her unsightly visage, she had mastered a unique and perverse seductive art. The essence of this art lay in its paradox. The more grotesque she became, the more her victims perceived her as a celestial beauty, subsequently becoming infatuated with her visage and unable to extricate themselves from her allure. With each application of her seductive techniques, she absorbed the life force of men, resulting in her appearance becoming increasingly repulsive, while simultaneously enhancing her seductive prowess and cultivation. Over the years, she had thrived in this City of Sin, attaining the remarkable status of a 6-star emperor, making her one of the most formidable forces in this nefarious domain. Indeed, many notorious figures of imperial caliber were ensnared by her enchantments, devoutly loyal, and serving her beneath her bed. Yet, she harbored a deep-seated obsession, acutely aware that her ugliness would only worsen with time, distorting her psyche, Her greatest desire was to capture the most exquisite of young men. The more handsome they were, the more fervently she sought to possess them. Eventually, she expanded her reach beyond the city of Sin, dispatching minions to capture such individuals from afar. According to incomplete statistics, her collection of favored pets had surpassed 100. Once she had drained their vitality, these pets were disposed of, turned into meat buns, a veritable source of beauty and youth. Naturally, the city's ruler had not allowed her to act with impunity, prompting her to make concessions. Unless provoked, she would only ensnare those who caught her eye. Over time, her notoriety within the city of Sin grew, and her influence expanded, leading to a general reluctance among the populace to provoke her, often showering her with praise upon sighting her. "Oh, you are the most beautiful person in the world. Indeed, you are stunning. Why not take me as well? The most exquisite flower of the city of Sin." Previously, there had been one individual who, upon seeing her, failed to offer compliments and instead displayed a hint of disdain, resulting in him enduring unspeakable torment at her hands. His limbs were severed, his flesh minced into meat buns, and he was forced to consume his own flesh piece by piece, while wild dogs feasted upon his remains. Unable to even bite his tongue in despair, his energy center was obliterated, preventing any chance of self-destruction. Most horrifyingly, she summoned an alchemist to prolong his suffering, a means to vent her wrath. From that day forth, no one dared to provoke her. Moreover, not only did she resent her own ugliness, but she could not bear the sight of others' beauty. Any woman entering the city of Sin would have the mark of ugly branded upon her face, a dark insignia that marred her features. The inhabitants of the city of Sin feared her, yet they had no choice. They had fled there to escape persecution and sought the protection of the hideous woman. As she advanced, everyone lavished her with compliments. Particularly, the two scruffy brothers lowered themselves even further, not wishing to incur her wrath. "Beautiful lady, we are merely aiding you in capturing that young man. Upon seeing him, we knew he was your type, and thus we aim to present him to you that we never expected you would come personally. Our failure to kneel in greeting is our fault. What my brother said is true. We captured him for your pleasure, and we hope you will continue to look after us. After all, have we not already brought you several of your pets?" Hearing their words, the hideous woman burst into laughter. "You are so thoughtful. It brings me joy. I shall reward you with blood essence for your cultivation. Go and retrieve it from my palace. It is but our duty. We thank you, beautiful lady." Witnessing the brothers receive their reward, others felt a twinge of iniquity, yet were powerless to act. The beautiful lady is so generous. Indeed, not only is she lovely, but also kind and gracious. Who wouldn't adore such a beauty? Each day, she becomes more splendid. Who can withstand such allure? As the compliments echoed around her, the hideous woman wore a smile more grotesque than sorrow, her corpulence quaking, the palanquin creaking under her weight. Even Shen Fei was taken aback by her presence, exclaiming, "What in the world is this beauty? Are your eyes blind, or has a dog carried them away?" Chapter 37. Have you been captivated by my beauty? Upon witnessing Shen Fei's astonishment, the hideous woman beamed with delight. "Young sir, are you utterly mesmerized by my beauty? Fear not, I shall soon bestow my affections upon you." Ha! Not only was she unattractive, but her laughter was akin to nails on a chalkboard, unpleasant and grating. Just the sight of her made Shen Fei feel as though he might retch. "Young man, to receive the favor of the beautiful lady, do you not recognize the gravity of the situation? Kneel before me at once, or do not blame us for being unkind." The scruffy brother stepped forward once more, pointing at Shen Fei. "Kneel and express your gratitude. What are you hesitating for? Young man, be wise. Do not provoke the beautiful lady's ire, or you will regret it. You possess such a fine exterior, yet lack even the most basic manners." With the scruffy brothers leading the charge, others joined in, directing their scorn toward Shen Fei, eager to divert attention from themselves, casting him as the scapegoat. Little did they know, their very presence was a result of the hideous woman's disinterest. They were merely the remnants of those she had already dismissed. Their delusions of her malevolence were indeed pitiable. "What are you all doing? What if you frighten my young sir? Can you bear the consequences?" Her words silenced the crowd, as they realized their well-intentioned actions had backfired. Each individual became wary, retreating into silence. The hideous woman was utterly smitten with Shen Fei, as it was likely her first encounter with such a striking young man. Look at his face, chiseled and exquisite. Behold his eyes filled with the cosmos, ethereal and distant. Observe his brows, strong and noble, exuding vigor. Marvel at his physique, stunning beyond comparison. The thought of such a perfect specimen becoming her consort sent waves of exhilaration coursing through her. Unbeknownst to her, a warmth enveloped her, and even the most seasoned of seductresses felt her legs weaken. Had she not been seated, she surely would have faltered under the weight of her own bulk. At that moment, gazing at Shen Fei, her eyes burned with desire, as she could hardly contain her yearning for him. Shen Fei, sensing her gaze, quickly averted his eyes. Are your eyes truly blind? Or is it my vision that has faltered? How can one not distinguish between beauty and ugliness? You call her a beauty, yet she resembles a grotesque gourd. Does that not pain your hearts? I believe this to be a haven for outlaws, yet it appears to be the lair of a desperate woman. How absurd! Shen Fei had indeed been repulsed by them, transforming into a veritable fountain of disdain, spewing forth his contempt. The scruffy brothers stood dumbfounded, while onlookers gaped in disbelief. The bearers of the palanquin faltered, causing it to tumble to the ground, as for the hideous woman. Her countenance contorted in rage, her body quivering in indignation, all the more nauseating. You, young man, what did you just say? Her voice trembled with fury. She was incensed. It had been years since anyone had dared to insult her. And the last person to disparage her beauty had vanished without a trace. Her greatest abhorrence was being labeled as ugly. Such an affront was unforgivable. What did I say? Are you deaf? Not only are your eyes failing, but your ears too. I said you are ugly, a hideous sight that is utterly repulsive. Did you hear that? Before Shen Fei could finish his words, the yellow-faced woman's eyes radiated a pinkish glow as she lunged at him. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei found himself enveloped in that light, his own eyes mirroring the pink hue of the yellow-faced woman. Congratulations to the beautiful lady, congratulations to the beautiful lady, for acquiring a new pet. The bearded brothers stepped forward once more, and with their leadership, the crowd snapped back to reality, showering congratulatory remarks. Simultaneously, they cast disdainful glances at the two brothers, realizing that by making the yellow-faced woman happy, they could undoubtedly reap greater rewards. Ha 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 ha, young master, now take a good look at me, Dada, my beautiful. What did you just say? Care to repeat that? With that, she twisted her barrel-like waist and elephantine legs in front of Shen Fei, exuding an unsettling charm. It seemed as if Shen Fei was under her spell, his head lifting to meet her gaze. I said, you are truly grotesque. Do you not have even an inkling of how hideous you are? While it's not a fault to be vain, your appearance is a grave error when you choose to frighten others. With your visage, it would serve well as a talisman to ward off evil at the door or as a contraceptive above the bed. Did you not wish to hear once more how I berate you? Truly, I have never encountered such a wretched demand in my life. It is my first experience with someone seeking disdain. Are you comfortable now? As Shen Fei spoke, the pink glow in his eyes dissipated. It was all a ruse. You. How could you possibly break free from my seduction? Impossible. With my strength, even an 8-star emperor would fall victim. You have no cultivation. How can you escape my grasp? Why is it impossible? Your wicked charm holds no sway over me. Not to mention, dear lady, you are of considerable age. Why can you not confront your reality? Even if you are somewhat ungainly, such behavior is unacceptable, harming countless honest souls. At that moment, Shen Fei's playful spirit ignited as he spoke earnestly to the yellow-faced woman, each word tearing away her last vestiges of modesty, her face flushing crimson with rage. She would gladly shred Shen Fei to pieces. You shall pay for your recent affronts. Once I catch you, I will make you experience a fate worse than death. You do not wish to see me? Very well, I shall ensure you behold me daily, sharing your slumber with me. In your body, I have long coveted. Prepare to perish. All of you attack. As her words fell, the 4 bearers of her sedan charged forward. Remarkably, one was a 4-star emperor, while the other 2 were 3-star emperors. An impressive entourage indeed. Shen Fei merely smiled, unmoving, awaiting their advance with an enigmatic smirk adorning his lips. "You truly believe I am easy prey?" he thundered, unleashing his formidable power. Mere presence alone halted the charging emperors, who felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy in the face of Shen Fei's might, a deep, soul-stirring dread. "All of you, charge forward. That brat is merely bluffing. If you fail to comply, you know the consequences." The yellow-faced woman's voice rang out, betraying her simmering fury to at her command. The four trembled, recollecting the fates of those who had previously defied her. Thus, their fear of her quickly overshadowed their apprehension of Shen Fei, and they once more lunged at him. "If you are so eager to meet your end, allow me to escort you to it. No gates to hell, my dear friends, farewell." With a simple gesture, Shen Fei invoked his thunderous tome. Four lightning dragons cleaved through the tempest, crashing down upon the skulls of the four assailants to end the next moment. The scent of charred flesh filled the air. Four emperors fell lifeless. The onlookers were astounded, unable to fathom Shen Fei's overwhelming strength, that he had not moved from his position. Had it not been for the crackling electricity in his hands, they might have doubted he was the source of the lightning dragons. The yellow-faced woman, witnessing this spectacle, felt a retreating instinct blossom within her. Her cultivation was rooted in dark arts, and she harbored a deep-seated fear of righteous thunder. "You insolent child, do not grow too arrogant. Our beautiful lady is a 6-star emperor. Do not presume that your modest power allows you to act with impunity in our city of sin, that if not for our Lord." His words were cut short by a resounding slap from Shen Fei. "How desperately you long to be a sycophant. Did you not come here to rob? Here I stand, come at me." This taunt was far more cutting than the slap, yet they dared not approach someone capable of annihilating a 4-star emperor with a wave of his hand. They were acutely aware of their limitations. "Beautiful lady, you must take action. Do not let the spirit of our city falter. I sense he has been sent by the royal family to eliminate us, that we must unite against him, or we shall simply await our demise." The bearded brothers were skilled in inciting the crowd, and in mere moments, everyone in the city of Sin turned their gaze toward Shen Fei. With so many on their side and rumors of their lord's imminent return, the yellow-faced woman felt emboldened. "Child, since you refuse to heed warnings, do not blame me that I declare that the city of Sin shall cease its internal strife and unite against you." Observing their demeanor, Shen Fei shook his head. "I had no intention of this, since you all seek death. Allow me to fulfill your wishes, heavenly demon Palm." Without further ado, the ruthless man unleashed a colossal hand that tore through the heavens, enveloping the entire city of Sin. The cataclysmic aura washed over them. Realization struck. Their adversary was truly formidable, and they had kicked a hornet's nest as the heavenly demon Palm descended. The inhabitants of the city of Sin desperately employed their skills to escape. Yet the surrounding space had been sealed by Shen Fei, rendering their attempts futile. "Elder, we were in the wrong. We should not have offended you. Spare us this once." "Indeed, Elder, we were misled by that old hag and acted against you. Please have mercy and let us go. We swear before the heavens to follow you henceforth." Yes, my brother speaks the truth. We will toil for you, performing any menial tasks as needed. Please grant us this one reprieve." Seeing the two beg for mercy, the anger of the city of Sin boiled over. Wishing to rend them asunder, they had instigated the conflict, yet now they were the first to surrender. Then a strange occurrence transpired. Their heads transformed into horrific black masses, swelling rapidly before exploding. Even their souls materialized before the gathered crowd. Their eyes filled with terror, a palpable sense of desperation emanating from them. "May the Buddha show mercy. If I do not enter hell, who shall? Since you have betrayed the city of Sin, there is no refuge for you here. I hope you can be better in your next life." Well said." A solemn voice resonated, clear to every in that moment. The souls of the bearded brothers twisted in agony before vanishing entirely. "You, child, possess great power, daring to disturb the city of Sin. You have transgressed the laws of the Buddha. This time, I shall take you." Vajradharma form, 18 Arhat fists. In an instant, 18 golden, radiant Buddhas appeared within the city of Sin. launching a collective assault upon Shen Fei's heavenly demon palm. The clash of gold and black shattered the surrounding space, and this time, Shen Fei's palm was obliterated by the 18 arhats. Did you not expect this? Today marks your demise for daring to oppose us. The demon monk materialized before the assembly of the City of Sin's denizens, revealing himself as their lord, with the fearsome beast. Chaos, imprisoned beneath him. So it is you who orchestrated this, the vanquished one. Did you not proclaim yourself to be a Buddha? Is this how a Buddha conducts affairs? The Buddha states, if I do not descend into hell, who will? This place resembles a vast inferno, and only through temperance and endurance can one reach the other shore, the Western paradise. Oh, so this is your method of cultivation. No wonder you are a defeated foe. How bold of you to return. Do you not fear that I may truly end your life? What a jest. Your most formidable attack was effortlessly countered by me. The question should be, why do you not flee? Are you not afraid of my wrath? Hearing you speak thus brings me amusement, though not to the point of death, that I am rather terrified. Oh, but I am so dashing. So, let me be the one to end you. At this moment, the suppressed fury of the demon monk erupted. Very well, let us see true skill in action. Today, I shall make you taste the torments of hell. Ancient Blood, Supreme Demonic Transformation. Chapter 39, Silver Spear. Wax Head, a single fist shatters the demon monk's Vajra form underwent a tremendous transformation. One side was golden, while the other was shrouded in darkness. Previously, he could only invoke his other power through a dark form. But now, having acquired divine blood, the two opposing forces merged into one. That the ability to shatter Shen Fei's heavenly demon palm was a demonstration of this principle. However, how could Shen Fei fear him? Since he arrived in this realm, it meant that Shen Fei's power had also been elevated, far surpassing his own. Heavenly eye, heavenly ear. Young one, I shall grant you a chance to utter your final words. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to speak. The demon monk, wielding the power of the heavenly eye, had eyes of differing hues, presenting an undeniably eerie appearance. What a farce! Let us see how I shall dismantle you. Vajra form. Heavenly eye, heavenly ear. After defeating the demon monk and rescuing the monkey, he had mastered the Buddhist techniques, enabling him to unleash this power. The greater the strength, the more formidable the Vajra form he could manifest. At that moment, the form behind Shen Fei was vastly larger than that of the demon monk. The figure conjured by the demon monk was merely the size of Shen Fei's calf, rendering its presence significantly diminished. Oh dear, why is your Vajra form so minuscule? It appears so fragile. Surely, you do not intend to defeat me with such a form. Do not let your small victories cloud your judgment. Who knows if this is merely an act? Strength and weakness shall be revealed in the contest. You overestimate yourself. A silver spear and wax head like yours is utterly insufficient. Witness as I shatter you with a single blow. With that, Shen Fei summoned his Vajra form and struck down upon the demon monk. The demon monk could have evaded, but he refused to believe Shen Fei's form could surpass his own, a case not of confidence, but rather of arrogance. That in his desire to prove himself, he summoned his form and brashly stood before Shen Fei's fist. The outcome was evident. Shen Fei's strike obliterated the demon monk's form. This blow not only shattered his manifestation, but also shattered his very mindset. It was utterly absurd. He had thought himself a master, believing that deciphering the heavenly demon palm would enable him to conquer Shen Fei. Now he realized how ludicrous his thoughts had been. This time, Shen Fei did not even employ his own strength, relying solely on Buddhist techniques, which surpassed his own considerably. Defeating Buddhism with Buddhism had utterly breached his defenses. Why are you silent now? Were you not so powerful? Did you not proclaim to engage me in a contest of might? The fight has yet to commence, and yet you have already fallen. The demon monk remained silent, coughing up blood as his complexion turned ashen. If that is the case, then you shall contend with the chaos. I was initially suppressing its bloodthirst. This is the very purpose of the Sin City. Since I cannot fulfill my task, I shall ensure you suffer as well. Once chaos absorbs the bloodthirst accumulated over millennia, We shall see how you contend with it. Ha ha! With a wave of his hand. The entire Sin City was enveloped in a crimson mist of bloodthirst. The center of a special formation. A device that was meant to extract bloodthirst now reversed its function. Countless streams of bloodthirst surged inward. A resonating sound reverberated through the earth, exuding immense power. Fear not for chaos. Worry about yourself, that I must say, your taste is indeed unique. As he spoke, Shen Fei cast a glance at the haggard woman beside the demon monk, a sly smile playing on his lips. How about this, old bald donkey? If you kiss that beauty beside you, I shall let you go. What say you? Huh. A gentleman may be killed, but cannot be humiliated. You may kill me directly, but if chaos becomes uncontrollable, do not blame me. The power of chaos far exceeds ours. You are no match for it. Should it break free from its seal, the world will once again face devastation, and the greatest sinner shall be you. Ha ha. I shall see how you respond. Shen Fei paid him no heed and ascended above Sin City. Divine technique, heavenly demon inducement, to annihilate. The region of Sin was encircled by a dark purple ring. Forming a massive control array, that a sphere of light in Shen Fei's hand expanded until it matched the size of the ground below. As he unleashed this dark purple orb, small black holes formed around it. The overwhelming force of annihilation caused many below to kneel in submission. Shen Fei, think carefully. Do you wish to become a sinner, reviled by all? Ha! What a jest! You know not that I am a practitioner of the demonic path, hailed as the grandmaster of the demonic way. Do you think I fear the scorn of the masses? Shen Fei's laughter plunged them into despair. An impenetrable resolve is the most terrifying of forces. Without further ado, the sphere of light in his grasp descended that I in the next moment. Not even a scream escaped. The entire region of Sin vanished without a trace, not a single remnant left behind. Having committed so many wrongs in this lifetime, the world cannot accept you. You can only hide here. Truly pitiful. May you be a better person in your next life. Sighing, Shen Fei descended to the ground. This time, he had controlled it well. The heavenly demon inducement had merely obliterated Sin City, while the pervasive bloodthirst remained unaffected, continuing to flood below. Beside him stood a barely conscious demon monk, whom Shen Fei had spared at the last moment. Why do you save me? Ah, you think too highly of yourself. Your life is still to be surrendered to the monkey. I shall leave it to him to deal with you, that I trust he will manage it well. You need only wait. The demon monk lowered his head in silence, his gaze wandering, lost in thought. Below, the growls of monstrous beasts grew ever louder. Chapter 40. The Awakening of Chaos. A bet between 2 inch the blood-red mist continued to surge in, and the chaos sealed beneath the ground began to awaken. Ha ha ha! I never expected to awaken again. You wretched humans shall pay dearly. With a thunderous roar, the ground fractured extensively, that a body as colossal as a mountain emerged from the depths, round and rotund, resembling Meng Qi. Adorably plump, that a pair of sharp horns adorned its head, marking its identity as a ferocious beast. Everything it touched disintegrated. This was the skill of chaos, known as annihilation. All things in existence could be effortlessly destroyed by it. As the saying goes, it is the ultimate tool for demolition. Young one, I do not wish to alarm you, but chaos has awakened. You should flee at once. You are no match for it. Subduing it requires the power of the heavenly path. Silence. You speak of your might, yet you ultimately fell beneath my hand. You wish to leave or not? Depart quickly before I change my mind. You know the consequences. Hearing Shen Fei's words, the demon monk fell silent. He cast a deep glance at Shen Fei before disappearing in an instant. He was genuinely afraid that Shen Fei would reconsider. He cherished his life dearly. Their conversation had undoubtedly drawn the attention of chaos. This moment, the chaos had shed its original form and transformed into a human figure, a rotund little fellow, which rather aligned with his previous image. Youngster, do you still dare to stay here? Are you not afraid of me? Why should I fear? My purpose for coming here is solely to find you. Find me? Do you humans intend to kill me? After tormenting me for so long, is that not enough? You overthink. If it were me, I would have simply killed you. who would go out of their way to torment you. That would be self-inflicted suffering. Ha ha ha. Absurd. I've been suppressed by you humans for thousands of years, not only draining my lifeblood. Unexpectedly, this time, I have absorbed it back. Today, I shall make you taste my wrath and pay the price. Upon finishing his words, chaos bellowed towards the sky, the sound deafening. Your enemies? I've already dealt with them for you. You need not thank me. Do you think I would be unaware? Clearly, they are your foes that if not for your violent clash, I wouldn't have had the chance to absorb the lifeblood here. Let us do this. To express my gratitude, I shall kill you last. What do you say? How many times must I say for you to comprehend? This is all the doing of the heavenly Tao. Why do you harbor such deep resentment towards humanity? I care not for the heavenly Tao. After all, you humans are truly wretched beings. I will surely exact my vengeance. If that is the case, do not blame me. Just as Shen Fei's words fell, he lunged forward, arriving before chaos and delivering a punch squarely to his face. Since you are still not sufficiently awakened, let me help you with that. Shen Fei's fist descended like a meteor, striking Chaos's head, causing his face to swell, adding an inexplicable touch of humor to his rotund belly. So, are you now able to converse with me properly? Chaos felt a deep sense of frustration. Truly vexed, he had just attempted to unleash his power when Shen Fei's fist had come crashing down. Each time, he found no opportunity to retaliate. Indeed, he had underestimated Shen Fei's strength. He hadn't anticipated that Shen Fei would so carelessly cease his assault. This moment, he finally found space to launch his own attack, that a small black orb formed in his palm, resembling Shen Fei's heavenly demon pull in its essence. Shen Fei's technique emphasized ultimate control and destruction, while this black sphere released by chaos resembled a miniature black hole, capable of annihilating all matter. Kid, I concede you possess some skill, but your actions will cease here. Prepare to experience my chaotic power. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. And what if I can dispel it? That scenario is non-existent. If you truly endure it, then whatever you say will hold true. Ha 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 ha. That suits me perfectly. That I hope you won't have regrets then. As the luminescent orb hurtled towards Shen Fei, he neither dodged nor flinched. Standing resolutely in its path, the orb struck his body, enveloping him within the black void before vanishing into the abyss. Ha! You wish to contend with me? You're a millennium too early. What shall I do next? That lad speaks some truth regarding the heavenly Tao. Had it not been for their actions, I would not have fallen to this state. I was just pummeled by that young one. No matter whether it's the heavenly Tao or humanity, I will seek vengeance. After muttering to himself, Chaos strode purposefully in a direction, the raging fire of his anger still unquenched, leaving him in a state of discontent. Hey, fatty, where are you off to? How about we spar once more? Just as Chaos lifted his foot, Shen Fei's voice rang out behind him, startling him considerably. How is this possible? How can you still emerge after being struck by my chaotic power? Impossible. What is this? I've returned, and you still wish to deny it. With that, Shen Fei began to advance towards Chaos. This genuinely startled Chaos that in an instant, dozens of luminous orbs were hurled forth. Yet Shen Fei did not resist, allowing them to strike him without effect. In fact, he even crushed the last few with his palm, adding to his display of strength. So, do you believe now? I told you, in the face of absolute power, all is futile. Chaos stood silent, contemplating whether his chaotic annihilation power had truly lost its efficacy. He then casually released a luminous orb towards a nearby mountain, and in the next moment, the entire mountain vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Yes, his powers were still intact. This could only mean one thing. Shen Fei's strength had indeed surpassed him by an immense margin, rendering Chaos's powers ineffective against him. Upon realizing this, when Chaos looked at Shen Fei again, a glimmer of fear flickered in his eyes. Chapter 41. The 7 Apertures Unveiling the Past. Now, do you understand? Shen Fei approached Chaos, fixing his gaze upon him. You now have but 2 choices. Either become my subordinate, or face death. At the mention of death, Shen Fei unleashed his full power, the terrifying pressure making even chaos quiver. Is this truly a realm attainable by a mere human? Had Shen Fei not been standing right before him, he would have never believed that humanity could possess such terrifying strength. Do you think I am so spineless? I shall never submit to you humans. Even if you kill me, I will not yield. Your actions only disgust me. In that moment, Chaos's eyes burned with fury. Even in the face of Shen Fei's terrifying pressure, he remained unyielding. Shen Fei could clearly sense that his hatred for humanity had escalated to an exceedingly terrifying degree. Once more, Chaos transformed into his original form, his belly swelling as his entire beastly body expanded, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. To demand my submission is to invite death. Before him appeared an enormous black hole, instantly sucking in the surrounding trees. And with the influx of matter, the black hole continued to grow. I lack the time to play with you. I must proceed to the chair machine. Let this end here. With a wave of his right hand, the massive black hole vanished, and Chaos was struck by a backlash, reverting to his human form, utterly weakened. You may kill me, but I will never submit. Gazing into the determined eyes of the little rotund figure, Shen Fei sighed. Could you enlighten me as to why you harbor such disdain for humanity? This question felt like a wound being torn open for Chaos, causing him to falter. Ha ha ha! You humans dare to question me on this? What a joke! A monumental joke! Initially, my relationship with humanity was exceedingly good. That time, I trusted you humans unconditionally. Do you understand? It was precisely because our bond was so strong that I yearned to be like you. However, at that time, I had no 7 apertures, and I believed in your deceitful words to draw closer to you. You brought me to an endless dark space, where it was said there existed immensely powerful deities capable of fulfilling my desires. I consented, and they began to carve open my 7 apertures. Each time they opened one, I endured immense pain. Yet for the sake of you humans, I bore it all, until they finally opened the last aperture. As Chaos spoke, his expression grew increasingly agitated, the deep-seated resentment emanating from him, startling Shen Fei. Ha 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 ha. After the last aperture was opened, all my cultivation was stripped away, leaving me with naught but a broken shell. Yet at that moment, I held no regrets. Even without my cultivation, I believed it was worth it. At last, I had my 7 apertures, and I was akin to humanity. However, soon after, you know what happened? They all began to despise me. Wherever I went, I faced nothing but your human scorn and violence. Yet I continued to believe in humanity, hoping to encounter those who would accept me. Not long after, when I was on the brink of death, that person appeared, showing no disdain, becoming my friend and playing with me. We share a profound bond, and after a long passage of time, we have arrived here in the city of Sin. This place, once a picturesque valley, has now become my prison, thanks to that so-called friend who has ensnared me here. They incessantly employ torturous methods to torment me, wielding the stench of blood to suppress my strength, rendering me incapable of regaining my power. Even the slightest recovery is swiftly exploited by them. Day after day, year after year, until now, countless millennia have elapsed, during which I have endured relentless suffering, all of it bestowed upon me by you humans. How could I ever allow myself to be deceived by you once more? Dream on. As Chaos nearly roared this tale, Shen Fei felt a deep pang of sorrow within. Are you aware that all of this is orchestrated by the followers of the heavenly path? Chaos remained silent, his gaze averted, uncertain if he was even listening. Do you know how you are perceived in human legends? As one of the 4 ancient fiendish beasts, a merciless killer who derives strength from the suffering of humanity. Once the followers of the heavenly path opened your 7 orifices, these rumors began to circulate, naturally causing others to see you and seek to crush you. The people of the heavenly path, believing themselves to be divine, seek to enslave humanity, manipulating their faith to commit heinous acts. If you still doubt this, consider where those humans who once treated you well have gone after you were opened up. Have you ever pondered that? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Chaos was struck with shock. Indeed, if he had been opened, those who had initially come to greet him should have been present. Yet, After such a lengthy period, he had not seen any of them again. If I am not mistaken, they must have become sacrifices of the heavenly path. Perhaps, by the time you entered that mysterious realm, they had already perished. As for the individual you encountered later, he is a demonic monk of the heavenly path, who has imprisoned you here and established this city of sin not only to absorb your power, but also to suppress you. Thus serving the heavenly path, is this not a win-win situation? The followers of the heavenly path have confined you here to incite the resentment and fury within you, that dark side, with the intent of rapidly amplifying your fiendish heart. Now, as the heavenly path pursues your kind, I have come to rescue you, yet I did not anticipate you would break free from your seals. This is the situation. Much of it is conjecture on my part. You may choose not to believe me, and I do not claim it is unequivocally true that I must depart shortly to assist E.G. That is all I shall say. But should I discover you engaging in malevolence, be assured, I will personally end your life, no matter your whereabouts. With that, Shen Fei ignored the still-stunned chaos and turned to leave, muttering to himself, "Wait, I shall accompany you. That I need time to verify what you've said. Since I have just lost the wager, I shall recognize you as my superior during this verification period. If you had said this sooner, we would not have had to endure this charade. Truly. If you are not weary, I certainly am. What are you staring at? Hurry up and go. We have wasted enough time here. E.G.'s fiendish heart may very well have already been taken." Chapter 42. A clash of ice and fire. Observing Shen Fei's intent to depart, Chaos followed suit, eager to uncover the truth for himself. System notification. Task of the 4 fiendish beasts 3-4. Please complete promptly to receive rewards. Upon receiving this message, Shen Fei realized that Xiongqi and the monkey had already completed their tasks. The final objective was to reach Yin Prefecture, where E.G. awaited. Without further contemplation, as the followers of the heavenly path were already on the move, there was no time to delay. E.G.'s fiendish heart was at risk of being seized by them. Guided by the reliable system map, Shen Fei grasped Chaos by the shoulder, and their figures vanished from that place. Moments later, they appeared in the hottest part of Yin Prefecture, the scorching Nis Desert. According to records, this area is perpetually sweltering, devoid of any water source, and has never experienced rainfall. Even birds and beasts dare not traverse this terrifying desert, which stands as one of the 4 great forbidden zones of the 9 provinces. With scant evidence of human activity, it is said that once, a remarkable fire element emperor sought to explore the heart of this desert, only to vanish without a trace, further solidifying the desert's infamous reputation. Even Shen Fei felt the searing heat at this moment. They had materialized directly above the desert's core. Here lay the most blistering region, but fortunately, Shen Fei had prepared in advance, summoning his flamboyant phoenix armor, which not only heightened his combat fervor, but also provided a fire immunity function, an essential asset for any journey. Chaos, however, was caught off guard. Not only was he unaware that they were in the scorching Nis Desert, but Shen Fei had brought him here without any prior notice, leaving him no time to react. It was only when the flames seared his rear, producing a charred odor, that he began to comprehend the situation. Swiftly enveloping himself in his chaotic power to ward off the encroaching heat. "Boss, that was rather inconsiderate of you. Why didn't you inform me sooner? What if I had gotten disfigured? I had no inkling it would be so scorching. I assumed it was merely an ordinary desert. However, if such flames can harm you, then your title as one of the 4 ancient fiendish beasts holds no validity. Enough with the trivial chatter. Let us descend." With that, Shen Fei dove downward, while Chaos, sticking out his tongue in disbelief, hurriedly followed him down to the ground. "Boss, it seems there is a massive array here. Allow me to use my chaotic power to dismantle it. Dispelling formations is my specialty." With that, Chaos prepared to unleash his chaotic energy upon the array before them. "Ha ha ha. Once again, it's my chaotic power that will be of use. You look so relaxed, boss. Surely you didn't want to lose face by asking me to break this formation. So it falls to me? Ha ha ha." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chaos wore a smug smile. Yet the very next moment, his perspective shifted dramatically. Shen Fei, with a swift motion of his right hand, struck down upon the array with a colossal palm. "No way. This can't be happening. You think you can break this formation with such a casual gesture. If it were that simple, why would you need me at all? Chaos's words trailed off as the array shattered effortlessly. Oh, Chaos. What were you just saying? I didn't quite catch it. Could you repeat that about needing chaotic power? Shen Fei inquired with a smile that bore a hint of mockery. Oh, what I meant was, Boss, you are truly impressive and formidable. Regardless of the circumstances, we can always place our trust in you. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry inside. We cannot afford to waste any more time. With that, Shen Fei boldly entered the array. What greeted them was a bone-chilling cold. Fortunately, they had prepared adequate defenses beforehand, so neither was adversely affected. Within the array, an opposing force of frigid energy contrasted starkly with the warmth of the outside world. If he was not mistaken, EG was sealed within this very place. The ice-based array was designed to diminish EG's power. Setting the coldest array in the hottest location served to imprison EG. It was evident that the Heavenly Path had employed considerable resources. At that moment, they could clearly see a massive ice mountain at the center of the array, within which EG was confined. Before him stood a figure clad entirely in blue, casting a malevolent glare at Shen Fei and his companion. The Ice God King, wielding the divine power of ice, was precisely the reason the Heavenly Path had dispatched him as a fire element fiend. The principle of mutual restraint would naturally yield effective results. You have come at an inopportune time. Do you intend to thwart me? You are already too late. I shall claim EG's fiendish heart for myself. Ha 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 ha. Moreover, you shall perish here as well. The demonic monk spared you out of consideration for the monkey, but I will not show you the same mercy. This time, let you truly experience the taste of the storm of despair. Ignoring the exuberant Ice God King, Shen Fei did not direct his gaze toward him. Fatty, do you know what that blue figure ahead is? I am at a loss. Is he human or ghost? Who can discern what he truly is? I sense he resembles a blue fish demon. Don't you find his skin tone indicative? Indeed, as the leader suggests, he bears a striking resemblance, since there's a fire pit outside. Why not roast him and feast upon him? What do you think? That is a splendid idea. However, given his grotesque appearance, he hardly seems appetizing. Rather, he is somewhat repulsive. Boss, you and I are of the same mind. Let us feed him to the dogs instead. A suggestion I find agreeable. Very well. I shall heed your counsel this time. Ha ha ha. The Ice King discerned their words, realizing they were subtly deriding him. With this thought, his wrath ignited, and once his fury reached its zenith, he would unleash his ultimate attack. Chapter 43, Being a Lackey. He is not worthy of such a title. Here it comes, boss, be cautious. That little fish is about to unleash a formidable attack. You call him a little fish. How powerful could he possibly be? Let us observe his performance to be fair. I surmise he wields a ranged skill, perhaps a colossal ice arrow. The greater the distance, the more damage it inflicts, and it may even induce a state of paralysis. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the Ice King was taken aback. His skill mirrored Shen Fei's description. How could Shen Fei know this without having used it? Don't inquire. Just assume Shen Fei traversed time to play League of Legends. Youngster, what does it matter if you know? Can you withstand the consequences? Divine skill. Traverse thousands of miles, ice arrow. Divine skill. Encase the earth, ice formation. Divine skill. Suppress all, ice fall. At that moment, the Ice King unleashed all three skills simultaneously, directing them towards Shen Fei and Chaos. The first to strike was the icy force that erupted beneath their feet, instantly encasing both in ice. Subsequently, a colossal iceberg descended heavily from the skies, entombing them within its icy grasp. Finally, the piercing ice arrow, upon contact with the iceberg, effortlessly penetrated through, heading straight for Shen Fei's heart. In that instant of impact, the ice arrow exploded. The simultaneous explosion of the internal and external ice amplified its destructive power. Continue to boast, O mighty Ice King. Let me see how you will justify your words now. To perish beneath my three divine skills shall be your honor. This sorcerer truly is feeble, to be so easily dealt with. And yet he fails to withstand such an onslaught. Ha ha ha. Enough, enough. The mission is accomplished. Let us hasten to claim our reward. I shall not linger in this wretched place any longer. The Ice King's laughter echoed throughout the glacial valley, reeking of arrogance. However, at that moment, a jarring voice interrupted. What are you babbling about? Your ice is commendable, knowing this place is sweltering. I appreciate your divine skills in helping us cool down, that if you were not a disciple of the celestial path, I might have considered accepting you as my subordinate. Ha ha ha. As the explosion subsided and the icy mist dissipated, the figures of Shen Fei and Chaos became visible. Both bore expressions of satisfaction, inciting the Ice King's fury that he could hardly believe that after such an assault, Shen Fei and Chaos remained unscathed. Doubts about his true strength began to creep in. Mere trifles. I offer you two choices. Surrender the heart of the demon clan, and I may spare your life and allow you to return. Alternatively, we may simply slay you and seize the demon heart. The choice is yours, to be passive or proactive. Do you think I would believe your words? I am eager to see the extent of your abilities that allow you to speak so arrogantly. I shall not yield, even if it means death. Even if I leap from here, or if I am scorched by flames, I shall not yield. Witnessing the unwavering determination in his eyes, Shen Fei felt a flicker of sympathy. I fear you not, I. Before he could finish, Shen Fei delivered a resounding slap. Shocked, he never anticipated such a scenario. Shen Fei's strike rendered him incapable of gathering his divine power, unable even to unleash a skill. Just as he nearly coalesced a skill, Shen Fei's subsequent slap shattered his concentration. You are behaving like this. Ultimately, his face swelled into a grotesque visage, resembling a pig's head, evoking a twinge of pity. I told you, opting for the proactive choice would have been wise. Must you resort to such methods to extract the demon heart? Had you acted sooner, you could have avoided this physical torment. Truly, you lack the sense of timing. Big brother, two esteemed brothers, please cease your onslaught. I recognize my errors. I should not have resisted so obstinately that if you would show mercy and accept me as your subordinate, I vow my unwavering loyalty. You must believe me. I truly wish to live. Observing him groveling on the ground, Shen Fei felt a surge of reflections. Grateful for his formidable power, he resolved to protect those dear to him and not descend to such a plight. In this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, strength is paramount. I never imagined that as a disciple of the celestial path, you would be such a spineless coward. Is this the essence of your teachings? It is of no consequence. I too fear death. If given a choice, who desires to perish, I still possess value. I could return to the celestial path and serve as your informant. The Ice King gazed at Shen Fei with anticipation, fully aware that his fate rested solely in Shen Fei's hands. Let me share something with you. Previously, we spared the Void Breaker King, yet upon reaching the gates of the divine realm, he was obliterated by heavenly thunder. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the Ice King was taken aback, having never encountered such a tale. Thus, to survive is impossible. One must maintain a modicum of dignity. At that moment, the Ice King summoned all his divine power, albeit his target was no longer Shen Fei. Recognizing Shen Fei's strength far surpassed his own, he directed all his might toward the demon heart of the chair machine, which was now perilously close. Clearly, this was a futile endeavor. Not only was Shen Fei present, but even Chaos's annihilation attribute was beyond his reach. Awaiting him was Shen Fei's palm, and a deity fell at his hands. Boss! He has perished so easily. He was a celestial being. After all, wouldn't it be more advantageous to recruit him as our subordinate? You are overthinking it, fatty. The subordinates I desire are those I can trust with my back. A celestial of such mediocre caliber does not qualify to be my minion. A vague, indescribable connection flickered in Chaos's eyes, as though a bond had formed between him and Shen Fei. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. The formation had been shattered. The ice was gradually dissipating, and waves of heat surged forth. The massive ice glacier encasing the chair machine began to fracture. Chapter 44. Hurry home. To hatch an egg, the surrounding heat converged upon this location, flooding into the body of the chair machine, akin to how chaos once absorbed the life force. Under the ferocious heat, The glacier melted entirely and no longer shielded by the ice formation. This place had transformed into a sea of flames, scorching enough to incinerate one alive at this moment. The demon heart in Shen Fei's possession began to exhibit intense agitation. Without hesitation, he released it, allowing the demon heart to return to the chair machine's body. Simultaneously, a message appeared in Shen Fei's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Completion level, excellent. Rewards: Sect Construction Blueprint 1, Cosmic Battleship Defense System Upgrade Device, Divine Talent Elixir 2, 9-Star Emperor Instantaneous Elixir 10, with side effects. Qualification for Disciple Training Device 100, Disciple Training Device Upgrade System 1, Ferocious Beast Advancement Elixir 6, Ferocious Beast Egg 1. Upon witnessing the rewards he had garnered, Shen Fei felt that the efforts of the past few days had been worthwhile. For these rewards were indeed bountiful. Most notably, among these rewards was a Ferocious Beast Egg and 6 Advancement Elixirs, precisely what he had been contemplating, that he had confirmed it. The system was undoubtedly orchestrating something extraordinary. System: if you don't want it, then return it to me quickly. Shen Fei: forget it, whatever is in my possession is mine. While Shen Fei was still basking in the joy of his reward, the heart of the demon clan within the chair machine had already fused once more. The enormous body of the chair machine was engulfed in flames, its elongated form resembling that of a lion, yet adorned with a remarkably sharp horn atop its head. Boss, how could you so easily return the heart of the demon clan to him? What if he comes back and chooses to act independently rather than joining us? Fatty, you overthinking this. The chair machine wouldn't do such a thing. During our battle, I detected signs of life from it, so it is aware of what just transpired. Shen Fei paused for a moment before continuing. However, even if it has obtained the heart of the demon clan, what difference does it make? Do you truly believe it can contend with us? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Hundun chuckled awkwardly, clearly realizing his overconcern. Shen Fei could effortlessly shatter the formations that could restrain the chair machine. Such terrifying power instilled fear even in Hundun himself. Once restored to freedom, the chair machine did not launch an attack against Shen Fei. Shen Fei understood this, for he had already received numerous rewards from the system, and the chair machine ought to be able to serve as his subordinate. Concealing its true form, the chair machine transformed into a tall, slender male figure, his dark skin accentuating his ruggedness. Thank you for saving me. There is only one thing I need to understand. Speak. I wish to know if you are opposed to the Celestial Tao. If that is the case, I will join you. I shall spare none of the Celestial Tao. As he spoke, the chair machine's eyes were filled with hatred. He would never forget the scene of his parents being slain by the Celestial Tao as they stood in front of him. Thus, he devoted himself to cultivation, striving to enhance his strength in order to avenge his parents. Yet, before he could act, the Celestial Tao found him and imprisoned him here, and in the blink of an eye. 10,000 years had passed. Rest assured, our intent in rescuing you was to prevent the Celestial Tao from obtaining the heart of the demon clan. How about it? Join me, and before long, I will lead you to teach the Celestial Tao a lesson. After hearing Shen Fei's words, the chair machine nodded. You saved me and are willing to take me to strike at the Celestial Tao as long as there are tasks for me, boss. I shall not hesitate. Well then, let us not linger here any longer. I will take you back to our sect. Henceforth, you shall be esteemed elders of the Celestial Demon Sect. Ha! The prospect of uniting the 4 fierce beasts brought Shen Fei immense joy. For he possessed 6 advancement pills for the fierce beasts, which could only be utilized when 6 fierce beasts formed a formation. With 4 fierce beasts and the monkey already in place, he merely needed one more. Suddenly, he recalled that he had a fierce beast egg waiting to hatch. Once it did, he would have the complete set of 6 fierce beasts. Ideally, he hoped it would hatch into a formidable, towering, and powerful creature that could serve as his pet, a sight to behold when taken out. Lost in thought, Shen Fei was eager to return and incubate his egg. No deviations the next moment. They vanished from the scorching Nisbus desert. Upon their return to the Celestial Demon Sect, Qiongqi and the others were already waiting in the Grand Hall. This time, without the elders present, only the Empress sat in the main seat. Upon seeing the 3 approach, the Grand Elder stubbornly remained seated, eager to witness what surprises Shen Fei would bring this time. Glancing left and right, Tao Can felt his stomach growl, becoming somewhat distracted. However, Qiongqi shot him a chilling glare, causing Tao Can to shrink back and remain silent. Zhao Jiesin also observed the individuals before her. Their auras were simply too terrifying. Even the monkey had undergone a tremendous transformation, no longer resembling his former self. Initially, Zhao Jiesin had opposed their entry, but it was Shen Qingyin who vouched for them, allowing the mountain protection formation to be lifted. Fortunately, not long after, Shen Fei returned with Hundun and the chair machine. Otherwise, it would have been quite the embarrassing situation. All right, you all need not be so formal. Find a seat and make yourselves comfortable. Since I have become your leader, it is my duty to inform you of a few matters. The first matter is that the lovely lady before you is my wife and the esteemed leader of the celestial demon sect. Remember to show her the respect she deserves. The others nodded in acknowledgement. As for the individuals beside me, they are the targets of my recent expedition: Qiongqi, Tao Can, Hundun, and the chair machine. Their strength is formidable, having surpassed the 9-star emperor and reached a deeper level of power. So, darling, are they as strong as you? No. No. You're mistaken. Your husband will always be the strongest in the realm. Chapter 45. Unlocking new postures. Listening to Shen Fei's self-adoring words, Zhao Jiesin rolled her eyes. To Shen Fei. She was undeniably enchanting. All right, Grand Elder, please arrange accommodations for them. Let these 5 reside in the same area, that I have more pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Zhao Jiesin let out a surprised ah, and the two disappeared from the scene. The boss, is indeed the boss. Even in the face of beauty, he cannot resist. I see the spirit of my old self in him. Ha! The monkey, ever the gregarious one, unabashedly engaged the other 4 in conversation. Monkey, you should really tone it down. Remember, you were once a monk. Beauty? Hundun chimed in, aware of the monkey's background due to his time imprisoned in the city of Sin, where he had gathered ample information from the outside world. Hey, chubby, don't undermine my reputation. Teach monkey, don't get ahead of yourself. You can't defeat anyone here. Just accept your role as a subordinate. Qiongqi interjected. As if sharing a unique bond with the monkey, their banter escalating into a friendly rivalry, showcasing their terrifying combat potential. I don't believe it. How about we settle this with a fight and establish our rankings based on strength? What do you all think? I have no objections, but monkey, think carefully. If you lose, it will be quite embarrassing. Don't worry. I'll definitely make you regret it. The Grand Elder, witnessing their enthusiasm, led them to the martial arena. Since they wished to spar, he might as well facilitate it, and it would also provide an opportunity for the disciples of the celestial demon sect to observe. The first match pitted Qiongqi against the monkey. It was evident that the monkey stood no chance against Qiongqi, whose power over time and space was simply overwhelming. Ultimately, the monkey was subdued, and Qiongqi playfully kicked him twice on the rear, eliciting cheers from the disciples. That in the following matches, the chair machine performed admirably, securing second place, while no one dared to challenge him. Seizing the opportunity, Tao Can slyly ambushed Hundun, who foolishly chose to challenge Qiongqi, thus claiming third place. The monkey, once again bested by Hundun, found himself at the bottom of the rankings. So, monkey, was I right? You need to know your limits. Just call me sister. Understood, Qiongqi said triumphantly as she approached the monkey, patting his shoulder and speaking earnestly. I will eventually rub you in the dirt. When that time comes, I will teach you a lesson. Ha ha ha. Imagining that future scenario, the monkey chuckled, only to be swiftly sent flying by Qiongqi. Hee, little one, dare to challenge me? You truly must be tired of living. With that, Qiongqi cast a glance at the other 3, who immediately shrank back, unable to withstand her formidable presence. The Grand Elder took them to arrange their accommodations, while Shen Fei was already lost in a realm of tenderness. Darling wife, feeling tired? Shall we switch things up? What kind do you want? No witties. I'll show you a book. Let's unlock each posture one by one, shall we? No way, I won't do that. It's too embarrassing. Don't fret. We must dare to try and strive to push our limits. Besides, it's just the 2 of us here. Don't be shy. All right, I understand, but you must be gentle. It really hurts. Shen Fei presented the complete guide to yoga poses to Zhao Jiasen, guiding her as she practiced, something she had requested herself. Upon encountering such an intriguing endeavor, one that promised to enhance her physique and elevate her grace, Zhao Jiasen naturally felt compelled to give it a try. This was indeed the bitter fruit of Shen Fei's own sowing. After all, who could blame him for bringing forth this book in idle moments? All right, my dear, let us set aside the yoga for now. We have more pressing matters to attend to, he remarked. What matters? She inquired. First, put on this outfit, he urged. Hurry, for your delay is quite unbearable for me. Understood. I shall indulge you this once. After donning the adorable cat-made costume Shen Fei had prepared, she appeared utterly enchanting. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, a sight that rendered Shen Fei utterly defenseless. In that instant, the world around them seemed to vanish, the slightest whisper of wind unable to penetrate their secluded bubble. With the spring breeze in full bloom, one beholds the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. This moment truly allowed Shen Fei to savor a distinctly different experience, one that was undeniably intoxicating. Joy begets vigor. Shen Fei rose early the next day. Ordinarily, Zhao Jiasen would have already begun her training at this hour. Yet she lingered in bed. As he stepped outside, he encountered the hurried elder. Elder, what troubles you to be in such haste? He asked. Master, to be candid, our heavenly demon sect faces a significant challenge. Our space is rather limited, and I intend to discuss expansion with the Empress that I was just about to head to the Heavenly Demon Hall. Hence my urgency. Elder, I am aware of the situation and can resolve it. Leave it to me. Furthermore, let all disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect gather before the Moonlight Mountain Training Tower. I wish to present them with a grand spectacle. Excellent. With your involvement, Master, the issue is sure to be resolved. I shall go gather everyone. Farewell, Master. With that, the elder hurried off, his thoughts as transparent as crystal, that if there were truly an urgent matter, why run when one could fly? If it were that pressing, why appear here, knowing the Heavenly Demon Hall and the Empress's chamber were in completely opposite directions? His presence here was merely to convey this matter to Shen Fei. The elder, alongside the Empress, had vanished together. One could easily deduce their purpose. Moreover, given Shen Fei's formidable nature, it was improbable that he would encounter the Empress at this early hour in the Heavenly Demon Hall. Thus, the astute elder had come to test his fortune. And indeed, luck does not favor the foolish, for he encountered Shen Fei. Though slightly perplexed, he adhered to Shen Fei's directive and set about gathering the disciples. Curiously, he too was eager to discover how Shen Fei intended to resolve this predicament. That very moment, a vast expanse of dark clouds loomed over the Heavenly Demon Training Tower, thunder rumbling ominously, and lightning flashing with abandon, an indication that significant events were about to unfold. Chapter 46. This is simply a smooth progression. In truth, the architect of all this was none other than their master. Shen Fei, Disciple Training Device Upgrade System. Upon use, it compresses 1 month of training into a week, granting the practitioner a minimum of Emperor-level cultivation based on their innate talents. It requires a cultivation level of 5 or higher to utilize and has no adverse effects on the body. Upon reading this prompt, Shen Fei promptly chose to activate it. The previous batch had just reached the 1-week mark, and as soon as the upgrade was completed, tumultuous winds began to stir in the sky. The booming sounds resonated as if heralding the birth of a king. Those summoned by the elder naturally observed the unfolding spectacle, gazing upward in awe. Yet fear was absent from their hearts. They beheld a towering figure standing atop the training tower. Although his posture was somewhat flamboyant, it could not obscure his undeniable charm. He was none other than Shen Fei, the soul of the Heavenly Demon Sect. When the disciple training apparatus activated, a multitude of powerful heavenly tribulations descended from above, aiming directly at the newly ascended disciples. Shen Fei, however, paid them no mind, standing still as he watched them confront the heavenly lightning. Bolts of electricity rained down, seemingly avoiding Shen Fei, for amidst the chaos, the area surrounding him remained untouched. The onlookers marveled at this astonishing display. Only Shen Fei could withstand such a heavenly calamity. Sky Demon Palm. In stark contrast to the chaos above, The disciples of the heavenly demon sect utilized the sky demon palm to counter the tribulations. The effectiveness was evident, particularly among the vanguard, Roland and Mubai, who, as leaders of the new generation of disciples, spearheaded the charge. Their mastery of the sky demon palm allowed them to withstand the tribulations. And within a mere quarter of an hour, they had both ascended to the status of emperor-level warriors. Perhaps even they themselves found it hard to believe that they had achieved such a breakthrough in such a short span. All of this was a gift from Shen Fei. Thus, when the tribulations concluded and they beheld Shen Fei's figure, they were overwhelmed with emotion, dropping to one knee. "Master, in this lifetime, I shall dedicate myself to the heavenly demon sect. Unrepentant in death." The voices of 10 individuals resonated, echoing with the power of emperors, their fervent gazes unwavering. Enough, having broken through, hasten to gather. Standing here in grandeur is not the goal. Down you go. Shen Fei chided with a smile. For many activities awaited them, and he could not allow them to linger unnecessarily. In truth, they were not the only ones exhilarated. The disciples below were equally ecstatic. They had witnessed these individuals enter the training device crafted by their master. And now, a week later, they had emerged as emperors. Who could remain calm in the face of such transformation? Wow, did it really work? Is that even a question? Did you not see the tribulations just now? I truly worry for your intellect. Our master remains unrivaled. Such a terrifying enhancement. Who else could achieve this? Did you not awaken from your dream? Is our master not the mightiest, and undoubtedly the most handsome? Do you think if we praise our master like this, he might grant me the next opportunity? Haha, you think too highly of yourself. Our master needs no flattery. Regardless, our master is eternally divine. Unlike the jubilation below, atop the training tower, Shen Fei regarded the 10 kneeling before him with a sense of satisfaction. After all, he still held 200 slots for the training devices, essentially 200 potential emperor-level warriors. Once fully cultivated, this would indeed be a smooth progression. All right, rise. You are all emperor-level warriors now. The Tio have struggled against this heavenly tribulation, yet still be somewhat lacking. Truly a bit underwhelming. Upon hearing Shen Fei's nonchalant words, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed over them. Initially basking in their significant enhancement, they now felt a wave of humility wash over them, realizing that the very training device they had used was crafted by Shen Fei himself. Moreover, given that Shen Fei was now younger than they, yet his prowess, do not be so disheartened. I still have to admonish you. This training tower is nearly in ruins because of you. Had you practiced the sky demon palm with a bit more finesse, it wouldn't have come to this. They looked around, laughter escaping them as they surveyed the top of the tower, which had been reduced to a chaotic state, save for the small patch of ground beneath Shen Fei's feet. Master, this is not our fault. With your abilities, protecting this place is surely a trivial matter. Indeed, Master, are you not hoping for us to reconstruct it? Surely, Master is merely toying with us. Listening to their playful banter, Shen Fei chuckled. You must face the heavenly tribulations yourselves. This will strengthen your foundation. How could I so easily assist you? They all nodded in understanding. I shan't jest with you any longer. Now, tell me, what are your current cultivation levels? Master, I have attained the rank of 5-star Emperor. Mubai stepped forward first to declare to Shen Fei, followed closely by Roland. I too, like senior brother Mubai, have reached the 5-star Emperor level. The others followed suit, with most at around 3 stars, a few reaching 4 stars, undoubtedly a meteoric rise. I shall impart my insights on the sky demon palm to you. It may prove beneficial. As they received Shen Fei's insights, they settled down, immersing themselves in the knowledge bestowed upon them. After a considerable period, Mu Bai was the first to open his eyes, gradually followed by the others who began to awaken. Master, your heavenly demon palm is truly magnificent. It can shatter anything with a single strike. Is this the pinnacle of its power? Shen Fei shook his head. It is not merely so that I in my hands. The overwhelming might of the heavenly demon palm is a reflection of strength. What I wish to impart to you is the essence of this technique, an unparalleled aura of dominance. Take, for instance, the recent confrontation with the tribulation. Fear clouded everyone's minds, preventing the full manifestation of the heavenly demon Palm's aura. Had you harnessed that power, you would not have found yourselves in such disarray. Enough for today. Proceed to form a line below. After Shen Fei's instruction, the 5,000 disciples of the heavenly demon sect gathered in unison. Chapter 47. Boss, may I take a look at your egg? Gazing at the vibrant disciples of the heavenly demon sect below, Shen Fei stood at the forefront. Filled with a sense of pride, at the front stood Shen Qingyin alongside the 9 current elders of the sect, flanked by the 10 newly ascended emperors of the heavenly demon army. Along with the monkey and the 4 fierce beasts, this assembly represented the sect's highest combat prowess, excluding Zhao Jiesin. Behind them were various administrators, such as the elders of the Scripture Hall and the Affairs Hall, followed by all the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. They had all witnessed the recent breakthroughs, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Now that everyone has gathered, I would like to briefly explain the reason for convening this heavenly demon conference. As soon as Shen Fei spoke, applause erupted from the crowd, for he was the most celebrated figure in the sect, having inspired awe through numerous miracles. First and foremost, I bring good news. You all witnessed the breakthroughs of those 10 individuals. Correct? Indeed. Excellent. The good news I am about to announce is directly related to this. This time, there are an additional 200 spots for the cultivation ceremony, and who receives these spots will depend on your own performances. However, do bear in mind that only those below the Martial King realm are currently ineligible to participate. Thus, disciples below the Martial King realm must strive diligently. The selection of these 200 individuals would be entrusted to the Grand Elder, who nodded in agreement, pleased to see the sect flourish. Hearing Shen Fei announce this news brought him immense joy, for it meant an increase of 200 Emperor-level cultivators for the heavenly demon sect. Afterward, Shen Fei activated the cultivation aura, prompting everyone to begin their training, while the elders were summoned to the summit of the cultivation tower. As for Qingyin, she is already nearing the 9-star Emperor level and need not participate in this. You see, I possess 10 pills that can elevate individuals of Martial Monarch rank and above directly to the peak, that is, the 9-star Emperor level. The elders were visibly moved by Shen Fei's words. As reaching the Emperor tier was no trivial matter, the difference between ranks could be monumental, let alone achieving the pinnacle directly. Master, you jest, right? Is this truly the case? The elders gazed at him, eager to understand the details. Of course it is true. However, there is a caveat. Once consumed, further advancement in cultivation becomes exceedingly difficult, essentially halting any growth. Thus, the decision to consume this lies entirely with you. But Master, isn't it impossible to break through once one reaches the 9-star Emperor level? Not necessarily. Breakthroughs are possible in the future. Observe those individuals over there. Their cultivation and strength, including mine, exceed the 9-star level. Should we overcome the heavenly Tao, we should be able to ascend further. Shen Fei's words were indeed astonishing, yet these seasoned individuals accepted them with relative ease. Master, I choose to consume it. Given my abilities, I know I will never reach that height, so it is better to extend my lifespan by a few thousand years. The Grand Elder was the first to express his decision, fully aware of his own limitations. The remaining elders concurred. At their age, they had largely reconciled with their aspirations and lacked the impulsiveness of youth. This pill represented a significant enhancement for them. Consequently, all 9 elders opted to consume the pills, leaving one remaining for the absent 5th elder. They promptly ingested the pills, with Shen Fei and Shen Qingyin offering protective spells, ensuring their safety. As they consumed the pills, the recently dissipated tribulation re-emerged, striking with far greater ferocity than before, enveloping the entire heavenly demon sect in a tempest of thunder and lightning. Are you fools? Do you not realize you have provoked the heavenly Tao? Have you nothing better to do? Begone! With that, Shen Fei struck the sky with a palm. In the next moment, all ominous clouds and thunderous claps vanished, leaving behind a clear azure sky. The 10 who had just endured the tribulation were left in stunned silence at Shen Fei's display of power. It was comical that such a trivial matter, resolvable with a mere gesture, had led to the destruction of the cultivation tower's summit. Nevertheless, they bore no grievances, for their cultivation had indeed solidified following the tribulation. Boss, they can break through. What do you need us for? Isn't it better to watch the little sister from below? The monkey approached Shen Fei, voicing his thoughts. Monkey, you are mistaken. There's a reason I summoned you. Allow me to show you the egg. What? Boss, that seems unnecessary. I have no interest in that if you really need it, go find second brother E.G. He will surely. The monkey's words were cut short as Shen Fei gave him a light tap on the head. What are you thinking? I have no interest in you. Best to rid your mind of such thoughts. Why is your mind so filled with these wicked ideas? You truly have issues, monkey. Boss, rest assured, I will handle this matter well. I shall teach him a lesson for his wicked tongue. Before the monkey could respond, Qiongqi interjected, having long sought an opportunity to discipline him. All right, I agree he needs education. I leave it to you, Qiongqi. He understood, boss, that I shall not disappoint you. Seeing Shen Fei and Qiongqi engage in such spirited discussion, the monkey, considering his own safety, hastily shifted the topic. Boss, let us not delay any longer. Quickly show us your egg. Chapter 48. The adorably clumsy panda, understanding that the monkey was merely jesting, Shen Fei shot him a glare. The monkey, sensing his leader's fierce gaze, shrank his head and fell silent. At last, Shen Fei retrieved the beast egg he had acquired. The shell was pure white, exuding an air of nobility, albeit slightly smaller. Roughly the size of an adult's head. Surely, a beast egg provided by the system must hatch something remarkable. Or perhaps it begins with a humble creature, growing through consumption, with its final form entirely determined by your choices. Reminiscing about certain game advertisements he had seen, Shen Fei chuckled, pondering if it could truly be so. Boss, how do we hatch this egg? The others, including the fierce beasts, gathered around Shen Fei, fixated on the egg in his hands. The gluttonous beast leaned in, scrutinizing the white egg, murmuring, "This looks quite delectable." Shen Fei was taken aback, quickly pushing the beast's large head away. Need I even say? It must be incubated using one's body heat that I suggest we assign the hatching task to Sister Qiongqi. Huh? The monkey, grinning at the thought of Qiongqi cradling an egg, shared his amusement. Monkey, I see your skin itching again. Shall we have a proper sparring session to ensure your rank doesn't always linger at 5th? There's no need for that. Dear sister, I can manage my training quite well on my own. Oh no. I believe you still require assistance. Training alone is dreadfully dull. Allow me to lend you a hand. Amidst their playful banter, Shen Fei had already perused the instruction manual for the egg. The method to hatch this egg was astonishingly simple. Just smash it to pieces, and success is guaranteed. Upon reading this manual, Shen Fei was left utterly speechless that he had meticulously planned for specific temperatures, envisioned infusing it with profound energy for 49 days, and intended to merge the essence of the sun and moon to finally bring forth this formidable beast. That, he believed, was the conventional approach. Yet this absurd system proposed such a crude method of hatching the beast egg, simply smashing it on the ground. Is this even human? However, Shen Fei found himself oddly drawn to this straightforward and brutal method. He was eager to discover what creature lay within. All right, everyone be quiet. I now know how to hatch it, so watch closely. Upon hearing Shen Fei's declaration, the monkey and the creature Qiongqi ceased their antics and distanced themselves. Without hesitation, Shen Fei seized the egg and smashed it against the ground. The onlookers were rendered dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such an unconventional approach to hatching an egg in their lives. Boss, what on earth are you doing? That beast egg was perfectly fine. If you don't want it, you might as well let me have a bite. It looks quite delectable. Tazan approached Shen Fei, expressing his thoughts. Don't overthink it. This is how the beast egg is meant to be hatched. Just watch. Isn't it starting to stir? Everyone turned to observe. And indeed, the shattered egg did not leak any egg fluid, but began to tremble violently. It seemed to have found an escape route. As a dark foot emerged, complete with claws that resembled those of a bear. This appears to be some sort of bear, but aren't bears born alive? How can it come from an egg? It's about to emerge, and then we shall ascertain what it truly is. The creature within the eggshell seemed to be diligently battling against the shell that confined it to at long last. Most of its dark body was visible, and it appeared small yet not quite bear-like. Suddenly, Shen Fei was struck by an absurd thought. How could this creature resemble a giant panda? No, that cannot be. He had never heard of a panda hatching from an egg. It was utterly impossible. Until at last, the creature's head emerged. Its body primarily white, but most notably, it sported two enormous black rings around its eyes. Without a doubt, this was a giant panda. Goodness, how could this be? Is this little creature truly a fearsome beast? In truth, Shen Fei was not alone in his ignorance. Many were unaware that the reason pandas are called pandas is primarily due to the first part of the name. They are indeed a type of bear. One should not be deceived by their bamboo-munching demeanor. Their bite force is astonishing. Boss, how can it be that the pet you've brought forth is so adorable? May I hold it? Xuqi, being a woman, had little resistance to such charming creatures, especially one as clumsy and endearing as a giant panda. All right, just be careful not to harm this little fellow. Shen Fei's words were cut short by Xuqi's interruption. Understood. Boss, I will treat your pet with care. He. Shen Fei had intended to say that this creature would be their future companion, but seeing the panda nuzzling against Xuqi, he held his tongue. Who would believe such a tale? However, having such a pet would surely delight his wife. Indeed, this little creature had potential. If it pleased Zhao Jiesin, perhaps it would lead to greater happiness for him. That moment. The monkey attempted to snatch the panda for a playful interaction, but was swiftly rebuffed by its claws. Hey, little one, you're so tiny, yet you already know to snuggle up to the pretty ladies. Come over here quickly, or do you believe I, the great Sun Wukong, shall give you a thrashing? Hearing the monkey's words, the giant panda glanced at him before returning to snuggle in Xuqi's embrace. Shen Fei noted this behavior with intrigue. It seemed his pet was indeed quite unique at such a tender age. It had already developed a keen interest that he would need to remain vigilant when introducing it to Zhao Jiesin. Now that all 6 fearsome beasts had gathered, his Beast Advancement Elixir could finally take effect. Beast Advancement Elixir requires 6 fearsome beasts to form a formation for use, capable of generating immense energy to facilitate the beast's advancement and enhance their combat abilities. This, indeed, was the reason Shen Fei chose to hatch the giant panda at this moment. Chapter 49, A Force to be Reckoned with. Azure Seal. Subsequently, under Shen Fei's command, everyone arranged themselves in a 5-pointed star formation, each receiving a pill. This is a pill I procured that will enhance your strength, devoid of any side effects. You may choose whether or not to consume it, but I strongly advise you to trust my judgment. Such an opportunity is rare and invaluable. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the monkey wasted no time and swallowed the pill whole. Having spent much time with Shen Fei, he understood his character and trusted him implicitly. Xuqi also consumed the pill without hesitation. Seeing the two of them partake, the others followed suit. Shen Fei, holding his own pill, gently placed it into the panda's mouth, tossing it into the center of the star formation, instantly activating the array to AT that moment. They felt a surge of immense and pure energy coursing through their bodies, compelling them to stabilize and absorb it diligently. Unlike the others, Shen Fei's pet panda fell asleep immediately after consuming the pill, nestled comfortably in the center of the formation, sprawled on the ground with its belly down, its little paws occasionally twitching in contentment. Observing the scene, Shen Fei couldn't help but find it amusing. Was this panda's reaction even real? Meanwhile, the elder, who had been cultivating nearby, erupted into laughter, clearly having achieved a breakthrough. Several others had also completed their cultivation, though none exhibited the same exuberance as the elder. Indeed, after enhancing their cultivation, even the elder appeared significantly younger. Though not exactly handsome, at least he no longer resembled a mere shadow of a man. Boss, be mindful. Many others are still cultivating. Your raucous laughter could disturb them. At that moment, the second elder, having completed his cultivation, heard the elder's infectious laughter and, with a sense of urgency, halted him from continuing his antics. Ah! Ha! I was so elated that I forgot. However, our strengths have indeed risen to the level of 9-star emperors. I never imagined I would reach such heights in my lifetime. All right, enough of your self-indulgence. Let us go. After a brief farewell to Shen Fei, the 9 elders returned to the area where the disciples had gathered. Suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically as 5 enormous spectral figures of ancient beasts emerged. The cold and aloof Tsuchi appeared even more frigid. As if she could freeze all things, the space around her collapsed, releasing an aura of chilling dread. The colossal body of the fiery being, Gigi, stood in stark contrast, engulfed in roaring flames, with azure and crimson energies clashing in the air. Neither yielding to the other at this moment. The monkey's already formidable physique was further reinforced by an impenetrable armor, radiating an even mightier presence. The others also exhibited their own transformations, undoubtedly a result of consuming the elixir. Each had undergone a qualitative leap in strength. Meanwhile, the plump panda remained unchanged, still sound asleep, as if oblivious to the world around it. Nonetheless, even in its slumber, the power radiating from the other 5 was unable to encroach upon its vicinity. As though they were instinctively wary of something. This left Shen Fei perplexed. How could such a diminutive panda stand its ground against these ancient beasts? It seemed that the gifts bestowed by this system were indeed extraordinary. What manner of monstrosity dares to wreak havoc upon this realm? Surrender at once. A resounding voice of authority echoed through the sky, belonging to the heavenly Tao, the very entity they had encountered before. The recently emerged thunderstorm had drawn them out. Witnessing the 5 great beasts breaking through was intolerable for the heavenly Tao. Thus, the enforcers of the Tao had arrived, determined to quell the situation. Unlike humans, whose cultivation is fixed, reaching a pinnacle of only 9 stars of the Emperor, such prowess is truly unworthy of even offering them a pair of shoes. However, the demon beasts are different. Through the cultivation of their demonic hearts, their powers can continuously escalate. This necessitates the emergence of even more terrifying heavenly tribulations, which serve to assail and potentially bring about their downfall. This is the method by which the heavenly Tao seeks to restrain the demon race. What a joke! Do you dare to act recklessly in the presence of my heavenly demon sect? Ah! Humans, you are but a swarm of ants, and now you dare to conspire with the demon beasts. You wretched slaves deserve to perish. A resounding roar echoed from the heavens, indicating that such actions had indeed provoked the heavenly Tao. In such moments, most would place their faith in the heavenly Tao and its deities, believing themselves to be in the wrong, maintaining a sense of reverence towards the celestial order. Yet, Shen Fei and the disciples of the heavenly demon sect were not of this mind. They had long known that they were destined to confront the heavenly Tao, and their trust in Shen Fei far surpassed any fear of the celestial authority, who could utter the words that heaven can be defied. Shen Fei dared to, and he truly possessed the strength to back it up. Haha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Do you think we are bound to heed your commands? Do you possess such power? Ants, you brought this upon yourselves. Now, as the heavenly tribulation descends, you shall pay for your foolishness and obstinacy. Haha, know this. The heavenly Tao is unstoppable, and its majesty is not to be violated. No sooner had his words faded than the skies above roiled with tumult. More powerful than the previous thunder tribulation, accompanied by a force capable of annihilating the world. This force, known among the followers of the heavenly Tao as the power of purification, has the ability to dissolve all existence. When combined with the divine thunder of the heavenly Tao, even the fiercest of beasts struggle to withstand it, which is why, throughout the years, only 4 great demon beasts have managed to survive. Is that so? Then I shall have the pleasure of witnessing what you call a heavenly tribulation. Dark Shura power, grant me the strength to obliterate the heavens, withering the old and bringing forth the new. Suraser, a peculiar symbol manifested in Shen Fei's hand, and a mere glance revealed its ominous aura that in the next moment. The Shura seal expanded to an enormous size, enveloping the skies above the heavenly demon sect. Go! Chapter 50. Returning to the room for coordination. Ha! Foolish and naive. The majesty of the heavenly Tao is beyond your capacity to infringe upon. Divine thunder, heed my command, suppress them. Watch closely, you ants. His words were cut short, for at that moment, Shen Fei's Shura seal collided with the heavenly thunder. The outcome was evident. That seemingly insignificant mark unleashed a terrifying power, one far beyond what mere heavenly thunder could withstand. Though the forces of the heavenly Tao were numerous, they were mere minions. And even several divine kings had fallen to Shen Fei's might. Thus, when confronted with the Shura seal, they were unable to utter a single cry of despair before being obliterated from existence. Perhaps they never envisioned that their demise would come in such an abrupt manner. Caught unawares, they were swiftly transported to the Western Paradise. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect below were utterly astounded. The power of their ancestor Shen Fei was indeed formidable. With such a powerful leader, their future was bound to be resplendent. Shen Fei himself was quite pleased. He had observed the disciples during the heavenly tribulation, and none had shown fear, which filled him with satisfaction. In fact, he intended to conduct a sort of selection. Should any display fear, he would erase their memories and expel them from the sect, a task he was fully capable of before long. The breakthrough of the 6 great demon beasts concluded swiftly, unimpeded by the heavenly Tao. The panda, his spirit animal, was the first to awaken, leaping onto Shen Fei's shoulder, curling up comfortably, as if finding solace in its position, and promptly dozing off again. Shortly thereafter, the others also emerged from their meditative states, their faces adorned with expressions of astonishment and joy. The enhancements they had gained exceeded their wildest expectations. This was not merely an elevation in cultivation, but an extraordinary optimization of their abilities, a true metamorphosis. Such an opportunity could never have been encountered without Shen Fei. Empowered, they would face the forces of the heavenly Tao with renewed confidence. Thus, their respect for their leader grew immensely. You all should descend for now. Having enhanced your abilities, you must familiarize yourselves with and adapt to them to unleash your full combat potential. Understood? Yes, leader, we understand. With that, everyone returned to their respective places, leaving Shen Fei standing alone at the pinnacle of the training tower. You have all witnessed the breakthroughs. Do not panic or fret that I believe each of you will reach such heights in due time. Now, we face an urgent matter that requires resolution. Our sect is still too small, and many feel somewhat cramped. Hence, my primary purpose today is to address this issue. As Shen Fei's words concluded, discussions erupted among the crowd. What is happening? Is the ancestor planning to expel us from the heavenly demon sect? I don't think that's the case. The ancestor would never cast us out. But the available space in the heavenly demon sect has nearly been exhausted. There is hardly any room left. My cultivation is lower than yours. If that were the case, I would be the first to be expelled. Enough, stop arguing. Let's see what the ancestor has to say. Exactly. I refuse to believe the ancestor would throw us out. Rest assured, he must have a solution. Hearing the clamor, Shen Fei raised his hands in a gesture for silence. I know what you are all thinking, but fret not. I will not expel any of you. The heavenly demon sect is your home, as it is mine. How could I ever force you to leave? If I were to do such a thing, not to mention anything else, the Empress would surely hammer me. At this, laughter erupted from the crowd, not merely because Shen Fei was amusing, but because at that moment, the Empress he spoke of appeared right behind him. Oh dear, my love, what brings you here? What? Do you not want me here? And what was that you just said? Am I truly that violent? No, I was merely trying to lighten the mood. The moment I mentioned solving this issue, everyone's expressions turned so grim, it felt as though I were the villain. Truly, how could someone as kind-hearted as I be capable of such cruelty? Wouldn't you agree, dear? Yes, to stop the banter. How do you wish to proceed? I am entirely at your service. The lively exchange between Shen Fei and Zhao Jiasen was not lost on the audience, who were filled with joy, not only due to Shen Fei's humor, but also because they realized they would not be leaving the heavenly demon sect, an assurance that could not fail to elate them. My dear, I can handle this alone. If you truly wish to assist, we can return to our room later and discuss how to coordinate our efforts. Of course, Shen Fei said this in a manner only Zhao Jiasen could hear. At that moment, Zhao Jiasen stepped behind him, concealed by his clothing, pinching the soft flesh at his waist and giving it a firm squeeze. I was merely jesting, my dear. We must focus on the matter at hand. I still need to reform the sect. Let us discuss things properly. I shall let you off this time. But next time if you speak like that again, I shall... What will you do? I shall not allow you into my room. Upon hearing Zhao Jiesen's threat, Shen Fei chuckled. Now let me in. How could that be? At our current strength, whose room can we not enter? Yet, this was merely Shen Fei's thought. Should it come to pass, he would still hesitate, for he maintained his own sense of integrity. How could these ordinary women possibly compare to my own wife, who is as beautiful as a flower? After this transformation is complete, I must have a thorough discussion with Zhao Jiesen regarding the matter of procreation. My dear wife, you merely observe while I perform a magic trick for you. Chapter 51, Jealousy. You go enjoy yourself with her. Upon finishing his words, Shen Fei produced his reward, the blueprint for the sect's renovation. Sect Renovation Blueprint. Capable of constructing the sect to the utmost degree, allowing for unparalleled artistry. This was the very foundation of Shen Fei's confidence in rebuilding the sect, with a mere wave of his hand. The blueprint revealed the current state of the Heavenly Demon sect. First and foremost, all these dilapidated structures must vanish. Only then can we rebuild effectively. As soon as Shen Fei finished speaking, every building of the Heavenly Demon sect disappeared in an instant, as if they had never existed. Fortunately, he had given prior instructions to have all personal belongings tidied away, leaving not a single remnant behind. Moreover, the land occupied by our sect is simply too small that we need to expand it by at least tenfold to accommodate so many people. At that moment, the surrounding mountains disappeared without a trace. A phenomenon that was fortunate given the sect's proximity to them. Otherwise, expanding near a town would have posed significant challenges. As for the buildings, let us construct them with modern flat roof designs. In a designated area, high-rise buildings began to rise, marking the accommodation zone delineated by Shen Fei. Each edifice boasted 20 stories, with 50 rooms per floor, perfectly accommodating 1,000 individuals. Shen Fei constructed a total of 20 such residential buildings, all neatly arranged in the same vicinity. Most notably, these accommodations were equipped with automated elevators, albeit largely unnecessary, as everyone could effortlessly leap or fly inside. Furthermore, Shen Fei erected numerous other structures, including smooth oil-paved roads lined with trees to enhance the greenery. The elders' residential area was situated elsewhere, featuring dozens of small villas for their habitation. The training grounds were also significantly enlarged, a stark contrast to their former state, as if one were in the heavens while the other remained in the depths. The Grand Hall of the Heavenly Demon sect underwent a renovation as well, a magnificent wooden edifice serving as the sect's crowning architectural marvel, exquisitely crafted. However, the piece de resistance was their sleeping quarters, where Shen Fei constructed an opulent villa, extraordinarily refined and grand. In addition, he built a vast assembly hall capable of accommodating 10,000 individuals, ensuring that all could gather there for future meetings. The previously established training tower had also been extensively expanded. It could now house not only the current 5,000 members, but even 20,000, should such a need arise, as they beheld the towering structures. Everyone was left in awe, astonished by the magnitude of Shen Fei's transformation. Master, this is truly remarkable. Indeed, I never imagined it would turn out this way. I thought reconstruction would take a considerable amount of time. I can't believe it's completed so swiftly. One must admit, the Master is eternally divine. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were unable to maintain their composure. Everyone, please remain calm. Let us settle for now with this initial transformation of our sect. Any further adjustments will be made as necessary. Elder, please arrange accommodations for everyone. Very well, I have no further remarks. Please return to organize your living spaces, and thereafter, make your own arrangements. With that, Shen Fei departed with Zhao Jiesen, returning to their quarters. Upon seeing the modern furnishings, Zhao Jiesen expressed great interest. So, how do you find the renovations? I have resolved such significant issues. Is there no reward? At this moment, Shen Fei gazed at Zhao Jiesen with a mischievous glint in his eyes. What sort of reward do you seek? Tonight, before Shen Fei could finish, Zhao Jiesen interrupted him. I refuse. You never speak a serious word. My dear wife, is this truly how you perceive me? It saddens me greatly. What I intended to say was that I would assist in enhancing your strength tonight, yet your thoughts wandered elsewhere. Shen Fei adopted a pitiful expression, reminiscent of a forsaken young bride. I refuse to believe you. All right, I shan't jest any longer. I possess a pill that can enhance cultivation talent. I have no use for it myself. There are 2 in total, and I plan to give the remaining one to Qingyin. Qingyin, such familiarity. Why not give both to her? I feel I do not need it. With that, Zhao Jiesin turned her head away, refusing to look at Shen Fei any longer. I am upset. I do not wish to speak to you. You may handle this matter on your own, was the sentiment Zhao Jiesin wished to convey. Observing this scene, Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. My love, are you feeling jealous? No, I am not. You are overthinking it. Why are you still lingering here? Shouldn't you be off to find your Qingyin? Hurry along. Zhao Jiesin maintained her stance, her back turned to Shen Fei. Ah, very well. Since you are not jealous, I shall go find Qingyin now. Wait for me. I shall return shortly. With that, Shen Fei vanished from the room. Once she sensed his absence, Zhao Jiesin turned around. Could you not offer me a word of comfort? If you step outside, do not expect to return. You may go enjoy your time with Qingyin. I am not concerned. I certainly am not jealous. You wretched Shen Fei, insufferable Shen Fei, do not even think about sharing my bed again. Before Zhao Jiesin could finish, Shen Fei reappeared, a smile gracing his face as he regarded her. You assert you are not jealous, yet here you are laughing. However, my dear, you are quite adorable in this state. Weren't you leaving? Why are you still here? Go out. This is my room. Firstly, I constructed this place, so it is my room. Furthermore, since you are my wife, your room is inherently mine as well. There is no conflict in that. You refuse to leave? Then I shall take my leave. With that, Zhao Jiesin's face flushed crimson. Her eyes filled with indignation as she attempted to storm out that moment. Shen Fei embraced her from behind. All right, my dear, I was in the wrong. Please do not be angry, all right? Shen Fei's gentle voice whispered in Zhao Jiesin's ear, the warmth of his breath tickling her. Zhao Jiesin, whose ears were already quite sensitive, felt her resolve weaken. I am not angry. However, you should keep your distance for now. I do not wish to engage with you. With that, Zhao Jiesin pushed Shen Fei away, her face flushed, her thoughts a jumble. Regardless, Shen Fei found this version of Zhao Jiesin utterly adorable. I shall not exit. I will sleep here till I end my room. I am in charge, so do not be upset. Come here. Shen Fei lay on the bed, patting the space beside him. Zhao Jiesin remained unmoved, her feelings not stemming from anger or jealousy, but rather from embarrassment over her earlier behavior. She felt as though she could not control herself, leading to her spontaneous reactions. Very well, you should hurry and deliver the pill to her. Return promptly. If you exceed a quarter of an hour, do not expect to enter. Finally, Zhao Jiesin cast a glance at Shen Fei and spoke. Understood. My dear, that I shall return quickly. I promise I won't take longer than a quarter of an hour. With that, Shen Fei vanished from the room, appearing next to one of the elders' villas, where Shen Qingyin awaited him. Previously, Shen Fei had messaged her, intending to deliver the pill during their last gathering. However, due to the incident with the panda, he had forgotten. Master, you've come to find me. Zhao Jiesin won't be jealous. Will she? How could that be? My wife is a remarkably magnanimous person. Oh, is that so? Then I must have underestimated her temperament. You seem a bit anxious. Are you required to return immediately? That is impossible. In my household, I am the one who calls the shots. I do as I please. Ha! Since that is the case, Master, would you care to join me for a cup of tea in my room? This is entirely unnecessary. You know well that my time is incredibly precious, even to the minute. Master, are you truly not returning? Zhao Jiesin has messaged me that if you do not return soon, do not expect to enter the door. Upon saying this, she showed Shen Fei her phone. Oh dear, I shall return now and properly educate her, making her aware that disturbing others is quite unethical, that I will take my leave now. Remember to consume the elixir, as it will enhance your strength. With that, Shen Fei vanished from the spot, reappearing in the room he had just left. Darling, I'm back. You see, it hasn't even been a quarter of an hour. How about that? I returned quite swiftly, didn't I? Yes, indeed. You came back so quickly. Shen didn't say anything to you, did she? No. I merely handed her the elixir and returned. Dear, what are you doing with your phone? Oh. Nothing much, that I was just bored and opened it to take a look. I haven't sent any messages. Hearing her response revealed her slip, and Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Jiesin in this state was simply too adorable. My dear, you are truly delightful. Come here. I wish to embrace you. Zhao Jiesin, however, put away her phone, but did not step into Shen Fei's embrace. Instead, she headed to the bathroom to take a bath. With the entire room system updated, the bathroom boasted not only a bathtub, but also modern fixtures like a showerhead. This left Zhao Jiesin perplexed, as she was unsure how to operate them. Honey, how do you get the water to flow in this bathroom? I don't know. Please teach me. Hearing Zhao Jiesin's plea, Shen Fei's eyes lit up. He had long harbored a rather risky thought that could now be actualized. Dear, I'm coming. I'll guide you step by step. With that, Shen Fei burst through the door and entered the bathroom. Huh? Why did you come in? I was merely asking how to get the water out. Oh, come now. We are an old married couple. Let me instruct you. All you need to do is control your strength. Enter the pipes and draw out the water. The IT's quite simple. And then there's this hot and cold switch. I've added flame essence to one side so you can enjoy a warm bath. However, this magnificent luxury bathtub is far more comfortable and even has an automatic massage feature. Let us try this first. With a wave of his hand, the water began to fill the tub. And with her nearby, he didn't wish to wait long. Let us add some milk and fresh flowers, so the bath will be fragrant all over. He then took Zhao Jiesin into the tub. Catching her off guard. Why are you in such a rush? I haven't even taken off my clothes. It's fine. You can undress once inside. Didn't you say this tub has a massage function? Why isn't it working? Just lie back and channel your essence, and you'll feel it. However, compared to automatic massage, I prefer to be the one to assist you. After a while, Zhao Jiesin felt utterly exhausted. And after they had finished bathing, Shen Fei carried her out, but he placed her on the bed, and before long, she fell asleep. Even the cultivation of an empress could not withstand such exertion. At that moment, the giant panda, which had been left outside the door, lumbered in and found Shen Fei's foot to cuddle against, promptly falling asleep as well. Shen Fei sensed its presence but thought better of kicking it away. This creature was truly a fierce beast. One could hardly distinguish it from a pet. Early the next morning, Shen Fei awoke, as he had tasks to attend to. The 200 slots for the training apparatus required careful selection. Upon rising, he noticed that the panda, which had been sleeping by his leg, was no longer on the bed. Turning his head, he found it blissfully slumbering on the floor, its face down, with its small paws covering its eyes. An utterly endearing sight. After washing up, as he prepared to leave, the panda awoke and returned to perch on Shen Fei's shoulder, resuming its nap. Shen Fei gently tapped its round head in mock annoyance. It swatted his hand away with its little paws, as if to say, "Do not disturb my slumber. The consequences will be dire." Since Shen Fei had already disseminated the news the previous day, those wishing to acquire a slot for the disciple training apparatus were to gather on Mingyue Mountain. Sure enough, early in the morning, the area was filled with people. Fortunately, the Grand Elder had the foresight to anticipate the crowd and arrived early to maintain order, exhausting his old bones in the process. However, having just broken through to the 9th star of the Emperor realm, he felt a surge of excitement that at this moment, his waist no longer ached, nor did his legs feel weary. He radiated youthful vigor. Chapter 53, The Golden Age of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Well, everyone has arrived so early. I half expected for you to show up. Seeing all of you gathered here, it seems the entire sect has come. Indeed. Master, after you announced this yesterday, everyone was electrified with excitement. But how will we select these 200 individuals? The Grand Elder approached Shen Fei with a smile. Witnessing the disciples' fervor for enhancing their strength filled him with joy. Today, we shall employ a singular method of selection. Those who can endure under my pressure until the end will be granted entry into the training apparatus. However, rest assured, this pressure will adjust according to your strength. So even disciples with lower cultivation will have a chance. I will strive for fairness. Now, is everyone prepared? Master, we are ready. Indeed, I have been prepared since yesterday. I shall surely be among those 200. Come now. Do not indulge in fanciful thinking. You should diligently cultivate and await the next opportunity. I will undoubtedly be among them. You truly are a good buddy. However, I am certain I can endure longer than you. Ha! You know my endurance well enough. At that moment, a weak voice piped up. Why would you know about his endurance? Care to enlighten us? All eyes turned to them, and several female gazes swept over the two. This was an excruciatingly embarrassing moment, as they felt the weight of encouragement, consolation, and various emotions directed at them. Haha, stop teasing them. Hurry up and prepare for the trial, we cannot frighten them off. Shen Fei suddenly appeared before them, patting the shoulders of the two. Fear not, our heavenly demon sect is forgiving. I support you both. Go for it. With that, Shen Fei's figure vanished. Wait, Master, clarify this. We are in a position from which we cannot wash ourselves clean, even if we jumped in the Yellow River. Ha! Laughter erupted around them. Shen Fei's final remark was simply too amusing. However, after such a humorous exchange, the tension surrounding the impending trial eased considerably. Everyone, prepare, the trial begins. Elders, please monitor the participants' conditions closely. Should any issues arise, terminate their trial immediately. Shen Fei's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears, indicating that compared to selection, he prioritized their safety. Rest assured, Master, we are aware. The elders on site responded in unison. Shen Fei nodded and waved his hand, releasing a powerful pressure. But rather than a broad, indiscriminate coverage, it formed small black pillars of light, enveloping each individual. The greater one's cultivation, the more intense the pressure they bore. Conversely, those with lesser strength faced less. This was the essence of Shen Fei's selection, that it was not merely a test of strength, but rather an evaluation of talent and resilience. Such individuals would be the first to receive focused cultivation. As the pressure gradually increased, everyone was able to withstand it for a while. A quarter hour passed, and not a single person had dropped out. Many gritted their teeth, holding on, yet none chose to give up. Observing this scene, Shen Fei and the others felt a sense of relief. At least no one had immediately faltered as time went on. More individuals began to waver, and those who failed retreated to the back, leaving the stage clear for those still in the trial. After a long while, the final 200 individuals were finally selected. Shen Fei did not abruptly end the pressure. Rather, he gradually eased it, ensuring no one was harmed in the process. After the conclusion, everyone sat on the ground, gasping for breath, their faces reflecting a profound sense of relief. Ha! I knew I could endure, one exclaimed. I made it too, though I almost gave up just now. Thankfully, I held on in the end. Who hasn't? Everyone is so formidable. It's a blessing that I'm tough-skinned and resilient. The 200 selected individuals began to discuss their experiences with laughter, feeling honored to have secured their places among nearly 5,000 participants. Shen Fei casually observed that the disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect comprised 3/5 of the group, while the remainder were newly joined disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect. Lu Yi was among them, appearing unfazed by the pressure, her face only slightly flushed. The duo of best friends, also among the selected, seemed either exceptionally strong or deeply motivated by the recent challenges. These 200 have been chosen. Those who weren't selected shouldn't be disheartened. Use this time to diligently cultivate and improve yourselves. Perhaps next time, you will be the ones entering the training device, Shen Fei encouraged. Understood, Master. We will strive harder. Indeed, this time it was just a narrow miss. Next time, I will surely be selected. Let us all work hard together. But I must admit, I truly envy those 200 in front. Of course, I envy them too. Same here. 1 inch observing the lively scene, Shen Fei smiled and raised his voice slightly. All 200 of you who passed the selection, please proceed to the top of the training tower. The rest of the disciples may disperse. Focus on your cultivation and do not become complacent. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the crowd did not disperse but instead entered the training tower. Commencing their cultivation, The competitive pressure was immense. If only 100 or 200 places were available each time, enhancing one's abilities was paramount. Watching the vibrant energy of the crowd, Shen Fei wore a maternal smile. These children were growing up. The chosen 200 were placed into the training device, and as the week passed, their collective breakthroughs would surely be monumental. This would elevate the heavenly demon sect's elite combat power beyond any historical period, heralding the dawn of its most glorious era. Chapter 54, Preparing a Grand Gift. All troops advance Indiana. The following week, Shen Fei lived what he deemed a dream existence within the heavenly demon sect. By day, he guided disciples in the training tower, and during his free time, he indulged in mobile games. At night, he relished the company of a fragrant beauty, enjoying blissful evenings. This life was one of leisurely delight. Of course, his pet panda clung to him continuously, only being shooed away at night. Otherwise, Shen Fei tolerated its presence. Fortunately, it was small and light. Otherwise, he might have kicked it aside, lacking any offensive capabilities. It spent its days sleeping and charming everyone it encountered. Zhao Jiasen was particularly smitten. What resistance could a woman muster against such a fluffy, adorable creature? Seeing its silly antics, she couldn't help but tease Shen Fei. Be nicer to Little Black. Don't be so rough with it. Just moments ago, Little Black, the panda, had been lifted by Shen Fei and tossed out the window. I can't help it. It must be done, or it will disrupt my good times, don't you think? I refuse to accept that, the details of their playful banter are not for the innocent author to disclose. The next morning, Shen Fei accompanied Zhao Jiasen to the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Upon arrival, he noticed that everyone appeared rather grim. Empress, Master, you have finally arrived. We have encountered some troubles. After discussion, it seems it is best for you to decide. As Zhao Jiasen and Shen Fei entered, the Grand Elder approached them. Oh, what has caused you such distress? We have disciples on a mission who were captured by the Night Bright Kingdom, and we received word that they are to be executed publicly in 3 days. Given that this matter involves the royal family of Yuzhou, we need your guidance. What is there to deliberate? If the Night Bright royal family is so unreasonable, we should simply annihilate them. I wish to see who dares to plot against the heavenly demon sect. Master, the female disciple who escaped has arrived. You can inquire about the specifics from her. At that moment, a female disciple rushed in, her body marked with numerous injuries, clearly a result of her escape from the Night Bright Empire. Master, you must save Brother Lu Ming and the others. Our mission was to attack a bandit stronghold, and after the battle, we were surrounded by the Night Bright Empire as forces. Several senior brothers sacrificed themselves to allow my escape. You must rescue them, perhaps overwhelmed by emotion. Her wounds reopened, and blood began to flow. Rest assured, I will rescue them. The Night Bright royal family has no reason to exist. The heavenly demon sect is not one to be trifled with. Shen Fei's tone was resolute and unquestionable, since the Night Bright Empire wished to play. They would play a grand game. This task is entrusted to you, dear. Do make a good impression. Zhao Jiasen leaned closer to Shen Fei, speaking softly. I know. Anyone who dares to touch our heavenly demon sect will receive a grand gift. However, what do you mean by entrusting it to me? We must all witness this together. You need not worry about the details. I will handle it. You can simply join me later. After saying this, Shen Fei took the injured female disciple and left the hall. You can recall the faces of those who acted against you, right? Master, I can remember most of them, but I might miss a few. No worries. First, take this pill to heal your wounds. I will handle the rest. At that moment, the training tower emitted a tremendous bell sound, a signal Shen Fei had previously designed for emergencies. Upon hearing this, everyone dropped what they were doing and hurried to Mingyue Mountain. In less than 15 minutes, they had all gathered. This efficiency was indeed remarkable. Even Zhao Jiasen and the others arrived at Mingyue Mountain, though they stood aside, merely observing. Today, I summoned everyone here due to a grave matter. Our heavenly demon sect has been wronged. The root of the problem lies with the Night Bright royal family, who have captured our members and threatened public execution. Can you swallow this insult? In just a few short sentences, Shen Fei stirred the emotions of the crowd. The disciples held a profound sense of loyalty to the heavenly demon sect. It felt like family. When their brothers and sisters were threatened with execution, how could they not feel outraged? In an instant, their anger surged, and they longed to march to the night-bright palace and snap their enemies' necks. This time, everyone will accompany me. We shall deliver them a grand gift. Hearing Shen Fei's declaration, the crowd erupted in excitement. They had anticipated him to take only a few individuals, but were surprised that he intended to take everyone. All right, there is no need to prepare anything. Just come along to witness the spectacle. I will manage the rest. With that, Shen Fei summoned the Cosmic Battleship. Cosmic Battleship Defense System Upgrade. Enhanced defensive capabilities. Capable of generating a massive energy shield that varies in strength according to the pilot's abilities, enhances stealth effects, and cloaks all presence. This was the reward he had received previously, and with the battleship's defense system upgraded. The safety of the disciples was further assured one by one. They boarded the ship, which could barely accommodate them all. Originally, the battleship had a capacity of around 5,000, but there was still room on the deck for more. After the disciples boarded, the elders followed, including the four great beasts, the monkey, and the ever-present little black that AS for Shen Qingyin. She was still in seclusion after consuming the pill Shen Fei had given her. Dear, let us board as well. It's time to set sail. Upon concluding his words, Shen Fei swiftly embraced Zhao Jessen's waist and leaped gracefully to the forefront of the warship's deck. Empire of the Night Bright, prepare yourselves. Retribution is upon you. Chapter 55, Terrifying Torment, Flames of Fury. The two stood side by side, clad in flowing white garments, a vision of ethereal elegance that in the next moment. The colossal warship vanished from the demon sect and reappeared above the royal palace of the Night Bright Empire. The palace's inhabitants, engrossed in revelry, hurriedly assembled their forces upon realizing the presence of the enormous vessel. Alarm! Something dreadful has occurred. The emperor is in peril. A young eunuch, clutching his robe, rushed into the grand hall in a state of panic. As he entered, a general kicked him, sending him sprawling to the ground in a daze. What nonsense is this, you wretched eunuch? You must tread carefully with such alarming proclamations. The once dazed eunuch quickly regained his composure. Your Majesty, I bear urgent news. It's of utmost importance. He hastily navigated through the hall to the front of the literati and military officials. You insolent boy, you have disrupted my leisure. If you cannot elucidate your claims today, you shall lose your head. Do you understand? The emperor, with a concubine in each arm, remained unfazed by the surrounding chaos. The eunuch, witnessing the concubine's enchanting demeanor, felt a surge of fervor, yet quickly reminded himself of the stakes. His own survival was paramount, and any desire for release was futile. What occupies your mind? What news do you bring? Surely, you are not here to deceive me, are you, guards? Nay, your Majesty, I implore you to listen. A colossal, unidentified object resembling a ship has appeared over our palace, inscribed with the words Demon Sect. The followers of the Demon Sect are here to assault the royal family. Upon hearing this, the emperor abruptly dismissed his companions and rose, laughter erupting from his lips. Ha ha! They have finally arrived. I had thought they would cower like turtles. The Demon Sect, a formidable foe indeed. Today, we shall eradicate this menace. The emperor's mirth was infectious, a rare display of joy. Your Majesty, the Demon Sect's empress wields immense power. How shall we confront her? A minister, not aligned with the war faction, stepped forward to quell the emperor's exuberance. Do not fret. I have made ample preparations. This time, we shall ensure they do not return. The empress, I am curious to see if she remains as formidable in the bedroom. After this proclamation, laughter erupted among those present. Their rapport with the Demon Sect was far from amicable. Moreover, as a nefarious sect, they were targets for eradication. Your Majesty, the Empress shall soon be in your grasp. The female disciples of the Demon Sect will be yours to command. Enough of this formality. The remaining female disciples may be distributed as you wish. Keep them as concubines in your households. Thank you for your benevolence, Your Majesty. We shall certainly prove our worth. The assembled martial leaders were among the mightiest in the Night Bright Empire. with nearly 10 at the emperor level and countless others at the lord level. However, the emperor's gaze fell upon two individuals in the far corner, their presence almost imperceptible, hidden from attention, his greatest weapons. Let us venture forth to confront these vile demons. We must ensnare them all. With that, the emperor led the way, and all followed suit. Initially, they believed the unidentified aerial object to be mere theatrics from the demon sect, a ploy to declare their identity, lacking any significant threat. Yet, as they emerged, they beheld the terror of the steel behemoth hovering above the palace. Such theatrics shall soon be laid bare. The emperor, momentarily composed despite his usual indulgence in beauty, exhibited the astuteness befitting a ruler. As he steadied himself, the others followed suit, gazing skyward, lost in thought to that moment. Shen Fei descended from the heavens, cradling Zhao Jiasin in his arms. Although she wore garments designed to prevent any untoward exposure, Shen Fei would not allow anyone to take advantage of his beloved. How amusing. I am indeed possessive, Shen Fei confessed with a chuckle. The Empress of the Demon Sect graces us with her presence. We apologize for our inadequate reception. Spare me the pleasantries. Where are your people? Hand them over at once. Should there be even a hint of insubordination, I shall demand your head as recompense. How dare you? Before His Majesty, you presume to. Before the minister could finish, Zhao Jiasin struck him down with a swift slap, rendering him unconscious. When my husband speaks, you would do well to remain silent. My temper is quite foul. This was the embodiment of an empress, arrogant, self-assured, icy, and commanding. The members of the demon sect aboard their warship witnessed this scene through a projection screen. It had been ages since they observed Zhao Jiasin in such a manner. Ever since Shen Fei's arrival, she had transformed, her eyes now brimming with tenderness, the power of sweet romance indeed. Empress, I respect your strength. Yet this is the royal palace of my night-bright kingdom. Within my domain, I advise you to temper your arrogance. Otherwise, my husband has inquired where our demon sect brethren are. Hand them over promptly. Or today, I shall raise your palace to the ground. Hearing Zhao Jiasin repeatedly strike at his pride, the emperor could no longer contain himself. You wish to see your comrades? Very well, behold this work of art. At that moment, a path was cleared, revealing a procession of 7 wooden carts, each bearing a figure. However, these unfortunate souls had been mutilated, limbs severed, tongues cut out, teeth shattered. Their faces were grotesque, marred by wounds, their scalps brutally torn. Their bodies were drenched in dried blood, a horrifying sight. Beep, beep, beep. System task activated. Completely annihilate the night-bright royal palace. Rewards will be contingent upon task completion. Though the system issued its task, Shen Fei was oblivious to it. His eyes blazed with fury. Chapter 56. A battle of a single finger. You wretched scoundrels. How dare you lay a hand on my sect members? Shen Fei's voice was low and menacing, the palpable aura of murder hanging thick in the air. They're exceedingly cruel. I shall avenge them. Indeed, I cannot bear to witness this. I will join the fray. Within Shen Fei's cosmic warship, all disciples of the demon sect were aflame with righteous indignation. Should anger be measurable, their fury could surely ignite half the sky. Calm yourselves. The ancestor shall handle this. Let us follow his lead and refrain from rash actions to avoid dire consequences. Fortunately, the elder remained composed, his years of experience guiding him to stability, in stark contrast to the impetuous youth surrounding him. Although the disciples simmered with rage, they refrained from making any reckless moves, placing their trust in Shen Fei, their miracle-performing ancestor. Ancestor, what nonsense is this? These are but miscreants of the demonic path, captured within my palace. Is this how you instruct your disciples? They have erred and must face punishment. The dignity of my royal family cannot be compromised. Would you not agree? Furthermore, I have observed that your celestial demon sect does not adequately instruct its disciples. Thus, I have taken the liberty to intervene and teach them a lesson. What do you think? It should suffice to deter them from engaging in nefarious deeds. Master, Empress, are you not grateful to me? There is no need for such formality. although you are both affiliated with the demon sect. Should you choose to join the Nightbright royal family, I might even bestow upon you a more exalted status. For instance, Master, you could assume the role of the official responsible for managing the royal steeds, the esteemed by Ma Wen, a position that the royal court currently lacks. As for the Empress, I shall reluctantly grant you the title of a concubine. Ha ha ha. Before his words could fully resonate, both Shen Fei and Zhao Jiesin sprang into action. In an instant, Zhao Jiesin launched an attack on the Emperor, while Shen Fei seized the opportunity to rescue the 7 disciples, transporting them aboard a cosmic battleship. Ha ha, Empress, conserve your energy. The grand bed in the palace is exceedingly comfortable. Silence. Zhao Jiesin unleashed the celestial demon palm, simultaneously channeling her icy aura into it, amplifying its potency. This time, the Emperor of the Nightbright Kingdom discovered that he was unable to withstand her assault. His cultivation level was merely that of an 8-star emperor, and he had presumed he could contend evenly with the Empress. But he was gravely mistaken. You have unexpectedly broken through to the 9-star emperor level. I underestimated you. However, since you have come, I have no intention of allowing you to return. At that moment, a seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man appeared before him, surprisingly capable of blocking the attack. Ha ha! Zhao Jiesin, did you not anticipate this? Even if you have reached the 9-star emperor level, it changes nothing. This time, your celestial demon sect is finished that if you kneel and beg me. His words trailed off as Shen Fei delivered a swift slap. The middle-aged man attempted to withstand Shen Fei's seemingly light strike. Yet it was evident that no amount of effort could save him. Shen Fei's seemingly gentle slap bore an unavoidable force, landing heavily upon the Emperor's face, but he had moderated his strength. Otherwise, the Emperor would have perished instantly. Shen Fei could not bear to let him die so easily, for such a fate would be too merciful. With that single slap, the once mighty Emperor was rendered unconscious. A purplish handprint marring his face, and several of his teeth lay scattered. Accustomed to a life of luxury, he could hardly endure such humiliation, and his hatred for Shen Fei peaked at that moment. What are you all waiting for? Attack! Kill him! Whoever succeeds will be rewarded with the rank of first-class official, vast lands, and a fortune of gold. This was no trivial reward. Even the promise of a first-class official title was enough to incite envy. Thus, upon the Emperor's command, numerous martial generals surged forward, their sights set on Shen Fei. Unfazed by their advance, Shen Fei casually struck out, causing a multitude to collapse in agony, clutching their faces and writhing on the ground. Suddenly, Shen Fei sensed a lethal intent locking onto him. He had long known that the Nightbright Empire would not dare to provoke the celestial demon sect without thorough preparation. Yet, such seemingly foolproof arrangements posed no challenge to Shen Fei. A testament to the advantages of absolute strength, that moment, a sword was thrust silently towards him from behind, concealed from view. The onlookers from the Nightbright Empire hoped for the attack's success. Fresh in their minds was the humiliation Shen Fei had inflicted upon them. My goodness, even with so many of them, they still resort to a sneak attack. How utterly despicable. I hope the Master is not in danger. We must be cautious. I believe you are overestimating the situation. How could the Master, being so powerful, be so easily defeated? Do not speak. Let us see how the Master responds. That I, for one, have faith in him. So do I. The Master is eternally divine. Indeed, as anticipated by the disciples of the celestial demon sect. Shen Fei seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. Turning to extend a single finger towards the assailant, that in doing so, he revealed a captivating profile that left even the Nightbright Empire's onlookers entranced by his striking handsomeness. Thus, in full view of all, the sharp tip of the assassin's sword met Shen Fei's finger. Upon witnessing this scene, the Nightbright Empire's observers erupted into laughter, particularly the Emperor, whose mirth revealed the remnants of his teeth. Shattered by Shen Fei's blow, despite the pain, he forced a hearty laugh, believing that although Shen Fei's prowess exceeded their expectations, the circumstances were now beyond redemption. It was, after all, a matter of arrogance, historically. The arrogant have always paid dearly for their hubris. Seeing your faces contorted with glee is somewhat nauseating. but I shall ensure you are left disappointed." With that, Shen Fei's finger curled and flicked with ease. In an instant, the fierce sword intent abruptly ceased, and the blade shattered into pieces, while Shen Fei's finger remained unscathed, devoid of even a scratch. "Your skills as an assassin are lacking. Your murderous intent was not even concealed. Truly a dismal failure. Now, bid this world farewell." With a mere gesture, Shen Fei sent the assassin hurtling backwards, their head exploding upon impact, resulting in a gruesome demise. "You shall perish. I will avenge my brethren." In quick succession, another headless corpse joined the first, and throughout the entire encounter, they had not so much as grazed the hem of Shen Fei's garment. It seems the Emperor's reinforcements are not as formidable as anticipated. What other trump cards do you possess? At this juncture, even the Emperor of the Nightbright Kingdom could no longer maintain his composure. His so-called powerful allies, rumored to surpass the 9-star Emperor level, had been dispatched with such ease by Shen Fei. With their greatest assets eliminated, who could possibly stand against him? It appeared the previous rumors held true. The Six-Sect Alliance had indeed been obliterated by Shen Fei alone. Initially, they had thought it was merely infighting that led to such a downfall, but upon seizing the remnants of the sects, they found the coffers completely empty. Now, they finally accepted the truth. Shen Fei was truly a devil, a force no one could withstand. Next, you shall experience the wrath of our celestial demon sect. With that, a female disciple appeared by Shen Fei's side, evidently the one who had previously escaped to deliver news. Under the care of the third elder, her wounds had nearly healed, showcasing his considerable talent in the healing arts. Not to mention, the numerous spiritual herbs Shen Fei had brought back would keep him occupied for quite some time. Xiaoya, observe these individuals. Those two are the ones you have encountered before. Point them out. Though initially fearful, Xiaoya found courage in Shen Fei's presence, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. The individuals present were primarily leaders. And ultimately, she identified just two. So it is you two who have taken the lead. Commendable. I admire your audacity. Haha. Master, we are wronged. It was the Emperor, no, that dog of a man who commanded us to persecute your disciples. We merely followed his orders and had no part in the mistreatment. It was all Night Xiang. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei chuckled, and in that moment his smile was immortalized in history, known henceforth as the smile of a demon. With a wave of his hand, Night Xiang, who had been lurking at a distance, materialized before Shen Fei. So you were the one behind this. Well then, it's time for you to truly experience pain. Fear not, I shall not take your life. Instead, I will allow you to savor the most excruciating suffering this world has to offer. Gazing at Shen Fei, Yi Xiang felt as though he had truly encountered a devil, terror overwhelming him as he fainted. Subsequently, Shen Fei struck him with a punch to the chest, rousing him from his unconsciousness. The already damaged Antion was subjected to further agony from this blow. A pain so intense that it was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person that a wretched scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed throughout the royal palace, a sound of sheer despair. Master, please release my son. Whatever sins he has committed, allow me to bear them myself. Did I ask this arrangement acceptable to you? In his desperation for his beloved son, Emperor Yi Ming humbled himself, even refraining from referring to himself as I. What more do you desire? Wealth? Our treasury is abundant. Not only do we possess riches, but our resources for cultivation are also plentiful. Take whatever you wish. If you desire women, choose from any of the palace maidens, even the princesses, or my consorts, including my queen. You may have any of them at your discretion. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei looked at him and chuckled. Indeed, a ruler of such caliber must possess a ruthless heart, capable of cold detachment. In that case, summon your queen. This is your own proposal. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the expression on Emperor Yi Ming's face shifted dramatically, that he understood that if he were to comply, he would become the subject of ridicule. Yet, with his child still in Shen Fei's grasp, he felt utterly helpless. What are you all waiting for? Quickly bring forth my queen, he bellowed, collapsing in despair at that moment. Shen Fei sensed a piercing gaze upon him from behind. He realized he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. This was a spontaneous whim, one he had not even discussed with Zhao Jiesin. Thus, he turned around. And indeed, Zhao Jiesin's expression was one of profound displeasure. "Dear, please listen to me," Shen Fei began, but before he could finish, Zhao Jiesin vanished, returning to the cosmic battleship, leaving him standing there in bewilderment. Shen Fei wished to explain himself to Zhao Jiesin. Yet pressing matters demanded his attention. He needed to devise the most fitting apology. "Your Majesty, the Queen has arrived," came the voice of a eunuch from behind, announcing her presence, having witnessed the chaos unfold in the palace. She had been hiding nearby, fully aware of the emperor's previous remarks. The ministers parted to clear a path. Approaching them was a woman clad in a phoenix robe, possessing a visage of exquisite beauty. With a delicate oval face, eyes like shooting stars, and lustrous black hair. Her graceful figure and stunning appearance were undeniable. However, this enchanting beauty trembled slightly, tears streaming down her face as she approached Shen Fei. He coldly commanded, "Kneel." The woman before Shen Fei fixed her gaze upon him, undeterred by his formidable power. "The master commands you to kneel. What are you waiting for? Do so without delay." The speaker was none other than the current emperor of Yi Ming, who had reached a point of desperation where he was willing to forsake everything for his son's life: money, fame, status, even his own wife. "Yes, mother," heed father's words. "Quickly save me. I am your son. Do you wish to watch me perish?" "Your Majesty, you are the only one who can save the royal family. The master is incredibly powerful and esteemed. Kneel before him." All eyes in the room turned to the queen, many wishing they could physically force her to comply, fearing Shen Fei's wrath, which could obliterate the entire palace. "What are you still doing there? From this moment forth, you are no longer the queen of Yi Ming. For the safety of the nation, everyone must contribute. How can you be so ungrateful? Kneel now, lest you incur the master's displeasure, in which case I will have no choice but to compel you to do so." The emperor's demand was a brazen attempt to coerce the queen into submission. "Father, why do you continue to speak? And you, useless ministers, get that wretched woman to kneel at once. Hurry and save me." Yi Xiang cried out that in an instant, the citizens of Yi Ming joined in a fervent chorus. "Kneel! Kneel! Kneel!" The queen surveyed the scene, slowly coming to the realization that the nation she had devoted herself to, the people she had sought to protect, revealed such a vile countenance that a torrent of emotions, discomfort, disappointment, humiliation, despair flooded her heart. The sensation of being the target of collective scorn was enough to drive anyone to madness. Once a powerful noblewoman, she had been granted the emperor's favor and ascended to the rank of queen. Second only to him, she had diligently aided the emperor in governance, yet many of her suggestions had been in opposition to his wishes. Time and again, her reasoned arguments were met with irritation, leading to her relegation to the cold palace, barred from political affairs. Meanwhile, a seductive concubine, who had long ingratiated herself with the emperor, captivated him not just with her beauty, but her ability to flatter him perfectly, gaining favor as a result. Her son, Yi Xiang, was recognized for his exceptional talents in cultivation and was thus favored. For many years, the true queen had languished in the depths of the palace, cultivating an ethereal grace. Thus, when the emperor first laid eyes on her, he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. However, in the face of his own survival, sacrificing a woman was a trivial matter. After all, there were countless beauties in the harem to choose from. This was his calculation. Yet Shen Fei had already pronounced the death sentence upon the Yi Ming royal family long before their maltreatment of the followers of the heavenly demon sect. As the cries of the crowd reached her ears, the queen closed her eyes, seemingly relinquishing something vital, and her demeanor relaxed. When she opened her eyes again, she forcefully cast aside her phoenix crown, which clattered to the ground, and shed her ornate robes, leaving only a simple red gown, unadorned yet perfectly fitting, accentuating her elegant and serene aura. Gritting her teeth, she addressed Shen Fei softly. "Master, if I kneel or submit to you, will you spare the Yi Ming royal family?" Upon hearing the queen's question, Shen Fei chuckled, and the people of Yi Ming collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared that Shen Fei was pleased, and thus the crisis for their kingdom might be averted, sparing them from death. Surely, the master cannot truly be swayed. I admire the master's approach. Is the master not akin to a villain? Enough, enough. Let us remain silent and observe. The master will certainly not let them off lightly. Indeed, I share the same belief. The master likely intends to toy with them. The master is truly mischievous. Meanwhile, in Shen Fei's chamber, Zhao Jiesin was irritably squeezing the cheeks of a small panda, her displeasure evident. The panda, initially batting her hands away with its chubby paws, soon resigned itself to her whims. That moment, Shen Qingyin entered and, seeing the panda's defeated expression, couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing? If you have the courage, go bully Shen Fei instead of taking it out on the panda. She then snatched the panda from Zhao Jiesin's grasp. What brings you here? Are you here to mock me? I wouldn't dare. You are the empress and the leader of the heavenly demon sect. I wouldn't dream of ridiculing you, she giggled. Then you may leave. Do not disturb me. Giggling, we've known each other for so many years. Yet I've never seen this side of you. Did I ask the room filled with the scent of jealousy? Did the vinegar jar spill over? No, I am not jealous. Who could possibly be jealous of him? Very well. Do not deceive yourself any longer. However, you ought to temper your little temper and place a bit more trust in Shen Fei, if it weren't for that little fellow's remarkable composure. He might have already become my little man. Once one has acquired certain things, they must cherish them dearly. Otherwise, some individuals may seize the opportunity to intrude. Upon hearing Shen Qingyin's words, Zhao Jiesin fell into deep contemplation. There was no denying that Shen Fei was extraordinarily exceptional. Wherever he went, he radiated an undeniable brilliance, which is quite irresistible to women. Do you like her? Zhao Jiesin inquired, gazing into Shen Qingyin's eyes. What of it? Whether I do or do not, you mustn't grant me the opportunity to intrude, Shen Qingyin replied before vanishing from sight. Zhao Jiesin sat there dazed on the bed, lost in her thoughts.